Attack on Detective Conan. Chapter 1 The New World is Calling Me. Gao Xiang read 2 or 3 more points in the novel yesterday. Although he doesn't have to go to school today on Sunday, he still feels a little groggy and has a headache after sleeping for a long time. Hey, it's almost 12 o'clock. It's unscientific. I'm so hungry. I don't want to get up. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about it. Which angel sister can give me a meal? Diddy hey? So accurate. Gao Xiang opened QQ. Hello, because your QQ pet has reached level 50, I will give you a special gift. Please choose, 1 recharge 5 yuan and get a pink diamond membership for 15 days. To renew. Pink diamond gives you a gourmet gift package 3. Pets experience a new world once. Pft, Tencent just wants money. Recharge, renewal, experience, there is no benefit at all. Just like the promotion of mobile games, use money to create, play, and make you fast, well, happy, then. Forget it, let's choose 3. The experience of having it delivered to your door is useless. Gao Xiang clicked option 3. Is the phone jammed? Wait, what's going on with this spiral? Help! Gao Xiang was swallowed up by the blue spiral in the phone, spinning and disappearing like clothes in a washing machine. I feel so dizzy, where am I? Gao Xiang rubbed his dizzy head vigorously. Doctor! Doctor! My child is awake. Come and see there. Gao Xiang looked around hard. He saw white quilts, smooth floors, and a floor-to-ceiling window on the right, with sunlight shining in through light blue curtains. There was a sound of footsteps, and a doctor in a white coat stood next to Gao Xiang. Mrs. Yoshida, since your son has woken up, it proves that the operation was successful. He will do a full-body examination later. Emmy Yoshida hugged Gao Xiang hard and cried silently, Taiki, you finally woke up. Mom is so worried about you. Gao Xiang felt a warm embrace surrounding him, giving him an atmosphere of peace of mind, a very warm embrace. But who is this aunt? I don't know you. Hey, my head hurts. Auntie, who are you? I don't know you. What's wrong with me? Why am I in the hospital? Gao Xiang asked doubtfully. I am your mother, Emmy. Tai, don't you remember me? Emmy Yoshida looked at Gao Xiang excitedly. He asked with tears in his eyes. Tai? My name is Gao Xiang? What's going on? Hiss, my head hurts so much. Gao Xiang felt as if his head had been drilled by an electric drill. The pain was so painful that his soul was about to leave his body. I remember I logged into QQ to chat and ordered a pet gift package called Pet Experience New World. New World? Have I traveled through time? Gao Xiang felt very confused. He had never heard that Tencent now has a time travel function. Mrs. Yoshida, don't worry. Tai was hit on the head and may have lost some of his memory, but it's okay. If you talk to him more about his past experiences in the future, he can recall your past experiences. Now you need to get more rest. The doctor comforted him on the side. Emmy Yoshida. Emmy Yoshida has not slept for several days and is now lying on the bed next to her and falling asleep. Gao Xiang gently sat up on the hospital bed and rubbed his forehead. Oh, what a bad luck. I can travel through time even if I receive a gift bag. Although I study water polo, do ordinary sports, and live a very ordinary life, it's not like I'm having a bad time. This journey is just like a tornado. The boy Gao Xiang traveled through is called Taiki Yoshida. His parents are separated, Taiki lives with his father, and there is a girl named Ayami Yoshida who lives with Mrs. Yoshida. A few days ago, Taiki ranked first in the high school class with the first grade in grade. His father decided to go out for a meal with Tai to celebrate. Unexpectedly, there was a car accident. Tai was injured on the head. Mr. Yoshida was seriously injured and could not be rescued. Already dead. Ding dong, the host has a newbie gift pack. Do you want to receive it? Hey? What sound? Ding dong, the host has a newbie gift pack. Do you want to receive it? Is it a time travel golden finger? Gao Xiang thought of the time travel described in the novel. The protagonist has a golden finger and kills everyone. Gods will kill gods, Buddhas will kill Buddhas, and a big harem will be opened. The protagonist reaches the pinnacle of life with just a little effort. It's really exciting. Ding dong, the host has a newbie gift pack. Do you want to claim it? Receive it. Receive it. Receive it quickly. The host successfully received a gift package. What? Is this gone? Ding dong, do you need to start the novice guide? Turn it on. You don't know how to use it even if you don't turn it on. Gao Xiang felt so sad when he thought that he couldn't use it even if he had a golden finger. This system is the QQ Pet system, developed exclusively by Tencent. The goal is to cultivate the best pets. The final right of interpretation belongs to Tencent. Now guide the teaching. Do you want to open the properties panel? How to open the property panel? Open the property panel by silently chanting is very simple, just say it silently, then open the property panel. Pet, Taiki Yoshida age, 16 height, 176 cm attributes, physique, 10 spirit, 10 skills, no backpack, newbie gift pack mission, main mission, 1 transfer to Class B, Year 1 of Taidong High School. Reward, elementary school graduation achievements 1 serving. The attributes are pretty good, both are 10 points. Why do you look so familiar to Class B of Taidong High School? I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Pet? Why did I become a pet? Please tell me about the system. Suddenly I felt very angry, right? An unknown error occurred while traveling through time and space in this system. The host character and pet are fused and cannot be changed. Most functions have been turned off and the host needs to be re-enabled. Well, Taiki, Mrs. Yoshida mumbled next to her. I was so scared that I didn't dare to speak loudly. Thinking about it carefully, Mrs. Yoshida really loves Taiki. If she knew that I was not Taiki, but that I was taken away, she would probably not be able to accept it. Moreover, I have already taken over the identity of Tai. The original Tai seems to have no memory except for the memories left in my mind. It is not wrong to say that I am Tai. Moreover, Mrs. Yoshida was as natural to me as facing my own mother, and I didn't feel any difference. Anyway, I can't go back to my original place, so I might as well survive as Tai. Thinking about having a mother who loves me and a lovely sister, I feel that God is still very good to me. The worries that came from time traveling, the fear of strange and bad situations, and worries about the future, but when I thought about having a home, I didn't think there was any problem. As the saying goes, home is a person's harbor, it's really not wrong at all. Of course, the most important thing is to have a golden finger. You can reach the peak of your life in minutes and open a big harem. Gao Xiang's eyes narrowed just thinking about it. Oh, it's Taiki Yoshida now. Anyway, this is about turning the serfs into singing. Chapter 2 opens the novice gift package. Personal attributes are only mental and physical. Physique represents physical strength, agility, flexibility, resistance to blows, and other physical aspects related to the body. Spirit represents memory ability, concentration, logical thinking ability, etc. But spirit does not mean IQ. IQ is innate, so this is a bit sad for Taiki Yoshida. In my previous life, my grades were always on the passing line, and I didn't even have an IQ in my 2 lifetimes. According to the memory of my predecessor, although my grades were good, they were all the result of my hard work. If it weren't for memory fusion, Taiki Yoshida might not even be able to speak Japanese well. Although he has watched a lot of Japanese action movies, watching too many Japanese action movies doesn't mean he can speak it. Nearly a month later, Tae was discharged from the hospital. Now Taeki Yashida has moved to Mrs. Yashida's house to live with his sister, mother. Tae originally wanted to live alone. After all, Tae lived alone in his previous life. Mr. Yashida has a house in Osaka and lives with Taeki in Osaka. Emi Yashida lives with her sister in Tokyo. But when Taeki saw Emi Yashida hugging him with tears in her eyes and saying that she didn't want to separate, Taeki couldn't take care of herself alone, etc., he decided to move in with his mother and sister. After all, for Tae, who has never been out of the province even in college, Japan is really too far away. In the hospital, Tae was studying the system every day. After all, according to Tencent's urinary properties, if you don't study it carefully, there are ways to make you regret it for the rest of your life, and then change your hair to make you pay. After all, this is not a game anymore, you can delete the file and start over. Tae has researched a lot of things based on the introduction of the system, such as mental and physical values. Ordinary people can exercise up to 40 in physical fitness. Those with more than 60 are elite military units, such as special forces, killers, martial arts personnel, etc. After 80, one is the pinnacle of each country's military, a person who has honed his physique to the extreme. The peak of human physique is 100, which is determined by the species. This cannot be changed. Those with a spirit of over 40 have college experience in all aspects. A character over 60 is a master in a certain skill, a character over 80 is a master, and a character over 90 is a self-created skill, such as Zhang Sanfan's Tai Chi or Hua Tuo's medical skills. Etc. On the night when he traveled back in time, Taeki couldn't restrain his curiosity and opened the gift bag. The sky is full of spirits, the earth is full of spirits, the Supreme Lord has come to show his spirit. Taeki Yashida kept talking about all kinds of things he was familiar with. Various gods opened the novice gift bag with their thoughts. There was only a pop sound, no special effects, and no light, so it just opened normally. There were 3 items in the big gift package. The first one, Dolly Pills. Ahem. Although the name is terrible, the product is still good. Within half an hour, you can add 5 points of constitution, and you will be exhausted and weak for 24 hours, with no side effects. This is a good thing with explosive potential. The second item, Master Kong Iced Black Tea. Yes, you read that right, it's Master Kong's Iced Black Tea. This gift pack is worthy of being a novice gift pack. It's rich in species, but of little use. Of course, it's nice to quench your thirst. The third item, Judo, Master Level. This is a skill book, just like many system flow skills that can be mastered in one shot. Guarantee that mom will never have to worry about your studies again. However, there are limitations to learning from this book. You can at most learn without bottlenecks to the master level. No matter how high you go, you have to understand and break through on your own. Yashida's house is an apartment with large rooms. After all, Yashida Emi is the president of a publishing house. If Taeki had not been in a car accident this time, it would be difficult to see Mrs. Yashida. Yashida Emi's daily workload is very heavy. You may not be able to take a rest during the holidays. I also hope that Taeki can take care of his sister this time. After all, Ayami Yashida has just entered elementary school. Are you my brother? Taeki Yashida heard a soft question coming from behind Yashida's mother. Ayami, it's impolite to speak to your brother like this. Yashida's mother took Ayami's little hand. Ayami was wearing a light yellow skirt with a few small white flowers embroidered on it. Ayami wears a pink headband on her head, which fully reflects her cuteness. Yes, my name is Yashida Taeki, please give me your advice. Taeki bowed and stretched out his right hand. From his memory, Taeki has never seen Ayami again except for the one time he met Ayami when she was born. Except for a few phone calls with Yashida's mother during holidays or an occasional meeting, he has never seen Yashida Emi again. Ayami's little hand reached out to mine, my name is Yoshida Ayami, please give me your advice. Ayami is a very cute little girl. When Tai was a child, he also wanted to have a sister, but this is destined to be a sad story. He is the youngest at home. Although it is good to be taken care of by his brothers and sisters, he still hopes to have a lovely sister. Now that his wish has finally come true, his sister control soul is burning brightly. I gave this doll to Ayami. Do you like it, Ayami? Taiki Yoshida knew that he had a younger sister at home, so he went to the mall and bought a large bear doll. This doll is much taller than Ayami, and its whole body is pure white. The bear wears a huge pink bow on his neck, which looks very cute. Wow, was this given to me? It's so cute. Thank you, brother. Ayami hugged the bear doll excitedly. The doll is so big that when Ayami holds the doll, people are trapped inside the doll and cannot see Ayami at all. I've decided, I want to sleep with Lulu in my arms. Mom, do you agree? Blinking her big, watery eyes, Ayami looked at Yoshida's mother and kept acting coquettishly. Lulu. Yes, Lulu is this big white bear. I named her Lulu. Ayami's entire little face sank into the big bear's body. Of course. Ayami smiled happily while holding the doll. Thank you, Mom, and thank you, brother. Taiki, when you come to Tokyo, decide which school to go to. Taiki Yoshida still needs to go to school from Osaka to Tokyo. After all, Tai is only 16 years old. Which school does Ayami study at? Ayami raised her little hand. Ayami is in Class B of the first grade of Daiden Elementary School this year. Daiden Primary School? My main mission is to study in Class B, the second grade of Daiden High School. Mom, I should also go to Daiden Middle School. It happens to be in the same school as Ayami. Of course, it would be better if I transfer to Class B, don't you think so, Ayami? Yes, yes, so my brother and I are in the same school and in the same class. Ha ha ha! Yoshida's mother and I both laughed at Ayami's childishness. Chapter 3 Is this Detective Conan? At Ayami's house, Yoshida's mother got up early in the morning and was busy making breakfast. Taiki, breakfast is ready. Go call Ayami to come have breakfast. Yoshida's mother was busy bringing breakfast to the dining table. Okay, I'll wake up Ayami. I replied while walking towards Ayami's room. I got up very early today. After all, although the skill of judo is reflected in my mind, it still requires continuous practice to improve proficiency. Now my attribute panel shows, Pet, Yoshida Taiki age, 16 height, 176 cm attributes, physique, 20 spirit, 10 skills, judo, entry, backpack, Dalawan mission, main mission, 1 transfer to Daiden High School for 2 years Class B reward, 1 copy of primary school graduation achievement. Beginner's Tai Chi can add 10 points to your physical fitness. Skills are divided into entry, proficiency, master, and grandmaster. Except for entry level, all other levels add 20 attribute points. Ayami, it's getting late. Get up and have breakfast, otherwise you will be late. Ayami rubbed her eyes and sat up from the bed. Brother, what time is it? It's almost 7 o'clock. It'll be too late if you don't get up. I'll wait for you downstairs. You have to hurry up, or you'll have to wait for breakfast. It's cold. Tai, let me help you with your admission. It won't be a problem for you to get into Daiden Middle School with your good grades. You have time to read more books today. You must remember to take the entrance exam early tomorrow. Yoshida's mother seemed to think that the entrance exam would be easy for me. If I don't inherit the memory of my predecessor, I won't even understand Japanese, okay? Of course it's no problem for me now. Don't worry, Mom, your son is number 1 in age. There is a newspaper on the table. It's been a long time since I've seen a newspaper. I didn't even watch TV much before I traveled through time. After all, with smartphones, you can get all the news at any time, so few people subscribe to newspapers. Of course, government agencies need to subscribe every day. The famous high school detective, Kudo Shinichi. Kudo? Kudo Shinichi? Is he the son of Kudo Yusaku? I couldn't help but ask. Ayami jumped in front of me energetically, raising her fleshy little hands. I know, Kudo Shinichi, the Sherlock Holmes of the Heisei era, was a great detective. I admire him. Kudo Shinichi? I looked at the photo above. He was wearing a school uniform, grinning widely and smiling happily. It looked exactly like what I saw in the anime. Ayami Yoshida? Isn't this the supporting character in Detective Conan who follows the death god schoolboy everywhere to solve collision, crimes, disasters? I glanced at my sister who was eating next to me, and then at Kudo's big face in the newspaper. Well, Conan hasn't been drugged yet, and he's still Kudo Shinichi now. It seems that the black organization has not yet appeared. But, this isn't safe either, right? Conan has to die in every episode. In the anime, the main characters and supporting characters are fine no matter how they try to die, but now this is the real world. If someone accidentally kills someone, there is no place to cry. Not to mention the black organizations in the later period, they all kill without blinking an eye. This world is so dangerous. I'm just an ordinary person. Mommy, the baby wants to go home now. Taiki? Taiki. Ayami pulled my clothes and pursed her lips at Yoshida's mother. What's wrong, Mom? I quickly came to my senses. Emi Yoshida is already standing at the door neatly dressed, her low coat looks very elegant. It's getting late. I have to go to work. I've been asking for leave these days. I have a lot of work. I may come back a little late in the evening. If I don't go home, remember to take Bumi out for dinner. The restaurant opposite the community smells very good. Okay, I remembered it. I nodded quickly and agreed. Ayami, you have to go to class soon, do you need me to take you there? No need, brother. I made an appointment with Genta and the others to go to school together. Brother, I'm leaving. Ayami waved her hand at me and trotted out of the house. Slow down and be careful on the road. I got it when the voice came. Ayami could no longer be seen. Genta? Genta Kojima? Mitsuhiko Tsuberaya? Ayami Yoshida? I'm pretty sure, I've traveled to the world of Conan. Hey, actually it's good to think about it. After all, this world is on a large scale. It's an era of peace. If you go to Dragon Ball or Marvel, it's a world where the Earth King will die several times. Moreover, I still have a golden finger. Although it is a little sad to cultivate myself as a pet, if I don't use it, then I am out of my mind. Although the system for raising pets was seriously damaged during time travel, the sign-in function still exists. If you sign in every day, you will have a chance to win a lottery. Of course, the chance of getting good things is still relatively low. Ding dong, would you like to ask the host if you want to draw a lottery? Let's draw. Anyway, the opportunities every day cannot be accumulated. The screen in front of you is a big carousel with food, such as French fries, ice cream, steak, drinks, various juices, and skill books. Once you learn the skill book, you are at an entry-level level. Although the entry level is relatively low, it saves learning time after all. The turntable word, and Tai's heart kept rising and falling along with the turntable. Blueberry juice, gone. Down jacket, gone. The skill book has also passed. The turntable slowly stopped, and the pointer pointed to a portion of sizzling steak. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for winning a sizzling steak. Well, you don't have to think about getting something too good in this cheap lottery. It just so happens that lunch is steak. Things in the backpack are also kept warm. Time can be kept still in the backpack, but unfortunately it can only contain items that come out of the system. Genta, Mitsuhiko, good morning. Ayami, you are so slow today. We are almost late for school. Yes, Ayami, why are you here so late today? Are you sick? Mitsuhiko looked at Ayami and asked worriedly. Genta immediately pushed aside Mitsuhiko and stood in front of Ayami. Ayami, are you sick? Are you feeling uncomfortable? No, no more. It's just that my brother moved into my house yesterday to live with me and my mother. I was a little excited and chatted with my brother until very late. Brother? Genta and Mitsuhiko said in surprise. Yes, that's my brother. Not only is he very handsome, he is also very gentle. Yesterday, my brother gave me a big white bear doll. I named her Lulu. But she is older. Yesterday, my brother gave me a big white bear doll. Lulu is sleeping with me. Do you want to go to my house and see my Lulu after school? Ayami wanted to share the gift she had received with her good friend. Ayami's brother, does he look similar to Ayami? Mitsuhiko was very curious. You interrupted. I really want to visit Ami's house. How about we go there after school? Then it's settled. Come and play at my house after school. Okay, let's go visit Ayami's house after school. Chapter 4. Is this elementary school graduation? I'm back. I'm back too. Idiot Genta, this is Ayami's house. Mitsuhiko covered his head and expressed that he didn't want to say anything more to Genta's behavior. It's okay, I really like this cheerful kid coming to Yoshida's house as a guest. Taiki smiled and touched Genta's little head. And this kid, hey? Your name is Mitsuhiko Tsubaraya, right? Big brother, you are so awesome. You know Mitsuhiko's name. Then, big brother, do you know what my name is? I saw Yuanta looking at me seriously with his fat belly. Ha ha ha, I don't know you two yet, the two main members of the suicide detective team. I kept complaining in my mind. You are Genta Kojima, right? You and Mitsuhiko Tsubaraya are both good friends of Ayami. I said to them with a smile. Ayami, ask your children to come down for dinner. Come back after dinner. Tei took off his apron and wiped his hands. I glanced outside and saw that it was almost getting dark. Mitsuhiko and Gentai were lying on the window left and right. Wow! It's so late. Mom will scold you if you go back. I have agreed with your mother that after dinner, I will take you back. Now let's try my brother's cooking. Tei pointed at the dining table. I made a little more today, including the eel that Moto loves to eat. Rice. Brother, you are so awesome. Yuanta needs to eat more today. Yuanta's whole face was almost on the table, and his saliva was flowing. Ayami also looked at me with admiration. Brother, these dishes smell so delicious. You are so awesome. Haha, when I was living in China, I learned to cook a lot because I like to eat. Although it is not a skill, home-cooked food is very good. When I get a luxurious recipe in the system, who else can stop me? Tei drooled over his fantasy at the table, and he didn't know what kind of beautiful things he was thinking about would happen in the future. Class B, Grade 2, Daiden High School. I heard that a transfer student is coming to our class today. Suzuki Sanako was lying on Xiaolan's desk, holding her face with both hands, and her eyes were filled with pink hearts. Is there anyone super handsome? Xiaolan. Lan, don't you want to meet me? Xiaolan looked helpless. You've said it several times, okay. Are you really boring? By the way, didn't you say that after you won the karate competition, did Shinichi agree to go on a date with you? Sanako rolled her eyes. He definitely didn't date you, right? You know everything, okay. If you don't mention it, I bet he will forget about you. Believe it or not. Yuan's face almost fell on Xiaolan's body, her eyes twinkling with gossip. Who is going on a date with him? Xiaolan glanced at Shinichi secretly. That arrogant man, I have no expectations. Shinichi really doesn't remember, do you want to remind Shinichi? Really, that narcissist. It's so annoying. Should I go or not? Everyone, please be quiet. There is a new classmate in our class today. Let's welcome the new classmate. As soon as I walked into the class, I saw Kudo Shinichi, the god of death elementary school student, dying wherever he went. Oh, and there are Maori Lan and Suzuki Sanako. I suddenly have a desire not to go to school. It will kill people. Hello everyone, my name is Yoshida Taiki. I am a transfer student from Osaka. It's nice to meet you all today. I wrote my name on the blackboard at the back. So handsome, yes, yes, he is as handsome as Shinichi, not as handsome as Shinichi. Shinichi is the most handsome. The girls in the class all started a heated discussion. Bang! Bang! Mr. Takeda clapped his hands. Everyone, please go back to your seats. It's time for class. Yoshida-kun, please sit behind Kudo Shinichi. Okay, Takeda-sensei. I walked up to Shinichi and held out my hand, please take care of me. Hey? Take care of me. Kudo Shinichi obviously didn't know why I greeted him. Of course you have to say hello to the protagonist in the world of Conan. Hey, the protagonist in the anime, have you ever met him in real life? I have been watching Conan since I was a child, and although I stopped following it later, I have at least watched 100 or 200 episodes intermittently. 100 or 200 episodes, I believe Tei will cry when he knows the latest Conan update. Ding dong, do you want to receive one of the elementary school achievements as a mission reward? Well, I haven't received my mission reward in today's lottery yet. Let's open the lottery first and take a look. When you click on the lottery, you will see that food, drink, clothes, and skills each account for 1/4. When I clicked on the lottery, I saw the big colorful roulette wheel whirring in circles, so fast that I couldn't see which one it was. Tian Lingling, Earth Lingling, the patriarch of the Sanking dynasty, please bless me to draw a good thing. 3 skewers of candied haws? You have this system, so tell me you don't have anything. This makes people vomit blood. It's not easy for you to give me this in a lucky draw. Congratulations to the host for achieving elementary school achievements, Spirit +10. This character has a good reward. He is a character who graduated from elementary school. Tei felt a cooling sensation in his brain, and felt that his thinking was speeding up. In this system, except for the skills you win in the lottery, even if you learn other skills, you cannot increase the character's spirit and physique. But it doesn't hinder your ability to use it. Now open the Properties panel, which displays, Pet, Taiki Yoshida age, 16 height 176 cm attributes, physique, 20 spirit, 20 skills, judo, entry, backpack, 3 skewers of dolly pills and candied haws, delicious +1, mission, main mission, 2 duel with Jin once, and draw a prize skill draw. Although it is very tempting, it is Jin. Fortunately, the task has no time limit and there is no penalty for failure. Hey? There is no limit to the method of this duel, maybe it can be completed in that way. Lunch break time. The lunch break in Japan is always in school, and lunch is always eaten in school. Yoshida-san, didn't you bring a lunchbox? Sanako looked at my empty desktop. Tei saw that all the classmates around him had something to eat but he didn't bring any with him, and he felt instantly embarrassed. I thought about it and it seemed that the predecessor was bought and eaten, but fried noodles and bread? I am a Chinese and I am not interested in that stuff. What should I do? Are you going to be hungry? Today is the first day of class, so I forgot to make it. Thinking about yesterday's sizzling steak, my mouth watered again. Sanako looked at me, how about Yoshida-san eats mine? I have so many bentos that I can't even finish them. Ms. Sanako is indeed a eldest lady. This bento is really luxurious. It includes prawns, beef, rice balls, and sashimi. What should I do if I really want to eat it? I'm not hungry yet, Sonoko, you can eat. Tei glanced again and turned his face with difficulty. No, you can't be tempted. I cheered in my heart, Tei, you can do it. You're not hungry yet. Well, my stomach is a bit disappointing. Haha, Yuanzi laughed directly. Don't be embarrassed, come and eat with us. Sonoko pulled me directly in front of Xiaolan and Shinichi. Yoshida-san didn't bring a bento. I invite Yoshida-san to come and eat a bento together. Welcome Yoshida-san. Xiaolan greeted me warmly and sat down at the table. Yuanzi directly picked up one of Xiaolan's rice balls and took a bite. Xiaolan's rice balls are still as delicious as ever. Yuanzi squinted and sighed. It would be better if there is no one in the way, he said and gave Kudo a sideways glance. Sonoko, don't be like this, we are all good friends. Xiaolan hurriedly spoke for Shinichi. I looked at Kudo, this guy is really lucky to have such a good girlfriend waiting for him. I haven't had a girlfriend in my entire life. I brought some snacks, do you guys want to try them? I took out the sugar-coated hose of water drawn by the system, one for Xiaolan and one for Yuanzi. I'm sorry, Kudo-san, I only brought 3 skewers. It's okay, you can eat. The candied hose produced by the system looks like a work of art. The red soup is wrapped in hawthorn balls of the same size, which makes people appetizing. Kudo looked into Tei's eyes, and he couldn't hide his pride, as if he said, I just won't give it to you, I just did it on purpose. Wow, it's so delicious. Xiaolan, please try it. It tastes sour and sweet. Yuanzi kept eating and chewing in his mouth. Are you jealous? If you want to eat, I won't give it to you. I watched Kudo become more and more proud. Not to mention that the candied hose with a deliciousness level of +1 is really good, giving people a cool feeling, sour and sweet, and very tasty. Shinichi, try it. The candied hose on a stick brought by Yoshida-san is really delicious. Xiaolan said and raised the candied hose on a stick to Shinichi's mouth. Is this still possible? Xiaolan, you are committing a foul. Watching Kudo blushing while eating the candied hose on a hose, I suddenly felt that the candied hose of mine would no longer taste good. Japanese students get off school early and participate in various clubs. I was directly dragged by Kudo to form a team with him and join the football club to play football. Football. When thinking about football, Tei obviously thought of the national football team's stinky tofu. It's a good snack. When he was in China, Tei often ate the national football team's stinky tofu. I'm back. Tei changed his shoes and walked into the house. Yoshida's mother stood at the door of the kitchen, holding a spatula in her hand and wearing an apron on her waist. Welcome back, Taiki, please wash your hands first. We are about to eat. Okay, is Ayami back? Ayami has come back and is upstairs. She is going to go to Tro Island with her friends on Sunday. Traba Paradise? The amusement park where Kudo became smaller? Roller coaster murder? And my main quest, where did I meet Jin? Are we going to solve this together? Brother, are you going to Tro Island? Ayami's cheeks were bulging like a little squirrel, looking very cute. The rice cooked by Yoshida's mother does taste good and suits Tei's taste very well. Brother, I won't go. I made an appointment with my classmates to play football because I just joined the football club today, so you go and have fun. Chapter 5, The Roller Coaster Murder Incident, Part 1. Detective Shinichi Kudo, the Sherlock Holmes of the 1990s. The savior of the Japanese police. This guy is so popular, you can see him in newspapers every day. Tei thinks this guy is really cool. Brother, Kudo Shinichi is great, I admire him very much. When Ayami heard me talking about Kudo, she expressed her praise for Kudo with a happy face. Yet, Yoshida's mother also agreed very much. In the case of the murder of General Manager Yamazaki of Bali Bank, Kudo Shinichi successfully captured the criminal and cracked the murderer's method very brilliantly. There was a stick tied to the front end of the rope. Just hang it on the balcony and loosen the rope. What a genius reasoning! I felt a little unhappy when I looked at Kudo's photo that took up 2/3 of the newspaper. Can I say that I was jealous because Kudo was so famous? Thinking of Ayami going to the amusement park tomorrow, Kudo would also go on a date with Xiolan at the amusement park. Are washing machines about to get smaller? Wow, haha, when I think of Conan's hard work in solving the case, it finally fulfilled the sleeping Kogora. Although that kind of perverted uncle is famous, he is much better than Kudo Izaki. So happy. Don't let this taste too good. Tei took a bite of the fried egg and narrowed his eyes with laughter. It seems that Taiki likes mom's breakfast very much. Yoshida's mother's eyes narrowed when she saw Taiki eating an omelette, and she looked very happy. I was worried that it wouldn't match Taiki's taste. No way, mom's cooking is delicious. Thinking of his previous life, except for buying food, no one cooked for him. Tei cooked and ate by himself. Now Yoshida's mother cooks for me when she has time. The food gives Tai a taste of home, which is very sunny and warm. Of course, now Tei is purely entertaining himself. He is in a good mood and looks happy no matter what he eats. On the way to school, Tei saw Xiolan and Shinichi at the intersection. They dripped and gurgled under the telegraph poles. What are they two whispering about? Tei held his breath and walked quietly behind them. I'm not angry anymore. Xiolan turned her head proudly. I just heard that my dad's workload has been reduced a lot because of your help. Kudo put one hand in his trouser waist pocket, and touched his head sheepishly with the other hand. It's not because of me that your dad doesn't have a job. It's because of his skills. Kudo grinned at the person named glancing. Boom! Xiolan's punch directly shattered the telephone pole. Oh, ho ho ho. I'm not angry. I said I'm really not angry. Tei saw Shinichi from behind and turned into a beanie. It felt like the broken telephone pole was silently complaining about something. Tei shuddered for a moment. Let's find a girlfriend. I think it's better to be gentle. Although Xiolan is also very gentle, Xiolan is very dangerous if she knows karate. Tei believes that Xiolan's karate is at least master level in the system now. Physical constitution must be at least 60 points. 60 points, thinking that my physique is only 20 points. I suddenly felt so sad. Now I won't bother Kudo and Xiolan anymore. As the saying goes, a good Taoist friend will never die but a poor Taoist friend. Kudo wishes you peace, amen. While thinking about Taiki, he quietly slipped away from behind. I remember that in the world of Conan, Xiolan's karate was as good as her luck. She could win all kinds of coupons and free activities. Thinking of the detective Conan I watched in my previous life, Xiolan is an angel. The same character, Belmode, let Conan go because of Xiolan's behavior. Xiolan has always loved Kudo, missed Kudo Shinichi, and waited for him stupidly forever, which made her feel sad in her heart. But when Taiki thinks about tomorrow, the washing machine will turn into a little Conan under the influence of APTX 4869 under the Jinn. Oh, I want to stop him too, but my constitution is only 20 points, and at most I am a trained policeman. Thinking of this, Taiki doesn't have the courage to stop him. Thinking of my gentle and lovely sister, Yoshida Ayami. Thinking about Mrs. Yoshida, who is very good to me. Anyone who has watched Conan knows that the Black Organization is a huge transnational criminal group. The mind is full, but the strength is not enough. Facing these, Taiki could only say silently in his heart, Kudo, I will help you take good care of Xiolan. In fact, Tei knew in his heart that he was very scared when facing the Black Organization. After all, he only has one life. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for drawing the red armband of a neighborhood committee ant. Looking at today's lottery items. so, I just want to say, is this thing useful? Is it useful? Is it useful? Tae felt that he needed to save his character from today on. For example, handing out lollipops to a little sister. For example, ask a girl to go to a hotel to talk about ideals in life. After school this afternoon, Taeki was dragged to the football field to play football by Kudo. Although it can be seen from the anime that Kudo Shinichi's football skills are very good. But it's not so unscientific. 12:0 Yoshida-kun, are you okay? You didn't even defend a ball. I looked at the auditorium around the stadium, and many female classmates were shouting that Shinichi is so handsome. Look at my teammates around me. Well, I'm sorry, I'm not very good at playing football. After playing football, I'll invite everyone to drink water. I kept apologizing to the teammates around me. I think Kudo Shinichi must be taking revenge on me because of what happened yesterday. When it's my turn to guard the goal, I just want to score goals. What a beast! There is no need to go to school today. Mom left after making breakfast. Ayami also went to Tro Island to play with Genta Kojima and Mitsuhiko Tsuberaya very early. Whenever he has free time every day, Tae practices judo. Comrade Mao said it well, the body is the capital of revolution. But the bad thing is that the system skills can only add attribute points when making a breakthrough. After Tae ate the breakfast left for her by her mother, she was ready to set off. After all, today is a very important day, the washing machine is going to be smaller. Tropi Park is very big, with a pirate castle, Ferris wheel, roller coaster, carousel, and all kinds of fun things. There were many children running around, making the atmosphere very lively. There are also many couples who come to play together. When the sky is from time to time, they screamed loudly, and Tae felt that he was envious of them in his heart. I really wish I had a gentle and lovely girlfriend. Of course Xylan didn't care, but Taeki thought of the broken telephone pole in the morning. Silently wiped the cold sweat off his head. That guy is Vodka? He has a short melon-like figure, wears a black suit, and looks like a crow. The man with long blonde hair next to him must be Jin. A cold gaze looked at me, and I seemed to see a knife pointing at me in Jin's eyes. I shivered from the stimulation. What a terrifying look! That kind of disregard for human life. He is worthy of being the #1 killer of the Black Organization. When I thought about the main mission and the duel with Jin, I suddenly felt bad. I really want to cry. What should I do? What should I do? Tae put his hand into his pocket helplessly, walking back and forth not knowing what to do. That's good. Before time travel, Taeki was an ordinary student, and there was no way to deal with such a crisis. Is it Brother Tae? I didn't notice when a little fat man walked up to me and pointed at me. It's really brother. Brother, aren't you going to play football with your classmates? Can I say that is an excuse? Ayami, Genta, Mitsuhiko. Taeki looked helplessly at the three children in front of him, not expecting that they met together by such a coincidence. This is a bit embarrassing. I want to go to the roller coaster with Genta and Mitsuhiko, but we don't have enough money. Brother, can we go together? Tae looked up and happened to walk to the door of the roller coaster. Okay, brother, let's go play together. Ayami held my hand and kept shaking it. Is it Yoshida-san? Hey? Taeki seemed to hear Kudo Shinichi calling his name. It's Xylan and Shinichi. Are you here to ride the roller coaster too? Yes. Are you taking your sister to the amusement park? Taeki's heart is broken. Can he say that he is here to monitor how Shinichi becomes smaller and fight Jin for 300 rounds? Yes, I brought my sister to the amusement park today. Let's go together. Genta and Mitsuhiko looked at me together, feeling confused. I was afraid that they would tell me, so I quickly pointed my fingers. A great meal. 2 meals. Fortunately, these naughty kids don't care about anything when they encounter food. I took the opportunity to bribe him with 2 big meals. When the transaction between me and these naughty kids was over, I saw Shinichi holding a girl's hand and talking non-stop. Women get so many blisters on their hands because they practice horizontal bar every day, so this happens. When Tae saw this scene, he recalled, wasn't this the person who used the speed of a speeding car to cut off her ex-boyfriend's head? This woman seems to be called Xiao Tong. Is this the car I want to make? Sitting with the headless body. Thinking about it, Tae felt like he was going to vomit. Just an ex-boyfriend is going to kill him, so Tae feels that this world is really dangerous. Well, I'd better not find some different beauties to talk about life and ideals. After all, my life is more important than my harem. Go away, the seat is ours. Tae saw Vodka arrogantly pushing the child next to him and getting on the roller coaster. This is a good opportunity. Tae took advantage of the situation and hugged Ayami and Genta to his side. Let's take one. This one has no seats. This uncle is so arrogant. Yes, that's right. We didn't get to sit down. Tae kept comforting them. It's okay, we'll just wait for the next one. This roller coaster ride is going to kill people. Let me get on it. I don't want to go yet. Conan is indeed the god of death in this world. He dies wherever he goes. His life is so exciting. Chapter 6, The Roller Coaster Murder Incident. Ah! Screams of fear came from the entire car roller coaster. Ugh! As the roller coaster slowly entered the station, many people were vomiting non-stop. Taeki silently covered Ayami's eyes. Don't look. Of course Taeki, who has watched anime, knows what will happen on the roller coaster. Although it was blocked by a light in the anime, if you think about it, you will know how terrifying it is to see a person's head being completely cut off in reality. Ah, that gentleman's head is missing. How scary! Mitsuhiko said while holding on to the railing next to him and vomiting. Yuanta's face turned pale with fright, he was sweating all over, and he completely collapsed on the ground. Ayami's little hands held my clothes tightly and her whole body was buried in my arms. Taeki felt that Ayami in his arms was trembling all over. Oh, I must be scared. Tae held Ayami's little head and kept stroking it. Don't be afraid Ayami, brother is always here, always here. Accompanied by a rapid siren sound, the police officer named Megure Shizun came to the scene. Officer Megure was wearing a khaki uniform and standing next to the roller coaster with a big belly. He kept stroking his fat chin with his hand, trying hard to make a thoughtful gesture. When seeing Officer Megure thinking about the case, Taeki remembered watching anime in his previous life. Officer Megure seemed to have never caught the murderer. It's just an unexpected incident. I don't have time to waste time with you. Let's leave first. Jin held a cigarette in his mouth and looked stern. The police, this is not an accident, this is a murder. Kudo Shinichi turned on the fork installation mode on the side. Tai immediately felt that the scene had changed. Just like at a fan meeting. Wow! It's Kudo Shinichi. It's the famous high school detective. It's the famous detective. Is it the famous detective named Kudo Shinichi? Even Ayami in my arms raised her head and asked me, is it the one named Kudo? My famous detective brother. The murderer was one of the 7 people riding on this roller coaster. Taeki saw Kudo Shinichi starting his passionate process of solving the case next to the roller coaster. Although Tai had been watching from the side, he also knew that the murderer was the gymnast named Hitomi. But no matter what he did, he failed to obtain the murderer's modus operandi and criminal evidence. Oh, is my IQ really not enough? Are you telling the truth? Kudo-san. I couldn't help laughing when I saw Officer Megure asking Kudo who the murderer was. I am reminded of Officer Megure's famous sayings, please, Kudo-san, please, Mori brother. I see. This is impossible. This is a role that can win the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor. Ah! Hey, please hurry up, please. We don't have much time to play reasoning games with you here. Jin glanced around with a sinister chill in his eyes. Bah! The cigarette butt fell on the ground in an arc. I looked at the cigarette butt that Jin had spat on the ground. Instantly figured out a good way to complete the task. Hey, the one with yellow hair standing over there, don't look around, it's you. Tae quickly put the neighborhood committee armband in his pocket on his hand. Hurry up and pick up the cigarette butt you spit out. Jin's eyes seemed to be able to kill people. He stared at me coldly and glanced up and down. Taeki guessed that Jin now had the urge to kill him. Brother, don't be impulsive when there are many people here. Vodka quickly stepped forward and stopped Jin. Yeah, I know. Jin stared straight at the red armband on my sleeve. By the way, red armband. Tae quickly put his right hand in front of himself. At this moment, Tae felt that he was not fighting alone. We are struggling together with thousands of neighborhood committee ants in China. Of course, it would be better if there wasn't that hint of weakness in Tae's eyes. There is usually only one truth. Kudo's voice came from next to the person being killed. Taeki knew that Kudo now had conclusive evidence to identify the murderer. Jin looked at Kudo Shinichi. Then he looked at me with a look that could kill someone. He slowly bent down and picked up the cigarette butt, flicked it and threw it into the trash can. Taeki looked at Jin's chic posture with envy in his eyes. Taeki knew that it would be impossible for him to have such skills with his entry-level Tai Chi. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the second main mission. Hearing the sound of completing the task from the system, Tai let out a long sigh. Fortunately, I'm smarter myself. Afterwards, Taeki thought about the process of arguing with Jin just now. It was definitely China's luck in his previous life that was blessing him. I'm not fighting alone, Taeki thought triumphantly. You are the culprit. Tae didn't even need to look down, he knew that the murderer was not Aiko, she was framed. Can you chop off a person's head with a small knife like that? There's something wrong with this pupil's IQ. With Shinichi's crackling identification, Hitomi admitted her crime. It's all his fault. He abandoned me. Tae looked at Tongzi and burst into tears. Even Xiaolan and her classmates were crying sadly. But Tae felt a chill coming over him. Tae saw a lot of scum like this in his previous life in China. But there were not many girls who killed people like him. Tae still couldn't accept it. Of course, there are still many good girls in this two-dimensional world who silently persevere for their love. Love is very pure in this world. When Tae thought of this, he felt like he was being purified. Of course, Tae's idea of a harem is just a otaku's fantasy. It's not easy to travel through time, so I can stop fussing for a while. But if you ask him to start a harem, he will have the courage. After the case was over, Tae quickly sent Yuanta and Mitsuhiko home. Although Ayami and Genta were frightened at the beginning, I can say that children are forgetful. That big sister is so pitiful. She was dumped by her boyfriend. Ayami wiped her tears and looked very sad. Brother Shinichi is very powerful. He found out who the murderer was just by looking around. It seems that Mitsuhiko also admires Shinichi. Only Genta had no energy and kept muttering, "I'm so hungry." On the way home, I listened to their chatter about random topics. Tae has been thinking in his mind, something will happen tonight where Shinichi becomes Conan. Do I need to go and see it? Tae's heart was constantly tangled. I'd better go back as soon as possible. Although they have only known each other for a few days, Tae has already regarded Xiaolan and Shinichi as his good friends. Chapter 7, Too Old, the washing machine turns into Conan. At that time, I didn't know why, but I suddenly had a premonition, an ominous premonition that I would never see Shinichi again. Every time Tae saw Xiaolan helplessly looking at Shinichi in the anime, he kept thinking the scene where I ran forward until the dark alley swallowed up Kudo's figure felt very sad. Tae never thought that he would actually see Xiolan in reality, standing there helplessly with tears in his eyes, as motionless as a stone statue. Xiolan's love for Shinichi, that kind of innocent waiting, makes her heart full of sadness. Taeki knew what happened next. Kudo was given poison and became smaller. Disguised as Conan and stayed by Xiolan's side, but Xiolan couldn't find Shinichi no matter how hard she looked. This feeling of not getting what you want makes me feel like my heart turns grey when I think of Tae. Just die. Anyway, I've already died once. Tae's blood boiled when he saw what happened in front of him, and he rushed directly towards the dark alley. Jin, come and fight Sagia for 300 rounds. Bang! After only 3 seconds, Tae felt a huge force coming towards him, knocking him into the wall next to the dark alley. Hiss! Who is this? Tae felt very depressed, and there were sparkling stars in front of his eyes. Suddenly it felt like the dark alleys were filled with colorful lights. I'm sorry. I'm in a hurry. With the dim street lights at the intersection, Tae could barely make out a bald man in a suit and tie. His face was pale and he was sweating profusely. He disappeared like a dog chasing him behind him. It looks like a roll of rubber film. Tae raised it and took a look, but the bald man who bumped into him had already disappeared. Forget it, I'll return it to him when I see him next time. I have to hurry up and find Kudo-san. Tae casually put the rubber sheet in his trouser pocket and hurriedly ran forward. Kudo doesn't know what's going on now. I hope he hasn't been given a PTX 4869 yet. Trobi Paradise is very big, and Tae searched for a long time but found no trace of Kudo. It's gradually approaching the time for Trobiland to close. This is embarrassing, okay. Taeki felt that it was rare for him to be so enthusiastic that it was of no use. Looking at the time, the washing machine must have been turned into a little Conan. Think about it carefully, Vodka, Jin and the others are on a roller coaster. Taeki sat on the grass and thought hard. Kudo, it seems that he was poisoned because he encountered Vodka and their dark dealings. I know. Tae quickly ran back to the alley where the bald man bumped into him. I should have thought that the bald old man should be the person on the other side of the trade. With the careful way of doing things like Jin and Vodka, I must have passed the roller coaster and observed him. Tae looked up at the track of the roller coaster, that's the direction. Sure enough, Taeki was not far ahead and found Shinichi lying motionless on the grass, but his whole body had shrunk to the same size as Ayami. It's still too late. Tae didn't know whether he should show more happiness or sadness. What should I do now? Taeki scratched his head and looked at Kudo who was lying on the ground and getting smaller. I remember that Kudo's family seems to be in Yonka town. It's better to take Kudo out of this place first. Hey, my head hurts so much. Kudo woke up and found that he was being carried on his back. Are you Yashida-san? Kudo-san, how do you feel? Yashida? Why are you here? Kudo was very depressed. He remembered that he was knocked out from behind by a man in black and fainted. There was a drizzle in the sky, so poetic and picturesque, but I was carrying a young lady on my back. Very sad or not? I saw you lying in the amusement park, so I carried you back and prepared to take you home. Tae turned around and looked at Kudo. I saw blood on your face. Did you encounter something dangerous? Kudo Shinichi thought of the transaction he saw in the amusement park. Those two men in black definitely belonged to the same criminal organization. Kudo felt full of energy just thinking about fighting against such criminals and putting them in jail. When Taeki saw Kudo on his back, he clenched his fists hard, waved his hands and smiled like a fool. I remember hearing in my previous life that brain damage can be contagious. Isn't it that Kudo was beaten to death now? Ah! Why have my hands become smaller? Kudo looked at his little hands and fluttered them down from my back. The water stains on the ground clearly reflected the figure of an elementary school student. Have I become smaller? From Taeki's looking down, he could clearly see Kudo Shinichi, who was wearing high school student clothes and only the height of an elementary school student. I don't know why this is happening. You were so young when I found you. Tae was full of curiosity about the science and technology in this Conan world. Kudo turned into an elementary school student after being given poison. This is definitely the fate of the world driving everything. By the way, I remember there was another elementary school student named Habara Ai. She also seemed to have transformed on a rainy day. Boom. Tae was thinking wildly when he saw a big hole blasted into the wall next to the Shin family. Cough, cough. Dr. Ali, what are you doing? This is Dr. Agaza. Tae looked at the white coat in front of him, his chubby figure, and his big round nose. I remember that in the anime, Dr. Ali was a very powerful inventor, but none of the things he invented seemed to have much effect. The mole on your butt also has a hair. So I am really Kudo Shinichi. Poof. Tae really wanted to ask after hearing this. Kudo, did you take off the doctor's pants and see that? This is the story that Kudo Shinichi and Dr. Ali have to tell. Just thinking about it makes people's minds open. Tae, you are already on your way home. A lot of things happened today. It was the first time I saw someone killed at a murder scene. The look of death was really terrifying. I got into a fight with Jin over the lottery. Under the medicine of APTX 4869, the washing machine successfully transformed into a Conan elementary school student. Plus, Dr. Agaza and Conan reveal each other's dark history. The second main quest I remember is completed, but there seems to be one skill that I haven't drawn yet. Plus today's daily draw, I can draw 2 things. System, open the lottery page. Tae decided to draw the daily lottery first. After all, that stuff is really a bit of a scam, and it's just something I don't really need. Hope there's something good this time. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for getting 4 durian cakes. Pfft. I really shouldn't have had any hope in the daily lottery. I just hope that the skill lottery will draw something good. The skill lottery page is similar to the daily lottery, and it is also divided into 4 categories: martial arts skills that increase physical fitness, sports skills that increase physical fitness, learning skills that increase spirituality, and life skills that increase spirituality. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for winning the cooking skill, pastry, proficient. Chapter 8, Idol Secret Room Murder Incident, Part 1. I haven't seen any news about Kudo Shinichi in the newspapers in the past 2 days. Yoshida's mother flipped through the newspapers back and forth on the dining table. The big star, Miss Akino Yoko, is going to hold a concert at the Sports Plaza. Taeki, do you want to go and see it? I heard that Akino Yoko's concert will be very grand this time. Thank you, Mom, but I don't want to go to the concert. Taeki thought of the pastry skill, proficiency, that he drew last night, which included all kinds of Chinese and Western pastries. I couldn't help but want to find a kitchen to try my skills. After all, for a foodie, tasting delicious food made by oneself is an unforgettable enjoyment. Ayami, Akino Yoko. Brother, this is the big star Yoko Akino. Can you accompany me to see it? I really like Akino Yoko. Tae looked at Ayami, blinking her big wet eyes and staring at him, like a little beast waiting to be fed. The slogan "Please comfort, please touch" is almost written on the forehead. Oops! How can Ayami be so cute? It's a foul. Tae faced his lovely sister, already so fascinated that he didn't know what was going on. Then please ask Mom to get me 2 concert tickets. Of course there is no problem. Yoshida's mother looked at the interaction between Ayami and me with a smile. You can take care of Ayami. Good morning, Miss Sonoko. Good morning, Mori-san. Good morning, Yoshida-san. It has been 3 days since the day the washing machine turned into Conan. Tae could see Xiaolan sitting in his seat every day, looking out the window with a frown. Tae knew that Xiaolan was worried about Shinichi. In the anime, Xiaolan's luck and intuition are very unreasonable, but Tae did not expect that in reality, Xiaolan's luck and intuition are still the same unreasonable. Regarding Xinyi leaving without saying goodbye, Xiaolan always thought that something had happened to Xinyi. Xiaolan, Sonako, come and try the pastries I made. Taeki placed the pastries made at home this morning on the table. Eating some desserts can make you feel happy. Xiaolan, what are you worried about? That scumbag Shinichi may be alive somewhere. Sonako was so weak that she lay down in front of Xiaolan. If you don't even make a phone call, they might have forgotten about you as their girlfriend. Shinichi hasn't come to school for several days, and there is no one at home. Xiaolan's whole head was buried in her arms. But Dr. Ali said that he has solved some strange cases again, couldn't you tell me in advance? I'm really worried about him. This bastard is so heartless. He's already living in Xiaolan's house. Don't you know how to tell Xiaolan? Tae quickly patted Xiaolan, Muri-san, don't worry. I seem to have seen Shinichi yesterday. I think he seemed very busy. As you know, Shinichi forgets everything when he is busy with the case. I will go find him tonight and ask him to leave you a message. Really? Yoshida-san. Of course. You have to believe me. Tae slapped his own chest. Come on, everyone, come and try the snacks I specially made. The pastries made by Tae are not large and can be eaten in one bite. I made a lot today and everyone has something. Come on, everyone can try my craftsmanship. The white glutinous rice ball feels very delicate in the palm of your hand. When you bite into it, the soft and tough glutinous rice flour is full of the flavor of coconut and the pure fragrance of milk. After biting into the glutinous rice ball, a thick liquid slowly flowed into your mouth. Blueberries, oranges, bananas, grapes. The flavors of various fruits fill your mouth, making you feel like you are standing inside a manor. The fragrance and sweetness of the fruits make people unable to extricate themselves. Tae, you are so awesome. This tastes so delicious. Tae, did you make this yourself? Can you teach me? Thank you, thank you. The pastry mastery that Tae pulled out of the system, coupled with his wonderful creativity, is completely comparable to the exquisite snacks from all over the country. Ayami, Genta Mitsuhiko, why are you here? Taeki looked up at the Mori detective agency next to him. What time is it? You haven't gone home yet. Ayami, brother, we are looking for Conan-san. We want to be friends with Conan-san. Yuanta, that kid actually dared to ignore us and ran away. Mitsuhiko, it's all because Genta's rudeness scared him away. Conan-san, is that Edogawa Conan? Taeki couldn't help but touch the corner of his mouth. Look, Kudo is already in the same class as Ayami and the others. That's Miss Akino Yoko. Taeki saw the 3 children in front of him chattering about Akino Yoko. Where have you seen this scene before? When Taeki came to his senses, he saw Xiaolan and the others sitting in the same car as Akino Yoko. You 3, follow me obediently. Mitsuhiko, are we going to follow Conan? Ayami, Akino Yoko, Mitsuhiko, don't you want to know where they went? And Conan went with them. Genta, are we playing a detective game? It's so cool. Tae didn't want to pay attention to the 3 chirping children sitting next to him. This gang of young men seeking death will be gathered soon. Ah! The voice seemed to be Akino Yoko's cry. Hey, you little ones, come back quickly. Taeki saw Ayami and the others running up quickly. Ah! 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 Not good. When Tae rushed to the place, he only saw Yuanta and the others falling to the ground pale with fright. These brats really don't make people worry at all. Yoshida-kun, why are you here? Xiaolan was very curious when she saw Taeki's appearance. That's it. Tae touched his head in embarrassment. I found Kudo-san this afternoon and told him that you were worried about him and asked him to send you a text message. As he spoke, Taeki kept winking at Conan. Lan, have you been worried about me? Kudo looked at Xiaolan dreamingly. Am I right? Conan. Tai kept rubbing Conan's dog's head with his hands. Really, why is it you? Taeki saw Officer Megure looking helpless in front of Mori. The encounter between these two people was filled with joy in the midst of disgust, nostalgia in the midst of joy, and endeavor in the midst of nostalgia. These two are such happy enemies together. This is weird. Officer Megure crossed his chest with his hands and squeezed his beady eyes, thinking hard. The strange thing is not just like this. There are obvious signs of wetness around the body. Conan took out a magnifying glass from somewhere and lay on the ground to examine it carefully. Taeki clearly saw Kudo turning on his crime-solving mode again. It comes with background music and sound and light effects. Even Ayami was attracted to him without looking. Tae obviously feels jealous. Is it amazing how he can solve the case? This kid really looks like he deserves a beating, but he'll do well. Uncle Maori, beat him hard. I understand, Yamagishi, you are the culprit. Before he could even say a few words of praise, this perverted uncle started to identify the murderer everywhere again. Tae wiped the cold sweat from his head. This is obviously impossible. Uncle Maori is so unreliable. He relies entirely on deception to solve the case. Chapter 9, The Idol Secret Room Murder Incident. Tae felt like he had seen this secret room murder scene in his previous life, but it was too early and he couldn't remember it clearly. The murderer couldn't be Yamagishi's agent, and it doesn't seem to be Ms. Akino Yoko. Could it be another suspect? I feel like I've forgotten something important. Tae pressed his head hard, feeling that he couldn't remember who the murderer was no matter how hard he tried. You ask how Tae knew there was a suspect? Will he tell you that every time Conan solves a crime in the anime, there are 3 suspects? Conan tugged hard on Officer Megure's orange uniform. Officer, there's something under the couch over there. Kid, go away, go away. Taeki looked at Conan with a smile on his face. Faced with the suppression of Uncle Mori and Officer Megure, he could only walk aside and draw circles in self-pity. The bow that Conan got in his hand is the voice changer that Dr. Agaza made for Conan. I remember that in the anime, Dr. Agaza equipped Conan with a classic 3-piece suit, an anesthesia watch, a voice-changing bowtie, and powerful football shoes. When Taeki saw Conan turning the bow button in his hand, his voice changed into that of a middle-aged man. Officer Megure, there seems to be something under the sofa. Tae's curiosity was completely aroused by Conan. The voice-changing bow was snatched from Conan's hand. Is this the thing that allows you to change your voice and speak? Tae looked straight at the red bow in his hand. What an exquisite prop. This kind of transformer is just like the ventriloquist known in the previous life. It can imitate various sounds with the intention of the mind. It is a very practical gadget. The truth has been revealed. The culprit is Yuko Aizawa. Let's catch that guy. Mori Kogora held Aizawa Yuko's earrings in his hand and raised his eyebrows at Officer Megure quite confidently. Isn't that right, Mr. Police Officer? Taeki felt that Officer Megure's hair stood on end after being teased by Maori. His eyes instantly turned into beady eyes, and even his words became stammering. Maoli, this idiot pervert, has no evidence or reasoning, so he often relies on his own subjective imagination. Blindly determined that Yuko Aizawa was the murderer. I really don't know how he became a policeman before. Akino Yoko's house is full of warm colors, giving people a very warm feeling. There are 2 or 3 oil paintings hanging on the walls. The overall layout of the room looks very elegant. It's this chair placed in the middle of the room, which makes people feel very out of place. Is this? Taeki found a shallow dent on the floor next to the chair. Conan snatched his bow back with force. You can see it too, Taiki. The air conditioner with the temperature turned up, the water stains next to the body, the long hair in the hand, the uncoordinated chair, the victim and Ms. Akino were former boyfriend and girlfriend, all these signs indicate. Exclude all impossibilities, and whatever is left, even if it is impossible, is the truth. Tai stared at the chair for a while, then looked at the hollow on the ground. You mean he committed suicide? The culprit is you, Yamagishi. Uncle Mori started his nonsense mode again. There will be no other prisoners except you. Yes, the victim Fuja Akiyoshi did commit suicide. At this time, Taiki saw a flash of white light reflected on Conan's flat mirror. It's just blinding people's eyes. Forget it, I still don't want to think about it anymore. I still don't understand the victim's motives. Taiki felt that in the future, such brain-burning questions could be left to Conan. Boom! Tai saw Conan's cool football skills again, and a copper ashtray crossed the heads of Yuanta and Uncle Maori respectively. Double kill. Poor Yuanta just woke up from a coma and was kicked unconscious again. I remember that I still owe Genta 2 big meals. Let's go back and make up for him. As for Uncle Maori, let him go and open the sleeping Kogoro with his big bag on his head, so he is so famous. There is only one truth. Tai heard this very famous sentence again, and his whole body felt burning. The culprit is the deceased Mr. Fuja. As for why Mr. Fuja committed suicide? It's probably because he still loves you deeply. I don't agree with this, Mr. Mori. Tai glanced at Conan-san with disdain. My emotional problems have been dealt with in a mess, and I'm still here pretending to be a veteran. Fuja Akira accepted Mr. Yamagishi's money from the beginning and chose to leave Akino Yoko by himself. Now that he sees Akino Yoko becoming famous, he wants to come back to repair the relationship. Miss Akino, you can think about it carefully. Regardless of whether you killed the person or not, finding a dead person in your room will affect your reputation, right? And the contents of his diary, look at it. Tai casually pulled out the victim's diary from Officer Megur's hand. After breaking up with her, I have never been able to forget all the memories between the two. Even if it will ruin her idle life, I am determined to hope that she will come back to me again. I want to tell her that I can't live like this. Taiki looked at Akino Yoko calmly. Miss Yoko, this kind of person is not worth waiting for. At this point, he couldn't help but glare at Conan. This happy little guy, I really envy him. Ami, although it's a little scary, this is the first time I've felt this nervous. If I can be friends with Conan, I think I can experience more thrills and excitement. Mitsuhiko, you have told the truth. Okay. Genta clenched his fists hard. Then drag that guy Conan over and be your friend. As expected of the young detective team. How many minutes have we left the scene? They were all full of energy again. Do. Moses? This is the Maori Detective Agency. Ran, it's me, Shinichi. Zenyi, where have you been these 2 days? Oh, I'm really worried about you. Xiolan said. Already breaking down in tears. I have encountered a very important series of cases in the past 2 days, and I cannot live without people. I am really sorry. Lan, there is actually something I have wanted to say to you for a long time. I like you. Beep beep, a busy tone came from the phone. This idiot. Perhaps, only Xiolan's red ears can reflect the ups and downs of her heart. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for winning a red gourd. Did it change? Tai thought of the lottery tickets he had won in the past 2 days, which were either lollipops or mineral water, and he suddenly felt very happy. This red gourd can not only make the wine more fragrant, and it can store nearly 2 liters of liquid in a palm-sized bag. It's incredible. But why am I the only one who got something good today? Tai recalled what happened today. Does it mean that I need to participate in the plot to improve my luck? It's so confusing. On one side is welfare, on the other side is crisis. Try your luck next time, maybe you are overthinking it. Chapter 10, The strongest gang of teenagers is established. Taeki felt it was difficult to breathe, as if a small hand was pinching his nose. I could only open my eyes in a daze. It turns out to be Ayami. Haha, brother, get up quickly. Mom, the breakfast is ready. Okay, brother, get up right now. I studied the red gourd last night until very late. That gourd was truly a treasure, so Taeki poured a small bottle of sake into it. In just a short time, it becomes as fragrant as a fine wine that has been stored for more than 10 years. Tai yawned and slowly opened the lottery system. He casually walked to the bathroom. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for winning a pink hairpin. Cough cough. Tai swallowed the toothpaste powder into his mouth with a gulp. This thing is just a piece of shitty, just something that can't be used. Morning, Mom. Morning, Ayami. Morning, Taeki. There is an important business that needs to be discussed today, and I may not be able to come back tonight. Yoshida's mother stroked Tai's head vigorously. Tai is at home, and you have to take good care of your sister today. He took a big bite of the bread and said, Okay. I will definitely take good care of Ayami. Taeki thought of the lottery draw this morning, the pink hairpin. The style was very beautifully made, so I took it out and handed it to Ayami. This is for you. So kawaii. Ayami's eyes turned into little stars, and she quickly put it on her head. Brother, do I look good? Tai has to say that although this system is a bit buggy, the things extracted from it are still very good. The pink kitten hairpin, the cat face looks like it can move, the twinkling combination is squatting on Ayami's head, and paired with a light purple bubble princess skirt, it is really kawaii. Is there any? Then I'll go out. Ayami was obviously very happy as she jumped up and down with a small school bag on her back. Today Ayami, they made an appointment to go to the Todo Museum of Art to see an exhibition. Those brats are really energetic. Tai murmured to himself, lonely singles just can't afford to be hurt. I'd better go to System Master. Take some comfort. Open the Properties panel. The system shows, Pet, Taeki Yoshida. Age, 16. Height, 176 cm. Attributes, Physique, 46. Spirit, 41. Skills, Judo, Proficient, Pastry, Proficient, Backpack. Dolly Pills, Durian Cakes, 4 pieces, Wine Gourd. Mission, Main Mission, 3. Prevent the Shinkansen explosion and receive a skill draw as a reward. It seems that my brother has been exercising very well recently. Tai's eyes widened after a while. What is this? To prevent the Shinkansen explosion? Is that what will happen? Isn't that guy Conan a pig's foot? What on earth is he eating? Can't he handle such a trivial matter? Taeki felt as if he had kicked a little rabbit in his chest. Big explosion. It's so exciting. Come on. How many people are going to die? And I want to be involved? It's going to be scary. Tokyo Museum of Art, entrance. What is this? A map made of 7 codes? Isn't this a treasure map? Yo xi, let's go find the treasure immediately. Yuanta waved the note in his hand vigorously, and a raging flame seemed to be lit behind him. Starting today, our young detective team is established. Yet? Young detective team. How cool. I am the leader, Genta Kojima. Genta vigorously flexed his muscles. Do you have any objections? Agree. Agree. Then let's go. First target, Tokyo Tower. I feel like my head hurts so much. Conan touched his head feebly. Just relying on a scribbled piece of paper, you go looking for a treasure that you don't know exists? You can say that you are worthy of being a primary school student. Conan, you must have forgotten that you are also an elementary school student. Conan, why are you so slow? Come here quickly. Coming. Yesterday, the person arrested in a building near Tokyo Tower was Tino Cabana, the leader of the Italian bandit group. I watched the news coming from the TV. The criminal leader has not revealed yet his gang and the 15,000 maple leaf gold coins they stole. These gold coins are worth 600 million yuan in Japanese yen. 15,000 maple leaf gold coins? 600 million yuan? What an amazing group of guys. Forgive Tai, he has always been a loser. Although he is living a good life now, he can't change his habit of lusting after seeing benefits. There must be a lot of treasures, Genta thought and his mouth watered. I'm going to eat the best eel bento in the world. Ayami held her chest in her hands. I want to travel around the world 100 times. So, Mitsuhiko crossed his hands and showed a cool look. I want to go to NASA to buy a spaceship and go to the universe. Conan, what about you? Save it. Conan felt very embarrassed. Can he find a treasure with just a few small patterns and the 3 English letters Oro? Conan, you really have no dreams. Ignore him, hurry up, the young detective team is about to set off. You little brats! Go away! You are not allowed to come to my store again. With a crackling sound, Conan and the others were kicked out again. It's so frustrating. The sun has gone down, and there are only a few pedestrians on the street. These patterns don't look like they belong to a clothing store, do they? I'm so hungry. Genta rubbed his stomach weakly. Let me invite everyone to have something to eat. Ayami took out the small wallet in her pocket. Brother has given me a lot of pocket money recently. KFC fast food restaurant. Oro? I thought of it. Oro in Italian means money, and it also means gold. Conan looked at the note in his hand in disbelief. Then, this code is really where the treasure is hidden. Then what do these patterns together represent? Damn it! What do these simple symbols mean? Conan felt that he couldn't figure it out and scratched his scalp. It's getting dark, why hasn't Ayami come back yet? It shouldn't be. Taiki wandered around the house a little worried. It is reported that according to the Italian police, there are 3 members of the Cabana criminal gang on the run, one of whom was confirmed by the police to be Japanese. Hey! Tai couldn't help but look at the TV. No way! Ayami and the others won't be involved in this, right? In fact, Taiki himself already believed it. After all, Conan's troublemaking machine is there. If something doesn't happen, how can he still be called Conan? So I can say that all the police in Japan are all about eating and not working, and few of them are useful. Tai grabbed the car keys on the table and ran out to find Ayami. If Ayami loses even one hair, Conan, you will definitely be dead. At this moment, Tai felt that his sister control soul was burning. Chapter 11 You are the ones bullying my sister. KFC fast food restaurant. Ah, don't you think it's that one? Ayami excitedly pointed to a store outside the window. Look, that signboard is exactly the same as the second graphic. Wait a minute. Conan felt that his inspiration was instantly inspired. If the person who drew this picture is Italian, then these patterns represent certain symbols? Then this moon. Conan, have you figured it out? If you arrange these codes together and use neon lights to establish the shape. Conan pointed forward confidently, the second code represents that place. Whoosh, young detective team, let's go. Conan and the others ran collectively under the hat-like neon lights. Yes, look. Really, that neon sign is exactly the same as the third code, both are inverted triangles. Then just go down there and look for the umbrella-shaped neon lights, right? But when we arrived at the place that represented the third code block, the surroundings were completely dark, and the umbrella-shaped neon light could not be seen at all. Amy circled around. Didn't you see the umbrella-shaped neon lights? Mitsuhiko and the others suddenly felt a little frustrated. Could it be a mistake? No, we have found it. Conan pointed to the sun icon very confidently. The secret symbol of the umbrella is the same as the sun, it represents the weather forecast. Wow, what are we waiting for? Yuanta immediately took the lead and rushed forward. Next is the star-shaped neon light. Yuanta kept shouting excitedly, where is it, where is it? Where are the stars? I found it, I found it! Amy shouted, pointing to the observation car. It must be this thing. That's right, it's the same as the fifth shape. Then the sixth neon light is also near here. Seeing that the treasure is getting closer and closer, the young detective team should feel very excited. It is very fulfilling to verify their ideas with their own hands, let alone find the treasure. Found it, the sixth neon sign is this building. Conan looked at the roof of the abandoned building with no windows. There were two large neon signs hanging on the roof that said Dangerous Building. Hey, Conan, is the treasure really here? Well, because the word Oro written next to the sixth pattern does mean treasure. But we haven't found the treasure from just now until now. The main reason is that we haven't solved the last mystery yet. Conan pointed at the note. Look at this code. Is it the fish-shaped pattern painted at the end? Amy looked at Conan in confusion. There are houses all around here. If there are fish, it means the river in front. Mitsuhiko looked thoughtful. By the way, it's a river. It must refer to the fish in the river. Yuanta was the first to rush forward with full energy. In the middle of the river, Yuanta got a long bamboo pole from somewhere and kept pounding it. The treasure must be at the bottom of the river. Okay, Genta, hurry up and help. Stop. It's so dangerous. Amy stared at Genta closely, worried that he would accidentally fall into the river. These codes on the map are all things that can only be seen at night. Therefore, this last figure definitely does not refer to a river. Genta, did you hear what Conan said? Come back quickly. If my reasoning is correct, there must be something related to glowing fish nearby. Conan slowly glanced around. The surroundings were pitch black, with only the sign of Dangerous Building and the neon lights on the bridge over the river flashing. Conan looked carefully at the dangerous building facing the river. Ha ha ha, I finally found the luminous fish. Come with me quickly. Conan took the lead and rushed into the dangerous building. This building is dark, the glass on the window has fallen off, and I can barely see through the neon lights on the bridge outside. How can there be glowing fish in such a small shabby building? Hey, where is the dark fish? Conan walked to the window and pointed to the bridge in front. Everyone, try to look out of the window at the river. I saw the neon lights reflected on the river and the lights on the bridge forming a big fish. The lights on the bridge turned into fish shapes on the water. The eyes of the fish are the lights of the building in front. Then the location of the treasure is here. Watching the young detective team successfully find the treasure, they excitedly chattered around them. The treasure should be around here. As he spoke, Conan stepped back, and when he saw the river in front of him, a fish was completely reflected. Conan found a black shadow above his head. This looks like it is tied to a rope. It should be wrapped around the bulge in the ceiling. Then fish the bag on top. It's a treasure, it's a treasure. Yuanta hugged Conan excitedly. At this moment, 3 men in black came up the stairs. Thank you so much for your hard work, kids. This is the end of the detective game. Seeing someone wanting to share their treasure, Yuanta suddenly became unhappy. That's what we found. The man in sunglasses gave Genta a hard hammer, and Genta lay on the ground with his head covered in bruises. Mitsuhiko and Conan were all tied together obediently. Who are those people? They are so vicious. I saw these 3 black men wearing black suits. I'm afraid it's an Italian bandit group. Conan whispered to them. Bandit group. I remembered, I saw it on the news. Amy looked like she was about to cry. So, what are these treasures? We robbed these gold coins from a bank in Italy a year ago. This incident was planned by our leader Cabana, but Cabana betrayed us and fled to Japan alone with the gold coins. He also had we grabbed 15,000 maple leaf gold coins together. When we found Japan, he had already hidden the gold coins somewhere and only had this code. We had no choice but to send him to prison first and find the gold coins ourselves. On the way, I saw you guys gradually figuring out the code, so I asked you to study it on purpose. I didn't expect you guys to actually find the gold coins for us. The man in black wearing black sunglasses slowly took out a gun from his arms and pointed it at Conan's forehead as he spoke. Tell me, where is the gold coin? Tell me quickly. Just then, there was a call from the stairs. Is it you little brats who bullied my sister? It's brother Taiki. It's brother who's here to save us. Amy and Genta were very excited when they saw Taiki's arrival. Where did this kid come from? The man in sunglasses yelled at the two men in suits next to him. As soon as Tai arrived, he saw his sister's eyes were red from crying. The man in sunglasses in front of him pointed his gun at Amy and the others. Unforgivable, really unforgivable. Tai immediately ate the dolly pill in his backpack, and his physique directly exceeded 50 points. Taiki sprinted and knocked the pistol out of the bespectacled man's hand first. Then with a sweep of his legs, the two men in suits standing next to him were kicked away. The two men flew directly upside down and hit the wall, piled on top of each other, and could no longer get up. Then he reached out and grabbed the man in the suit. It's you, you little brat. How dare you bully my sister? Without giving him a chance to speak, Tai pushed and pulled hard, immediately destroying the man in the suit's center of gravity. This is collapse. Tai stepped forward quickly, turned around, searched, bang, the man with glasses drew an arc, and was thrown heavily to the ground on his back. This is work. Who gave you the courage? Before he could get up, Tai fought, grabbed the bespectacled man's chest with both hands, pulled him up and threw him, then jumped into the air and strangled him, and was hit hard with a bang thrown to the ground. This is wrestling. Fuck me. He grabbed it again, threw it over his shoulder, and bang. Turn around and reverse again, bang. Turn around again and throw. Whoosh pa. The man with glasses was frothing at the mouth and lay down with the two men in suits. Conan only felt that he saw Xylan's figure again, with her domineering skills. I didn't expect Taiki to be so powerful. Okay, that's awesome. What is this? Genta and Conan asked in surprise with their mouths wide open. Judo's throwing skills. Tai looked very proud. He felt that the skills he used today were really good and he could throw as much as he wanted. In the end, Taiki directly informed Officer Megure and the others. The criminal group was all arrested and the incident was successfully resolved. The first action of the Young Detective Death Squad can be considered a complete success. Kids, remember to inform me if you have any dangerous activities in the future. I was scared to death today. Tai rubbed Conan's dog's head vigorously. Especially you, you know. Conan rolled his eyes at me. These are for you as a souvenir, one for each of you. Tai put a maple leaf gold coin into their hands. Is this a gold coin? Wow, it's so beautiful. Brother Tai, you are so awesome. Conan poked carefully. He poked me. Yashida, where did you get this? I asked for this from Officer Mumu. You should collect it carefully. Tai smiled and winked at them. Xylan's house. You are so awesome. You can actually decipher that code. Xylan looked surprised. And even the bandit group was caught. It's me, I caught them. Yuanta pointed at himself hard. Mitsuhiko followed closely behind. The code was solved through my reasoning. Amy pushed them away. Unlocking the code and finding the treasure are all the work of Conan-san. Conan-san was really cool back then. Ayami's eyes were filled with little stars. Ye Xiaolan looked straight at Conan. Conan-san, thank you. Ayami kissed Conan directly on the cheek. Oh. That's great, Conan-kun. Xiaolan said with a smile in her eyes, you have got a lovely girlfriend. Wait. Conan kept waving at Xiaolan. That's not the case. Damn Conan. We'll go tell Taiki brother later. Mitsuhiko looked at Genta, tell him, Ayami was bullied by Conan. Tai, that girl control. Conan thought of the miserable appearance of the man in sunglasses, and instantly his head was covered with black threads. That will kill someone. Chapter 12 The Shinkansen is about to explode. On the Shinkansen railway. The perverted Uncle Maori was shaving with his vibrating razor. No one would shave themselves on the Shinkansen on the day of their friend's wedding. Xiaolan looked at Uncle Maori with disgust. Mori Kogoro looked at a small mirror and kept shaving. Isn't it all because of work? Last night I discussed something with a client, but it was too late. That's why I couldn't get up in the morning. No matter how you look at the person in the mirror, he is still handsome. Maori feels handsome. Xiaolan crossed her arms and looked out the window. It sounds so nice, but I don't know who fell asleep in the entrance hall last night. Mao Li yelled at Xiaolan in embarrassment, don't forget, you said you wanted to come, so I brought you here. Because it's a wedding ceremony in Kyoto, a wedding ceremony. Xiaolan couldn't help but fantasize, Mao Lilan, are you willing to marry Kudo Shinichi? I do. Oh, just thinking about that kind of scene makes people shy. Then why do you have to bring these guys out together? Uncle Maori pointed angrily at the young detective team. What does it have to do with it? I got travel expenses from their parents. After all, Uncle Maori drinks constantly all day long and doesn't work seriously. If he doesn't make some money, he will really starve to death. What about the guy opposite? Uncle Maori pointed at Tai. Why did he come here too? You think I want to come with you? Tai rolled his eyes, if the Shinkansen hadn't exploded, I wouldn't have come even if you asked me. This mission fully demonstrates that Conan has not solved this crisis, so it's up to me. Tai turned his head and simply ignored Uncle Mori, thinking seriously about this mission. I don't know what will happen today, so I can only take one step at a time and wait and see. First, keep an eye on Conan to see if he has any suspicious targets. Really, what are your parents thinking recently? Conan-san, let's go exploring together. It seems very interesting. Hurry up, our young detective team is about to set off. Come here quickly, Conan, why are you still standing there? This perverted uncle seems to be going to attend a friend's wedding ceremony. Tai rolled his eyes when he thought of this, and he was planning on it. Uncle Maori. I have some good wine here, would you like to taste it? As he spoke, he took out a small red gourd from his arms. I'll let you smell it first. I saw a rich and mellow fragrance coming from the gourd, which made people feel as if they were immersed directly in the newly harvested rice fields in autumn. The fragrance of the rice made people a little drunk just by smelling it. Mao Li's eyes stared straight at Tai's gourd, and his saliva immediately flowed out. Good wine, really good wine. Just smelling it is unforgettable. This is a sense of satisfaction that gives people a harvest. Tai, who was sitting opposite, dug out a cup without even seeing where Maori was. Boy, hurry up and fill it up. It's those guys. Conan saw two men in black trench coats at the door of the toilet. They were dressed exactly the same as the people who gave him poison that night. The opportunity has come, I can finally take back the antidote. Conan clenched his fists excitedly, feeling that today was the day when he became Kudo Shinichi. When I recover, I will definitely bring you all to justice. Conan quietly observed these two people. I found that they had gone to another carriage. Are you going to meet someone? Conan took off the monitor from his glasses and stuffed it in bubble gum. What are you doing? Conan. Conan was sticking his butt out and placing the bug under the seat of the man in black. He heard Xiaolan asking him angrily from behind him. No, it's nothing. Conan waved his hands in fear. Really? Amy took out a chewed bubble gum directly from under her seat. It seems that you are really a kid who likes to play pranks. Because it's because of bad boys like you that the adults will hate us. Genta accused Conan. Chewing gum, be sure to wrap it in paper and put it in an ashtray. Amy directly placed the bubble gum with the bug in the trash can on the seat. Conan saw where the bug was placed and took a deep breath. This is better, you can hear it more clearly there. Then let's go, Conan. Conan was dragged directly into the carriage corridor by Amy. Because it was Conan who did it, Amy looked at him excitedly, so it must not be a simple prank, right? Is that chewing gum a secret weapon? Are those two men in black spies or killers? Conan looked at the three little heads that were about to come close to his face, and scratched his head in embarrassment. I played a prank because I thought it was funny. Really? Little Conan. I don't know when Tai stood behind Conan, and that tall figure enveloped him. Conan felt that it was getting dark. Of course. Conan stammered. Why else would I go? Tai was too lazy to talk nonsense with Conan and directly stole Conan's eyes. Look at this monitor, it looks very high-end. Okay, kid, the 3-piece set has been upgraded to 4 pieces. It seems like Dr. Ali is very attentive to you recently, right? How does this bugging device work? Tai fiddled with it for a long time but still couldn't get it right. Conan took the glasses, twisted the frames weakly, and adjusted the monitoring band. How do you know everything? Will I tell you that I saw it in anime? The villain in Tai's heart was laughing crazily. Oh, how about it? I already told you that Conan wasn't playing a prank. Amy faced her little friend with an excited look on her face. Listen carefully, those two people seem to be talking about bombs. Genta. Mitsuhiko and the others hurriedly held their breaths for fear of being disturbed. I placed a bomb in that box and set the explosion time to 3:10. When the time comes, the guy will press the button to explode the bomb without realizing it. Then 10 seconds later, this Shinkansen will be reduced to ashes. Will the Shinkansen be blown to ashes? Taiki and the others stared at each other. Then these two people are my mission. Wait, the box is in someone else's hands, which means the bomb is no longer in their hands. Taiki thought of this and walked over angrily. I have been frightened by this all day long, but they are still here laughing. You two, you are unforgivable. Tai made a direct move, with his breasts piercing his ears, grabbed the two people's heads, and touched them hard. Bang! Tai seemed to see stars spinning round and round on their heads. When he looked carefully, there was nothing. Done. The two of them fainted and fell to the ground before they could react. Ah, these two people don't seem to be the ones who drugged me. Conan immediately turned into a beanie-eyed person, and the two of them were also wearing black windbreakers. It's the wrong person, right? The two men lay helplessly on the ground. Brother Tai, do you know where the bomb is? Conan looked at Tai speechlessly. Ahaha! It feels really good to be called brother by Kudo. It's super cool. Is that true? As for the bomb? I trust you, Kudo. Tai patted Kudo's head hard. Finally, the Shinkansen stopped. Officer Megure searched the entire car. Of course, Uncle Mori and the others were late for the wedding ceremony they were going to. As for how Uncle Mori arrived at the wedding smelling of alcohol, Taiki has no idea. Fortunately, no one on the Shinkansen was injured. Tai's mission has been successfully completed. And the idiot who used the money box as a bomb, and the two unlucky guys who had already been knocked to the ground, were all caught by Officer Megure. We can imagine what will happen to those three idiots. Chapter 13 Day. Often. The Yoshida family. Uncle Mori can do it. Tae looked at the new newspaper that arrived today. The famous detective Kogoro Mori successfully solved the murder case in the art museum. Tae curled his lips, not sure whether it was Maori's fault or Conan's. Think about how Kudo worked so hard to solve the case, but all the honors go to Uncle Mori. This is true love. I hate to press the golden thread every year to make wedding clothes for others. Tae couldn't help but sigh. Tae, you also taught yourself Chinese. Yoshida's mother was very surprised. After all, Chinese is difficult for Japanese people to learn, and Tae's 2 poems show that he has high attainments in Chinese. Then in the next few days, can you do your mother a favor and be a Chinese translator? Recently, I have a very important business, but I just can't find anyone who is proficient in Chinese. Taeki looked at Yoshida's mother's worried look and patted her chest hard. No problem, Mom. I can pass set 4 or set 6 in Chinese. As for whether there is set 4 or set 6 in Chinese, who knows? Good morning, Xiaolan-san. Good morning, Yoshida-san. Xiaolan, did you win the lottery today? Tae saw that Xiaolan was in high spirits today, and the words I am very happy were written on Tae's face. How do you know? Xiaolan looked surprised. When I went shopping yesterday, I did win a gift voucher for Saitama Prefecture's World's #1 Night Festival at the mall. That's not all. Miss Yuanzi jumped directly onto Xiaolan's back from behind. And about? Yuanzi. Xiaolan jumped shyly. Could it be that Kudo is back? Isn't that guy in elementary school with Ayami and the others? Xiaolan lowered her head in embarrassment. It's just that Shinichi called me last night. Tae saw from the side that Xiaolan's ears were so red that they were about to bleed. No, Kudo would not take the initiative to call Xiaolan. Tae thought hard, it should be that Conan exposed something and Xiaolan noticed it. From this point of view, then the call was probably not made by Kudo. That's it. That bastard should just die. Taeki thought of what Mitsuhiko and the others told him yesterday. The day before yesterday, Ayami kissed Conan and said she admired Conan very much. Also, that boy Conan always clings to Ayami wherever he goes. Genta also added fuel to the fire. Just thinking about it, do you want to beat that brat to death? Tae gritted his teeth angrily. Even I have never been kissed by Bumi, and that guy has Xiaolan and dares to provoke Bumi by relying on his being smaller. This guy deserves to die. Lan, long time no see. Xin, Xinyi. Xiaolan's eyes widened and she looked surprised. It's really Shinichi's voice. Miss Yuanzi opened her mouth wide. Is this Tae? He looked back and forth in disbelief. How did you do it? It's so amazing. Oh, Xiaolan, have you forgotten my voice? I love you so much. Tae looked at her lovingly. This is ventriloquism. Taeki saw how silly they looked at him. I just imitate various sounds. I just imitated Kudo's voice. I can still do this, for example, Sister Xiaolan. This is Conan's voice. This is a crime scene. Children, please don't wander around. This was the voice of Officer Magyar. How could this happen? Xiaolan was obviously confused. So, was it Shinichi who called me last night? Exclude all impossibilities, and the rest, even if it is impossible, is the truth. Tae winked at Xiaolan suggestively. This is what the famous detective Sherlock Holmes said. Xiaolan faced Tae, and fell into a state of confusion due to these obviously suggestive words. Is it really Shinichi who was there last night? Watching Tae slowly walk away, you're so classy. Isn't it? Yuanzi pulled Xiaolan and kept shaking her. Yoshida-san just now was so handsome. Let me see if you will die this time, Conan. The villain in Tae's heart was laughing crazily. Do you still have the intention to bully my sister this time? There must be a fire in the backyard. Tae opens the properties panel. The system shows, Pet, Taiki Yoshida. Age, 16. Height, 176 cm. Attributes, Physique, 52. Spirit, 48. Skills, Judo, Proficient, Pastry, Proficient, Ventriloquism, Proficient, Backpack, Lollipop, 249, Belly Band, Big Wolf Balloon, Wine Gourd. Mission, Main mission, 4 turn Aso into a woman, and the reward is the Drowning Girl Spring, 2 copies. You can advance the reward in advance. A special draw. The recent daily life, apart from winning a belly band. There are only 249 lollipops and Big Wolf balloons. One lollipop is only 250 yuan less, which is really gratifying. The balloons can be given to Aomi sometime. As for the belly band, on the bright red fabric, a phoenix flying high was embroidered with gold thread, which looked very luxurious. Who can I give this to? Tae counted the women he knew around him. Aomi? Mom? That would be considered a pervert. Soniko? Xiaolan? That would be beaten to death. As for giving it to others, Tae's character is such that he would rather put it in his backpack and not use it than give it away. What a failure in life! Tae felt that he failed in love. It's not my fault, it's all the world's fault. That's Yoshida-san. As Taeki walked by, the girls around him were discussing in low voices. I have tasted the snacks he made. They are very delicious. This is a student in the same class as Taeki Yoshida. Yoshida-kun is really handsome, especially when he is depressed. The fat girl covered her heart. My heart is going to break. I decided to pursue Yoshida-san. A girl raised her hands excitedly. This is Xiao Baichi who still wants to pursue our school idol. Sisters, please bully her. Forgive that idiot Tae. This kind of loser who has never been in love will never know that love is coming unless you explicitly pursue him. Tae threw his backpack on the desk and leaned on the chair. The fountain of drowning women. That thing can turn any male into a female. Tae shuddered directly, it's really scary. Fortunately, it won't work unless it's voluntary. In the special lottery, you can draw many fantastic items, and Dolly Pill is one of them. Taeki felt a bit toothache when he thought of the powerless state of Dalawan. I'm shaking even when I lift my chopsticks to eat. As for Aso Minoru, Taeki remembered what he had seen in the anime in his previous life. It was a pseudo-mother who seemed to avenge her father, disguised as a female doctor and killed 3 people, and finally burned herself in the fire. I can't remember the specifics. After I finish helping my mother, I'll take the time to go to Moon Shadow Island. Tai murmured to himself. Chapter 14. Sorry, I'm a police officer. Saitama County, Business Hotel. Welcome to our Chinese friends from afar. Tae stepped forward to shake hands in standard Mandarin. I am the consultant of Fengxing Publishing House, Taeki Yoshida. The president is already waiting upstairs. Please follow me. Today Tae is wearing a purple suit. The combined experience of 2 lives is accompanied by eyes that can see through life and death. The whole body reveals a mature, free, and easy temperament. This time, Yoshida's mother placed the business meeting in Saitama Prefecture. Because Saitama Prefecture's best night festival in the world will be held on Mt. Matakta night. The night festival in Saitama Prefecture is famous throughout the country for the words the best in the world. Every time the night festival is held, it attracts many tourists to participate. Before the night festival again, Taeki remembered, Xiaolan said that she would also come to Saitama County to participate in the night festival. Does that mean the 2 Shinigami, Mori and Conan, are also coming? Then tonight must be wonderful. Bang! This is the sound of gunshots. Tae immediately looked downstairs along the window and saw a big wolf balloon slowly drifting past his eyes. Isn't this what I just gave to Aomi? Could it be? Tae ran downstairs. No, definitely not. If Tae ran faster, directly holding down the handrail of the stairs, bouncing back and forth. Amy! Amy! Tai kept shouting anxiously downstairs. Wow! Is this? Taiki saw Amy squatting on the corner of the door, crying helplessly. Are you injured anywhere? He held Amy in his arms, looked back and forth for a long time, and found that only his hands were scratched. It's okay, it really scared me to death. Brother, a tall masked man just knocked my balloon away. Tai looked at Amy in his arms and kept crying. Be good, it's okay, my brother will buy it for you right away. Tai took out a large handful of lollipops from his backpack and stuffed them into Bumi's hand. Well, the lollipops in the system were very delicious. Usually, they were worried that Bumi would eat too much, so they were only in limited supply. It seems that the lollipop is indeed a magical tool for coaxing little Lolita. As for the person who dared to bump into my sister, it seems that he doesn't want to live anymore. A sharp cold light flashed in Tai's eyes. Excuse me, I am Officer Yokomori of the Saitama Prefecture Police. A man with a donkey face handed me his police officer ID card. There was a shooting here. Your sister has seen the murderer. Can you please describe it? Didn't you see that my sister is crying? Tai shouted at him furiously. Yes, but... nothing. Tai took out a small document from his arms and threw it into the arms of Officer Hengagu. From now on, I take over everything here. When Officer Hengagu saw the black cherry blossoms on his ID, he saluted directly. Hi. Now, you Tai pointed directly at Officer Hengagu. Lead a team to arrest the suspect. You, seal off the death scene. You, go buy me big wolf balloons and come back. Did you hear them all? Tai yelled at them. Hi. All the police officers, under the command of Tai, became busy instantly. Pa! A slap hit Tai on the face. Yoshida's mother cried and shouted to me, you don't know how your father died? Do I have to lose you again now? Although my father died in front of me, the honor of the Yoshida family cannot be discarded. Taiki Yoshida looked at Yoshida's mother. I'm sorry, Mom, this time it's Amy, what about next time? Only in this way can I protect you and Amy, and everyone around me. Officer, the suspect has been brought here. Hey, who are you? Tai turned his head and saw Uncle Maori and Conan squatting next to the deceased. How did you get in? I'm sorry, I'm a detective. If I guess correctly, you are the famous detective Mr. Mori Kogora. Officer Hengago looked very surprised. Yes, I am Kogora Mori. Uncle Mori stood aside with his hands on his hips, looking very proud. You have solved many difficult cases. I often read reports about you in newspapers. Officer Hengago directly took Uncle Maori's hand and put it on his chest, staring directly at him with spring eyes. Looking at him. All incidents were obviously solved by me. Conan said angrily, by the way, Taiki, why are you here? Taiki Yoshida didn't even bother with Kudo. He quickly walked up to Shijing Swanyi, picked him up by the neck and pushed him against the wall. Is it you, a little loser? I have evidence, I am not the murderer. Shijing Swanyi's face almost turned red. Did I say you were the murderer? Tai picked up his neck and pulled him directly in front of him. Let me ask you, who gave you the courage? It's my sister who dares to hit you. Shijing Swanyi stretched his legs weakly and rolled his eyes upward helplessly. Tai casually threw him to the ground. Tie him up and take him away. Hi! Immediately several policemen rushed up and tied him up. No, sir. Officer Hengagu hugged Taiki's thigh directly. There are so many people watching around. As he spoke, Officer Hengagu secretly pursed his lips towards Maoli and Conan. What is going on? Under the gaze of a group of people, Uncle Maori and Conan broke out in a cold sweat. Do they want to kill people and silence them? Please introduce yourself. Tae stood by the window, his clothes rustling in the wind. I am the National Patrol, Police Chief, Taeki Yoshida. As he spoke, he took out the ID card with the black cherry blossoms printed on it, has the right of priority to arrest. Uncle Maori looked at the black cherry blossom certificate seriously. Who are you, Tabo Yoshida? That's my late father. Tae replied in a low voice. Is this the Black Sakura who makes all criminal groups fearful? Conan opened his mouth in surprise. Obviously, Tae's other identity is something he can't accept. Black Sakura is a secret investigation agency of the Ministry of Justice of the island country. Under the leadership of Tabo Yoshida, he gained a great reputation and was arrested one after another for drug profiteering and organized crime. Not long ago, Taeki had completely remembered the memory of his predecessor. The Yoshida family is the Duke of the Chinese ethnic group in Japan. Although the title has long been banned on the surface, in fact, Japan is still controlled by various financial groups and nobles. The Yoshida family is mainly in charge of Japan's police system. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's crime chief, Odajiri Toshiro, and the Osaka Police Headquarters, Hattori Hizo, and other ministers are all subordinates of the Yoshida family. The Black Sakura is a violent organization founded by the Yoshida family to fight various crimes. However, he was blamed for being a traitor. If Taeki Yoshida had not traveled through time, Black Sakura would have been gone. Therefore, Taeki Yoshida is now a mere commander and can only use his ID to show off his appearance. Ahem, I have evidence. Sei Nobuichi stood up with difficulty holding on to the wall, and took out a camera from his arms. Just develop the photos inside. There should be proof of my alibi that was taken. And aren't you Kuro Sakura arresting criminals? I'm innocent. Yo Xi. Are you well prepared? Tae looked very impressed by his calm behavior. Take it and rinse it immediately. Hi. Conan, so it's this kind of rabbit balloon you like? Ayami ran to Conan from nowhere and tugged on the balloon in her hand. I have a lot of big bad wolf ones. The little policeman obviously didn't know what big bad wolf was, so he had to buy a bunch of colorful big bad wolf balloons and come back. Do you need me to give you a big bad wolf? Conan noticed that Tae across from him was looking at him like a big bad wolf, with a desire to eat him. There were 7 photos developed, which indeed contained proof of his alibi. Mr. C went out around 7:30. Police officer Hennigu stood next to Tae and told him the entire case. And he also confirmed the time with the counter staff several times. Therefore, the counter staff he was very impressed. Upon hearing Officer Yakamura's words, Sei Nobu hurriedly defended himself to Taeki. That's because no matter what, I have to catch up with the time when the word sky is burning at the night festival, but I forgot to bring my watch today. Everything Sei Nobuichi said seemed very deliberate. It seemed to be to highlight his alibi. Tae looked at the obviously different skin color marks on Sei Nobuichi's wrist and murmured to himself. This Sei Nobuichi is definitely the murderer, so there must be something wrong with this evidence. Tae compared each photo carefully. These 7 photos were all taken during the #1 night festival in the world. The 3 words, on Sei Nobuichi's photo fully provide proof of his alibi. Why? Why can he take such a photo? Tae looked at every detail in the photo carefully. Where is the flaw? If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Sei Nobuichi looked very proud. After all, even Black Sakura, if you go too far, I will sue you. Sei Saniki, you can't leave. Tai turned his back to them and looked out the window. I have cracked your trap, this is a planned murder case. Officer Hennigu, look at this photo, at his wrist. Tae handed him a photo with the word sky in the background. Look again, Sei Nobuichi's wrist. This is. That's right. There is no trace of wearing a watch in this photo. Tae kicked him into the corner. How dare you bully my sister? When you lock him in, remember to tell him how to be a good person. Especially the 4 words be a good person were spoken by Tae one after another. Hi! Sir Hengagu, this chief looks so young, I didn't expect him to be so powerful. A group of young policemen surrounded Officer Hengagu and kept discussing. After all, they are the ace team of our police system. I heard that the Black Sakura team was betrayed by a traitor not long ago and they were all killed in an explosion. As long as there are cherry blossoms falling, there are people who need our protection. If justice is pure in the world, the black cherry blossoms will never wither. Kudo Shinichi, you are under arrest. Conan faced Tae, took out his ID, and stood in front of him solemnly. Conan was clearly in a state of confusion. What's going on? Chapter 15 Aso becomes a girl. Conan looked at Tae with a confused expression. Ahem. Taeki placed the small notebook in front of Conan seriously. Kudo Shinichi has been arrested because he took unscientific drugs, which caused unscientific changes and disrupted the process of human evolution. What else can I say? Conan looked at Tae with a sad and angry face. It's not like you don't know why I'm like this. What do you think of me now? You are very curious and get involved everywhere. Tae looked at him innocently. Do you blame me for being like this now? Conan's face turned red with anger. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat Tae, I really want to say hello to his face without any care. Kudo, now you also know my identity. Tae lowered his head and looked at him seriously. Don't you want to know who gave you the poison? Conan was stunned for a moment. Do you know the information about the Black Organization? The Black Organization you are talking about is a large transnational criminal group that names its members after various alcoholic names. As for the 2 people who poisoned you, their code names are vodka and gin. As for the rest. What else? Tae, do you have the antidote for the poison you gave me? How many people are there? Who is the leader? Where is he hiding? Conan looked at Tae with a frantic expression. The rest are the secrets belonging to Black Sakura. You can only know more if you join us. Tae looked at Conan seriously. I am the only one left in Black Sakura so far. My father and all of my father's men died in that explosion. So this job is really dangerous. So, Kudo Taeki pressed Conan's shoulders hard. Go back and think carefully about whether you should join Black Sakura. Mom, I'm back. Kneel down. Emi Yoshida, who was sitting on the chair, was completely immersed in shadow and her face could not be seen clearly. Do you still remember how your father died? I was killed by a bomb along with all my uncles and uncles. Now that you know, do you still want to reorganize Black Sakura? Yoshida's mother stood up excitedly. Is the glory of the Yoshida family really that important? This is not only the honor of the Yoshida family, but also the responsibility that the Yoshida family has always shouldered. Are these really that important? Yoshida's mother sat back on her chair weakly. I just hope you will do things carefully in the future. I don't want to lose you again after losing your father. Tae lay weakly on the bed. It's not something I can't bear if I don't want to bear it. In this world, black organizations are rampant, and all kinds of murders occur one after another every day. If they disagree, they plan a bombing. And banks are robbed every 3 days. What else can I do if I enter this world? This incident did not hurt Ayami, but what about next time? What about next time? I can't put all my hope in luck. Tae clenched his fists tightly thinking of the people he cherished. I will not allow those around me to be harmed. Tokyo Police Department. Officer Megure, I came to you to check some information. Hey? It's Taeki. Officer Memyo quickly adjusted his khaki uniform and poured Tae a cup of tea. The information you want about the suicide of pianist Kiji Aso that happened on Yueyang Island 12 years ago is here. Officer Mew Mew found a thick stack of documents somewhere, all covered with dust. Is there any other theory about that case? Well, it was involved in a drug trafficking incident, and up to now, I still have dealings with drug trafficking organizations. Taiki explained to Officer Magyar while looking at the information. By the way, Taiki, I paid for all the gold coins last time as you asked. Officer Magyar thought to him with a shy, fat face, this time I heard that Black Sakura is going to reorganize, aren't you? Looking for someone? Can I recommend one to you? Yo xi. Are you here to talk about favors? If you are good at it, you can give it a try. Taei's brain ached a little when he thought about how he was still a mere commander. Taei didn't want to make the same mistake as his father, who wanted all kinds of people, but in the end he recruited a traitor, and everyone was taken away from him. Well, with Conan's skills in solving crimes, he will definitely join. Taei knew that with Conan's ability to cause trouble, he would definitely join. What if Aso becomes a woman? Taiki thought of the drowning girl Spring and touched his chin obscenely. Hey, it's not unacceptable. Taei would feel like thinking that his subordinates are all beautiful women. All of a sudden, my mouth watered. Yuying Island Clinic. Ding dong ding dong. Coming, coming. Click. Taei saw a beautiful girl standing behind the door. This cute girl, it's really hard to believe that she is a man. I wonder who you are. Aso Minoru looked at Taiki, who was wearing a purple windbreaker across from him, in confusion. Although he is very handsome, what did he come to see me for? May I introduce myself? I am from Tokyo, my name is Yoshida Taiki. He took out the small notebook with black cherry blossoms printed on it from his pocket. The main purpose of coming here this time is to find you, Aso Minoru. Aso Minoru looked at the small book in front of him. Is this it? Kuro Sakura Flower? The pianist Kiji Aso and her family were murdered 12 years ago. Taiki walked to the window and opened the curtains. The bright moonlight shone on his face, making him look divine. The murder was planned by Mr. Nishimoto, Mr. Kuroiwa, Mr. Kawashima, and the deceased former village chief, Mr. Kamiyama. They wanted to take advantage of Mr. Aso's opportunity to perform overseas and ask him to buy heroin from abroad. But Mr. Aso said he was unwilling to help them. The four of them were afraid that the secret would be leaked, so they locked him and his family in. The house was set on fire and burned to death. Kiji Aso also has a son who is hospitalized in Tokyo Hospital. That person's name is also Narumi. Yes, I am indeed Aso-san. That case has been in the past for too long. From the formal procedures, there is no evidence to identify them now. Aso Minoru looked at Taiki angrily, then let them get away with it. I'm different from those ordinary policemen. Taei leaned against the window. I am now the team leader of Black Sakura. I can arrest him on drug trafficking charges and lock him up as long as he wants, but why should I help you? Dad, Mom, Cheng Shi clenched his fists feebly, and the tears kept dripping weakly. As long as I can get revenge, I can promise you anything. Taei smiled evilly and hooked his chin hard. That's what you said. The next day, Officer Memyu followed Taei's instructions and led a large number of police officers to Moon Shadow Island. They were successfully arrested on drug trafficking charges. Taei's narrow-mindedness can be thought of as they don't know if they can come out in this life. As for Aso's reality. Hey! Hey! Team leader, why is the gender on my ID said female? Don't be wordy, don't you like women's clothing anyway? I'll just focus on the beauty of adults. Taei laughed crazily in his heart. Oh, ho ho! What do you think I will do? A bunch of perverts. The cherry blossom certificate on the table, turned to the first page. Name, Aso Minoru. Gender, female. Ahem. Taei looked very happy. Who said the system is so stupid and so stupid? The task of changing your identity has been completed. Chapter 16 Conan, the beautiful big sister wants to ask you out to play. The Yoshida family. Brother, Genta said he found a good place to catch fish. Today's breakfast was made by Taiki, and Ayami's cheeks were twitching constantly like a little squirrel at the dinner table. Yo xi. So what? Tai looked at him with a fawning smile. Can I ask my brother to make some more snacks? Oh, my shoulders are a little sore from being busy today. If someone can rub them for me, I can't agree to some small requests. I'll come, I'll come. Ayami ran over quickly and rubbed her shoulders vigorously. How's it going? Unai-chan. Yet. Tai kept smiling and nodded. Seeing how sincere this person is, I'll reluctantly do a little more. Oh, long live. Unai-chan, you are the best. By the river. We caught a lot of fish. Conan stood by the river with his hands on his hips, looking very accomplished. Mitsuhiko kept repeating the funny game of fishing out small fishes from the bucket and putting them back again, having a great time. As Genta said, this is a good place to catch fish. As for Genta, he lay weakly on the grass, rubbing his stomach back and forth. I'm so hungry, what time is it now? It's 1 o'clock. Ayami looked at her watch. Unai-chan made me a lot of snacks. They taste very good. Let's eat some snacks first. It was made by brother Taiki. The snacks he made are super delicious. Ayami, you are awesome. It's not that exaggerated. Ayami blushed. Did that bastard Tai make the snacks? Whenever Conan thinks about what happened yesterday, he gets angry. Yesterday? Hey? Why does it say alternate on my Sakura ID card? Conan looked at the ID in front of him with a confused look on his face, and saw 2 big candidates reflected on it. Tai rolled his eyes at him disdainfully. You look like a primary school student, what else do you expect? I'll give you a backup, okay? What about the antidote? Where is the antidote for my recovery? Black Sakura was just served in a pot. Tai looked at Conan helplessly. Don't say I don't know the antidote. I just know where the antidote is. It's up to you to get it back. Then you mean that this organization has nothing now? Tai also felt a little embarrassed that he had deceived such a stupid boy. Aren't there still 2 official members? It's not nothing. Conan silently pointed at himself and then at Tai. You seem to have misunderstood something again. Tai touched his nose and looked a little embarrassed. You are not a formal member yet, you are just a substitute. Although the benefits are a bit poor, it will be fine when you grow older. Conan obviously didn't know that the villain in Tai was laughing wildly. Ho ho ho! Just wait slowly. How long has it been since I traveled through time? Conan was still a primary school student. By the way, another member has opened a clinic near your home. It can be regarded as a secret base for our connection. As for keeping your ID by yourself, especially the code, you must memorize it. It's yours. Proof of identity. Tai looked at Conan seriously. We must remember that as long as there are cherry blossoms falling, there are people who need our protection. It is our responsibility to fight crime. As long as justice is pure in the world, the black cherry blossoms will never wither. Look at the excitement on Conan's face when he hears Black Sakura's iconic slogan, and his blood is obviously boiling. As for Tai who just left? Children are easier to deceive. The guy couldn't help but wiped his hands with cold sweat. I almost didn't fool this kid. Moxie. This is the Yashida family. It's Conan, what's the matter? You mean you saw someone practicing shooting by the river? Tai kept sweating in his heart. Although he knew that Conan was a troublemaker, he didn't expect that even fishing would cause trouble. Well, although I didn't see him shoot, I once saw the rifle in his hand. Yo xi, and you also found a computer at the scene. If I'm not wrong, could that man be kidnapped and brought here? Because it looks like he was forced to shoot. When Tai heard what Conan said, he understood that this was probably another case. Sometimes you have to admire Conan's intuition about the case, it's just so unreasonable. Conan, I understand everything you said. Now your task is mainly to study the puzzle on the computer. I will be responsible for investigating whether there are any missing persons recently. Let's ask Officer Magyar first. After all, we are on his territory. Taiki dialed Officer Magyar's number directly. I'm Taiki. Oh, well, we haven't received any reports so far. Okay, thank you, Officer Magyar, that's it. This is a bit of a headache. Tai put down the phone and rubbed the corners of his eyebrows vigorously. Fortunately, that cheap labor left me some inheritance, otherwise I would really have to have a big heart to live in this dangerous world. Picking up the phone, Tai played a number based on the memory in his mind. I am the leader of the Sakura team, Taiki Yoshida. Right now, we are focusing on thoroughly investigating whether there are any adult men who are missing in Tokyo and who know how to use a rifle. A clinic where ASO is proven. This is the information I collected, please take a look. Tai said as he took out a photo of an adult man and placed it on the table. This is a serving police officer. He was on vacation with his girlfriend and suddenly disappeared. Conan, can you see if it's him? That's the man. Conan looked very excited while holding the photo. The man was exactly the same as what he saw through the telescope. According to the information, his name is Yamabi Koichi, and he was a former Olympic rifle designer. Rifle shooting contestant. Aso Minoru covered her cherry mouth. Wouldn't that be dangerous? I'm afraid those gangsters kidnapped Yamabi and his girlfriend, Miss Eri, and then took Miss Eri hostage, threatened them, and forced Yamabi to snipe someone with a rifle. Taiki looked at Conan seriously. So, what you see is the training you should do for sniping. As for the time and location of the sniper attack, I can't investigate it. By the way, has the problem with the calculator you are responsible for been solved? I'm still thinking. Conan casually pressed a series of numbers on the computer and handed it to Tai. If you solve this puzzle, you should be able to know the location and time of the incident. Tai and Chinchi looked at the computer in front of them with confused expressions. 313-513-4162. What is this mess? Conan gave Tai a big eye roll. This is the clue found at the scene. Tai looked at Chinchi, who was also surrounded by circles, and had to admit that neither he nor Chinchi was the material to solve the case. I'm still responsible for collecting intelligence and fighting. As for her, Tai looked at the charming beauty in front of him. Although this guy has good medical skills, I always feel that she is mainly used to show off her cuteness. Whoosh! So that's what it is. I saw a flash of white light on that guy's glasses. What a classic scene! What? Taiki looked at Conan, who was holding the computer upside down and barely had the words "I understand" written on his forehead. What exactly do you understand? Look, 162 turned upside down is 291. Conan pointed excitedly at the numbers on the back of the computer. If you look at them as English letters, they are Heisei. Is it the Heisei Express? So that's it. Apparently, the beautiful Lady Cheng Shi next to her also understood. Then, what this means together is the Heisei Express at 1 o'clock on the 29th. Tai was completely confused. How on earth did you draw the conclusion from those numbers? Obviously, he still doesn't understand it. Forget it. The process is not important, what is important is the result. Now that you know their plan, leave the rest to me. Tai rubbed Conan's dog's head a little depressed. How does this guy's head grow? Obviously, Tai was a little desperate about his own brain. For Tai, who already knew the time and place, the rest was very simple. With the assistance of Officer Memu, Tai and the others immediately set up a spot to ambush the criminal members and successfully solved the problem. Rescued the hostages, Yamabi and his girlfriend Eri. When Tai saw those people being rushed out by a large number of policemen with guns pointed at their heads, some of them were so frightened that they knelt on the ground, obviously not knowing why their plan was exposed. After interrogation, it was revealed that the gangsters arrested were former gang members of the violent group Ghost Tiger Gang. Because of a very capable prosecutor, the Ghost Tiger Gang arrested their gang leader and a large number of codders, and the gang had to announce its disbandment. The remaining idle staff were obviously very unwilling. They found out about the prosecutor's schedule through various sources. The main purpose of this incident was to use the prosecutor's family on their way back from their trip to snipe him and retaliate against him. So Conan, all of this is your fault. Tae rubbed Conan's head excitedly. Do you need me to arrange for you to take you to the amusement park on Sunday? Seeing Conan's face turn red, there is a beautiful big sister who wants to take you to play. As a reward for you, you can also do something shy. Are you a little careful? Ho ho! Although Changshi is a boy, she does look like a beautiful big sister. The little devil in Tai Yi kept laughing wildly. I just concealed the issue of gender, it's not a big deal anyway. As for what happened next? Tae said that I didn't participate, how would I know? Chapter 17 The God of Death also needs to rest. Today, Tae arrived in the classroom very early, lying on the chair with a look of despair. By the time Tae finished working on the kidnapping case yesterday, it was already very late. So I had no choice but to sleep with Changshi in the clinic. You asked Tae how he felt yesterday? Experienced drivers must understand this feeling. Sleeping with a mature and enchanting beauty makes you feel restless, especially the fragrance coming from the tip of your nose. The feeling of being filled with desire kept teasing Tae. The whole person's blood boiled, as if the horn of charge was lit. But here comes the question, that big beauty, she's a man. What are you going to do? Yashida-san? Yashida-san. Ah! It's Xiaolan. When Tae came back to his senses, he only saw Xiaolan waving in front of him, calling his name worriedly. Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Do you need me to ask Takeda-sensei for a leave of absence? Thank you, Xiaolan. I just didn't get a good rest last night. Tae looked at Xiaolan in front of him, his thoughts wandering again. Comparing Xiaolan and Chinchi seems to be more beautiful. Is that unforgettable temperament due to life experiences? No, Tae-ki, you can't think about it anymore. Yashida Tae shook his head vigorously. Come on, take a deep breath. Inhale, exhale. Breathe in again, exhale again. Hey! Xiaolan looked at it a little cutely. Tae in front of her seemed to be changing her face, constantly acting out various expressions from calm to crazy, from joy to panic. Miss Yuanzi stood behind Xiaolan, holding her chest with both hands, and her eyes turned into love hearts. Yashida-san not only has good grades and is very handsome, but he can also make snacks, and he also knows ventriloquism skills. Even his performances are so impressive. I have decided that I am going to pursue Yashida-san. Xiaolan looked at Yuanzi speechlessly. Are you sure you're not a nymphomaniac? Tae came back very early today. After all, the football club would be meaningless without Kudo. In addition, Tae is really not very interested in football. That secret base is still a bit too small, and it really damages the image of our organization. We need at least one room per person. As for what Tae is thinking in his heart, we don't know this. Money has never been a big problem for the violent organization Black Sakura. After all, various violent organizations that sell drugs and kill people, have you ever heard that they are short of money? No money? It's easy to handle, just find a criminal organization to do it and everything will be settled. Tae carefully selected a villa with an underground research institution from various information about house sales. This villa was originally used by a pharmaceutical company to research drugs, but it was sold due to poor management. Although the defense system is a bit imperfect for Tae, the overall comfort and location of the villa are quite good. I'm back. As soon as Tae entered the living room, he saw Ayami unhappy on the sofa. What's wrong? Taeki sat next to Ayami, who bullied our little princess today. Ani-chan. Today when our boy detective team was looking for a cat, we found a body in a house. Nani? You went to find the cat but found the body. Tae's face was full of admiration, as expected of the youth suicide gang, no one else has such luck. That's not the point. Amy's little face turned red. The point is that the fat uncle, Officer Magyar, didn't believe us and said we were a prank. It's really annoying. Isn't finding the body the most important thing? You guys are really cheating. If you don't pay attention, Tae's building will be crooked. Ahem, have you searched the entire house? We have searched for it. There is no body in the house, and it is impossible to carry it outside. So, in the end, Officer Memu said we were playing a prank, which was so abominable. Amy said as she threw herself into Tae's arms. Ani-chan, we didn't play a prank. We really found the body, but I don't know why it was missing. Hey? That stupid fat guy dares to doubt my sister. Tae hurriedly patted his chest. Of course I believe my sister. If you're not afraid, Amy, I'll go with you again tonight, okay? Oh. Thank you, Ani-chan. Amy jumped up and down with joy and went into the room to prepare for the night trip. Since Conan and the others discovered this matter, then this matter is definitely a murder case. With that kid's character, Conan will definitely go there tonight. Just leave this kind of case solving to him. Taeki touched his nose and thought, I just want to protect Amy's safety. It seems that I need to prepare the thing I extracted. Tae opened the panel casually. The system showed, Pet, Taeki Yoshida. Age, 16. Height, 176 cm. Attributes, Physique, 61. Spirit, 51. Skills, Judo, Master, Pastry, Proficient, Ventriloquism, Proficient, Backpack, Lollipop, 126, Belly Band, Drowned Girls Spring, 2 copies, Wine Gourd, Double Guns, Black Sandalwood, White Ivory. Mission, Main Mission, 5. Confront Kaito Kid, and be rewarded with a special lottery. Ebony and White Ivory. When I think of these 2 guns fighting in Dante's hands, they are as gorgeous as a piano and will appear in my own hands. That feeling. Super touching. White Ivory mainly shoots at close range, especially strengthening the function of continuous shooting. Ebony wood is mainly used for long-distance shooting, especially enhancing the precision shooting function. Tae can use the things extracted from the system as easily as his own arms, which allows him to easily achieve the state of man-gun integration. In addition, Tae uses twin guns that are enhanced versions for the system. Even if Jin comes, I can kill him. Obviously, at this time, Tae was so proud that no one knew him. Taeki took Ayami, Mitsuhiko, Genta, and the others to sit on the big tree and watch Conan sneaking in, counting the leaves under the tree. This is the same as the leaves stuck to my brother's body. Did he really use this tree to carry the body outside? Tae was too far away to hear clearly what Conan was mumbling, so he took out a lollipop from his backpack and threw it down. Ouch! Conan, look here! Tae waved his hands happily and looked at Conan, who immediately had a big swelling on his head. Idiot, what are you doing here? Whatever you are here to do, I will be here to do. Tato looked very cool with his hands resting on his head. You are the idiot. Our young detective team was framed today, how can we just let it go? So we must solve this case today. When Conan hummed and climbed to the top of the tree, he saw Tai looking at the window opposite. What important discoveries have you made? Call the team leader. He casually punched Conan's big bag, causing Conan to grin in pain. Look carefully at the posture of the person opposite. Tae pointed seriously at the person sleeping in the recliner across from him. Don't you feel it's awkward? I watched him for a long time, but he didn't move. I think this person should have died long ago. Wait, are we being misled from the beginning? Tae glanced at him sideways, I don't feel that I have been misled, I just feel that your reasoning has declined, Conan. Since you have confirmed that there is a corpse in the room. Of the two people in the room, the one who cannot move is the corpse. Asshole! Conan stared at him angrily. You think everyone is as stubborn as you? You deserve a beating. Tai punched the big bag just now, erecting a pyramid directly on Conan's head. So, this is a story about two brothers falling in love and killing each other. After hearing the cause of the case, Tai felt that his whole body was not well. An older brother who once was brilliant uses the leverage in his hand to threaten his younger brother who once admired him to support him. The younger brother said he couldn't bear it anymore, so he killed his own brother. This is all a mess. Tai said that your circle is really messy. Finally, under the direct gazes of Taiki as the leader and the pawns of the young detective corps, Officer Magyar solemnly expressed his deep apology to Aomi and the others for their distrust today. The murder case that started because of looking for a cat ended successfully with Taiki's interference. The next day, Aomi expressed to Taiki that she regretted the success of finding the kitten during another cat hunting event of the junior detective team today. Expressing regret, Tai let out a weak breath. Do you think they are all seeking death like the junior detective team? The god of death also needs to rest. Chapter 18 Tai is in love. Today is the wedding ceremony of Conan and Xiolan's middle school tutor, Mr. Matsumoto. Teacher Matsumoto. Every time Xiolan thinks of the elegant Sayuri Matsumoto, she is filled with longing. I remember we haven't seen each other since graduation. Perhaps at the wedding ceremony, you can still hear her beautiful singing voice. By the way, where's that guy? He's the guy who always sings out of tune when he comes to the teacher's music class, making the teacher angry. I remembered that every time Kudo went to music class, it was like an execution ground. Miss Yuanza covered her big mouth and smiled with a bright spring face. You mean Shinichi? Xiolan felt very embarrassed. He told me on the phone, who would want to go to that kind of event? He is just a bastard. Miss Sonoko waved her hands indifferently. Then to replace that tone-deaf guy, you brought this kid here. Well, because Conan has been clamoring to come. Conan's little boy's round face turned as black as the bottom of a pot when he heard this. What? That cruel teacher said I was a tone-deaf and treated me like an idiot for 3 years. I just want to see who that fierce teacher will marry, and how cool that cheap master is. Conan said that as long as you are unhappy, I feel very happy. It's Mori-san and Suzuki-san. Are you here? Today, Sayuri Matsumoto is wearing a white wedding dress, with delicate light makeup on her face, and a long pleated skirt that highlights her intellectual and elegant temperament. How's it going? Does it look good? Teacher Matsumoto, holding flowers in his hand, winked at them mischievously. No, she's very beautiful. Teacher. Xiolan and Yuanza were both stunned. Although they knew that their teacher was beautiful, they did not expect that on their wedding day, he would always convey a happy smile that made them unable to take their eyes away. It's really beautiful. Conan also looked at Sayuri in amazement. If this wedding dress were worn on Xiolan's body. Just thinking about it, Conan's little face felt like it had become that big cooked crab. Papa. There was a sound of footsteps, and a man in black came in from the door. There was a long scar on his serious face, which highlighted his ferocious appearance. Who are you? Why did you suddenly run in? Xiolan stood directly in front of Sayuri, holding her little fists, as if she would hit you if you dared to move. Miss Yuanza hurriedly hid behind Xiolan, pointed at him and shouted, Xiolan, throw this gorilla out quickly. Xiolan, Yuanza, you are here too. At this time, Tai, who was one step behind, just came in and saw Xiolan in a karate pose. Hey! Taiki understood after seeing this scene. This is Chief Matsumoto of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, the father of the current bride. At this time, Yuanzi and the others across the street had their faces as red as little apples. Taiki also found this scene very funny. Who would have thought that such a beautiful woman would have a father who is like a beast? Sayuri, is it really okay? That kind of man. Sheriff Matsumoto excitedly pressed his daughter's shoulders. You know what? There are many young people with more backbone than him. Hey! Tei was dragged directly in front of Sayuri. Even Master Yoshida is 10,000 times better than him. Why does it involve me? Tei looked a little depressed and embarrassed at the bride in front of him. Wearing a pure white wedding dress, her long brown hair was tied up high, and she wore only 2 pearl earrings on her delicate face. That kind of intellectual temperament was directly imprinted on Tei's heart. If the target is Yuriko, then Chief Matsumoto can't be considered. In his heart, Tei felt that if the person in front of him was his girlfriend. Dad, now that it's time like this, what are you still talking about? Ah, hey! Conan poked Tei in the stomach with a gossipy look. What, you're attracted to me? Looking at your lustful look, do you think you've fallen in love at first sight now? Dang, Tei punched Conan's head casually. That naughty kid needs to be dealt with. Sayuri pouted weakly. Really, I'm already that old. You still treat me like a child. Tei's eyes across from him were so attracted by Sayuri's naughty look that he couldn't move his eyes away. You are just a child. You're so old, and you're still drinking this sweet drink, it's true. Sheriff Matsumoto looked at the lemon tea on the table speechlessly. What's wrong with this? I just like it. By the way, how about talking about something else, such as your daughter's outfit? Does it look good or not? Looking at Sayuri, who was spinning around in a circle, the little person in Tei's heart was also spinning around. She was indeed beautiful. It's very beautiful. But it's still a little worse than your deceased mother. Taiki looked at the rough guy who came out with him. This Chief Matsumoto is such a tsundere. He is really a duplicitous person. Ah! Taiki, who was chatting with Officer Megure and the others, heard a scream in the distance. Something happened. Tei hurriedly ran towards the room. I should have thought a long time ago that with Conan, the god of death, nothing good will happen. This is... In the middle of the house, Sayuri Matsumoto was vomiting blood, eyes closed, and lying weakly on the floor. Taiki quickly picked up Sayuri and pointed at the policeman who followed behind him. The officer shouted, "Hurry and call an ambulance." Looking at the person who was smiling coquettishly a moment ago, he was lying powerlessly in his arms a moment later. A mouthful of blood kept coming out, soaking directly on Tei's clothes, printing a beautiful blood flower. Tei held the helpless Sayuri in his arms, feeling that just a few minutes had passed as long as centuries. Seeing that the ambulance was not coming, Sayuri was still looking out and vomiting blood. From the looks of it, she was going to die. I hope my guess is correct. Taiki carefully fed Sayuri with a bottle of Drowning Girl spring water. As she drank the spring water, her breathing became visibly calmer, and the blood in her mouth gradually became smoother. No more leaking out. Hey! Tei wiped off cold sweat. Now let's see when the ambulance arrives. Conan curiously took the glass bottle in Tei's hand. What did you feed Matsumoto-sensei just now? You want to try it? Teiki's eyes cast an evil look. I think it would be nice to transform Edogawa Conan into Edogawa Kusuko. Conan, sweating profusely, waved his hands to Tei repeatedly. I don't have to. I'd better not provoke him at this time. Taiki is really scary now. Chapter 19. You are a good person. Taiki stood at the door, watching the ambulance carrying Sayuri gradually go away. Sayuri looks like she'll be fine. This land seems to belong to me today, right? Thinking about it, for Chief Matsumoto's sake, almost all the people attending this wedding ceremony were police officers. Tei felt annoyed for a while. He planned to kill people under the eyes of the police. It seems that he is very confident in his plan. Have you found any results? Tai was in the room, and he pulled up a chair and sat down. Officer Magyar was serious, holding a small black notebook and standing in front of Taiki. According to the test results, Sayuri was poisoned by drinking sodium hydroxide mixed with lemon tea. A half-melted capsule was found in the lemon tea that fell at the scene. The preliminary conclusion is that the poison was stuffed into a capsule and the capsule was put into lemon tea. The murderer used this method to interfere with us in determining the specific time of the crime. Don't tell me all this nonsense. This is obviously our territory. Someone was poisoning you successfully under your noses. Are you police officers just freeloaders? Wherever Tai looked, everyone lowered their heads in shame. Now. Immediately. Immediately. Investigate all the clues for me. No tiny detail can be leaked to me. I want to see who gave him the guts. Did you hear everything? Hi. When Tai heard the feeble sound in his ears, he instantly became angry again. You haven't eaten yet, please speak louder. Hi. As for you, Tai stared fixedly in front of him. From just now until now, he could only compare his fat eyes with Mew Mew. I don't want to hear your inferential processes. I just want the results. Results. I'll give you an hour. Tai looked at his watch. If you don't find anything after an hour, I will immediately transfer you to the road as a traffic policeman. Hi. The sweat on Officer Mumu's head instantly became like a waterfall, and he couldn't stop it. Good, so handsome. Miss Yuanzi covered her big mouth in surprise. Yuanzi looked at Tai scolding Fang Chu in front of him, and his eyes almost burst into love. By the way, Xiaolan, Sonoko whispered in Xiaolan's ear, Tai-san is so powerful, do you know why? I seem to have heard my father mention this before. Xiaolan bit her fingers and thought hard. I remember my father said that Yoshida-san has inherited the position of leader of Black Sakura. Black Sakura? The ace of the police. And Taiki Yoshida? Is he the current head of the Yoshida family? As the second young lady in the consortium, although she doesn't usually interfere with business matters, she knows how huge the Yoshida family is. The three major ducal families in Japan are the Tokugawa family, the Fujiwara family and the Yoshida family. Japan's military, government, and police are all controlled by them. As the boss of the police force, it is the Yoshida family. The previous head of the Yoshida family, Tabo Yoshida, was a very powerful figure. He led the Black Sakura to gain a great reputation in the world. Although it was said that he died of being betrayed by a traitor not long ago. But there is Taiki Yoshida. Miss Yuanzi started her nympho mode again. He is so handsome, versatile, and so young that he could be a duke. If I pursue him. That bastard Sonoko is daydreaming again. Conan glanced disdainfully at the garden where he was being a nymphomaniac. I always feel like there's something wrong with this case. Conan thought about the case over and over in his mind. Teacher Matsumoto was poisoned in lemon tea, and there was a half-hatched capsule in the lemon tea. If the poison was in the capsule, based on time, the murderer became Sheriff Matsumoto. It's obviously wrong. Police officer, the laboratory department has received the results. The officer quickly took it and handed it to Tai respectfully. The poisonous lemon tea jar only has Sonoko's fingerprints on it. Conan's little head stretched out in front of Tai again. Shoo, I understand. Dang, Conan's head bulged again. Taiki looked at Conan's face in front of him that said I already know the truth and wanted to beat him up, and he couldn't help but want to beat him. Hurry up and tell me your reasoning. Isn't this guy really in love with Mr. Matsumoto? Conan rubbed his head vigorously. Although he is beautiful, he is already 27 years old, okay. Obviously, Conan doesn't know that Tai is just a standard uncle in his heart. So for Tai, these are not problems. We all think that the poison was put in the capsule. What if this was intentional by the murderer? The murderer put the poison and capsules in the lemon tea together. After Mr. Matsumoto was poisoned, he needed to be sent to the hospital and the investigation site. By the time the lemon tea was checked, half of the capsules inside had melted, so everyone mistakenly thought the poison was in the capsule, and there was a pure discrepancy with the time of the crime. The murderer was the last person to touch the lemon tea. As for the evidence, it is obvious that the murderer did not expect that Sayuri inadvertently took the wrong one and drank Sanako's lemon tea, so only Sanako's fingerprints were on that cup of tea. When everyone around had heard it, Taein relayed Conan's wonderful reasoning. They all turned their attention to the groom, Toshihiko Takasugi. Is it him? I really didn't expect this result. During the wedding, the groom poisoned the bride. What did he think? When they heard the result of this reasoning, the people around them were completely shocked. They all started discussing the matter without thinking that the groom would be the murderer. Tell me, why do you do this to my daughter? Tell me. Sheriff Matsumoto excitedly grabbed Takasugi Toshihiko by his collar and picked him up. You asked me why. I just want you to have a taste of the same thing. 20 years ago, Toshihiko Takasugi said with anger on his face, the car you were chasing the criminal suddenly rushed over, but my innocent mother died. Do you still remember this? From that time on, I remember your cold and ruthless face, and I will never forget it. Bang! Takasugi Toshihiko was kicked directly into the wall. At this time, Tae could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Our police, especially the police fighting on the front line, die so many every day. Who should I seek revenge from? My brother, my father, and my uncle all died fighting crime. So far, I am the only male member of the Yashida family. Tae said and kicked him again. Tell me, who should I seek revenge from? I once swore, as long as there are cherry blossoms falling, there are people who need our protection. It is our responsibility to fight crime. As long as justice is pure in the world, the black cherry blossoms will never wither. Tell me, Tae directly lifted him in front of him. We are protecting you, a bear like you? You don't even have the courage to stand up, and you only secretly poison women. A punch in the face, you little bastard. You still know that it won't harm your family, but you just dare to stare at Chief Matsumoto's daughter. The more Tae thought about it, the angrier he became, and he punched him again. Takasugi Toshihiko was wearing a white suit, which had already been turned into black by Taeki. His whole face was covered in blood, and even his eyes were swollen and could only be narrowed into a slit. I just want him to feel the pain of losing a loved one. At this time, Takasugi Toshihiko was still pointing at Matsumoto and shouting. The way I see it, that stupid woman can't even tell that I approached her for revenge. She must have just taken a fancy to the Takasugi family's property. You idiot, you are obviously the one who doesn't know anything. Sayuri Matsumoto already knows everything. As for why she is still willing to marry you and why she likes drinking lemon tea, don't you understand? Have you forgotten that little girl in your childhood? Tae looked at the bloody scene in front of him speechlessly. Childhood sweetheart. Tae remembered that his predecessor also had a brown-haired childhood sweetheart. When she left without saying goodbye, only the platycodon flowers they planted together were left behind. Whenever he thought of this, his heart was filled with acupuncture-like pain. As for the Takasugi family's property, Tae looked at the little yakuza in front of him with a sneer. In my territory, if you touch my people, the Takasugi family no longer needs to exist. A month later, Mr. Matsumoto finally recovered and was discharged from the hospital. Taeki walked along the street with Sayuri Matsumoto. Looking at your complexion, it's obvious that you're recovering well. Sayuri smiled shyly at Taeki. Well, after all, I decided to drink that lemon tea. But this seems to have caused him trouble. I'm speechless, Miss Matsumoto, you are still too soft-hearted. Why are you talking about that little brat who only dares to attack women? Tae was wearing a purple windbreaker today, looking even more handsome. This is his first date with the girl he likes. Looking at Yuriko next to her, today she is wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a beige suit. Because I was just discharged from the hospital, my face is still a little pale. Looking at Sayuri Matsumoto, who exudes a melancholic temperament all the time. Ms. Matsumoto, the matter is over anyway, you should cheer up. Tae saw this vending machine right next to him, let me buy you a drink. Really, then? Sayuri looked at the various drinks in the glass window. Let's drink lemon tea. I still want to treasure these memories. Yoshida Taeki, you are a good person. Although I know your thoughts, my heart can no longer accommodate other people. I'm sorry. Tae stood on the side of the road, looking a little sadly at Sayuri walking further and further away. So, I was rejected before I even confessed my feelings. Although in the end Taeki did not do anything to the Takasugi family for the sake of Sayuri Matsumoto. However, the Takasugi family did not dare to delay for even a moment. They issued a statement that day, expelling their adopted son Toshihiko Takasugi from the family and taking back the surname Takasugi. Taeki once again clearly understood the power of the Yoshida family in Japan. It was just a verbal declaration, but another large consortium was so frightened that it quickly came to kneel and lick it. This feeling. It's so exciting. Chapter 20 Kaito, come on, do it. Chinchi Clinic. Hey. Beauty, what are you cooking at home? Taeki smelled a mellow sweetness, this seems to smell like chocolate. Are you making chocolate? Yes, today is Valentine's Day. Aso Minoru was wearing a pink housecoat and a cartoon apron, with her long hair tied up behind her head, and was busy making chocolate at the stove. It is said that on Valentine's Day, girls give chocolates to the boys they like. Whoosh! So today is Valentine's Day. On the way here, Tae saw many girls preparing various gift boxes. It seems like everything there is filled with chocolate. Changshi took the freshly made chocolate and put it on the table. He sat on the sofa opposite and smiled mischievously at Tae. If that boy is willing to accept the girl's feelings, he will eat the chocolate at that time. So that's it. Tae fell to the floor weakly, then why didn't anyone give me chocolate today? Apparently Taeki forgot about his excellent support team. Even getting a little closer is not allowed, let alone giving him chocolates? Changshi raised her little hand to her mouth, her face full of sympathy. How pitiful. If you really feel sad, I will give you a portion. Today, it seems that girls are giving chocolates to boys, right? Mrs. Tai kept looking at the beautifully packaged love chocolates in front of her eyes, exuding bursts of alluring aroma. What does this have to do with anything? Chinchi's little face was red as if she was shy. He put his hands into fists on his knees and tilted his head slightly. If it's for Yoshida-kun, it's not impossible for you to eat it. Really, is it really okay? Honesty on the other side seemed to be even more embarrassed. His head almost dropped to his chest. Tae felt like he heard a hum just now. Is it an illusion? It's definitely an illusion. I have something else to do later, so I'll leave first. Looking at Tae's embarrassed figure running away from the door, Changshi laughed out loud. What a annoying little goblin. Tae walked on the road dejectedly with his hands on his hips. The shops on the street are all hung with colorful balloons, and there are various discount activities for couples. It seems that even the air is floating with a pink atmosphere. It fully reflects the excitement of Valentine's Day. Conan seems to be following his sister Xiolan to attend some Valentine's Day party. Ayami and the others don't know where they went. Then what should I do today? Taeki thought and opened the panel. The system displayed, Pet, Taeki Yoshida. Age, 16. Height, 176 cm. Attributes, Physique, 62. Spirit, 52. Skills, Judo, Master, Pastry, Proficient, Ventriloquism, Proficient, Backpack, Lollipop, 233, Belly Band, Drowning Girl's Fountain, 1 copy, Red Wolf's Pan, Wine Gourd, Double Guns, Ebony, White Ivory. Mission, Main Mission, 5 Confront Kaito Kid, and be rewarded with a special lottery. Tae's judo skills improved quickly because he practiced fighting skills in his previous life. But once you pass the master level and have no experience, so many geniuses can only improve a little. Obviously, even with proficiency, skills are not easy to improve. Tae has been studying the system for a long time. Tae discovered that in the system, there are items condensed in unknown ways, as long as they have special functions. Neither can be understood in a superficial way. The super large capacity of the wine gourd, the life-saving effect of the drowning girl spring, the lethality of the black sandalwood and white ivory, etc. A duel with Kaito Kid? Isn't Kaito Kuraba Kaito as Kaito Kid? Taeki remembers that when watching anime before, many Conan fans liked Kaito Kid very much. Dressed in white, with a tall magic hat, a gorgeous windbreaker, an elegant monocle, and then the unpredictable magic method. He's really a very naughty guy. Where does that guy live? Taeki scratched his head. He couldn't remember clearly. He seemed to be studying at Akoda High School. Let's go to that school first and ask. That guy is Kuroyaku I fight? He looks so similar to Kudo. Are they really not brothers? Taeki looked at Kuroyuki Kaito in front of him. Except for his hair being different from Kudo Shinichi's, everything was really the same. Especially that kind of stinky character. Classmate, what's the matter with you? Kuraba Kaito, who was holding a large pile of chocolates, was obviously confused. Are you Kuraba Kaito-san? This is Taeki Yoshida. This is why you came to me. Kaito looked at the wilderness around him. Except for a river in the distance, he couldn't see any human beings. This is really a good place to kill people and dump their bodies. Nothing, I just want to ask you something. I want to know how your father died. Who are you? Kuraba Kaito was obviously wary of Taeki's sneakiness. I'm looking for Kaito Kid. Ah, of course I'm not talking about you, but your father, Kuraba Toiki. Tae kept waving his hands, with a look of disgust on his face that said you're still far behind. Asshole, what do you want? Give you a chance to choose, join us, and I will tell you, how did your father die? Taeki unscrupulously faced Kaito, just a friendly reminder, we can help you get revenge. Cut. Kaito threw his school bag on his back coolly. I, Kuraba Kaito, will avenge myself, so I don't need the help of someone with evil intentions like you. What about Ayako? Tae leaned against the tree indifferently. If Ayako knew that you were Kaito Kid, do you think he would still like you? So let's make a bet. Tae casually took out the wine gourd from his waist. If you can decipher how much wine is in my gourd, I will tell you what happened to your father. On the other hand, if you guess wrong. How could I guess wrong? Kaito interrupted Taeki directly, I'm Kaito Kid. Looking at the palm-sized red gourd in front of me, it shines brightly in the sunlight. Although Kuraba Kaito spoke loudly, he was very cautious in his actions. He took it in his hand and fumbled it back and forth carefully. What? There's no mechanism at all. Kaito threw it to Taeki casually, it's mysterious. This little gourd can only hold 300 ml. You guessed wrong. Tae opened the gourd, raised it to his mouth, and saw bursts of fragrance coming from the clear and transparent wine. Gudong gudong gudong. Hiccup, it feels good. How is this possible? When Kaito Hikaru saw Taeki across from him, he drank more than 300 milliliters. What's more, in the end, he could still hear the sound of water in the gourd. There are still a lot of them in this gourd of mine. Tae shook the gourd in his hand vigorously. His face was all red from drinking. Here you go. He threw the gourd to Kaito casually. Look at the look on your face that you can't afford to lose. If you can finish the rest, you'll be considered a loser. Who can't afford to lose, don't talk nonsense. Kurobakaito looked at the person in front of him who looked like an alcoholic, and he was obviously unwilling to accept it. Is what I just saw all an illusion? He used some kind of magic trick, but he didn't actually drink at all. I want to see how many more are in here. Taiki looked at Kaito, drinking as much as he could, and laughed. Are you trying to use your own drinking capacity to measure how much is left in my gourd? In the end, you take a sip, I take a sip, and we drink until the sun goes down. Kurobakaito is drunk and unconscious. Because of Taei's constitution, Fukiang can also distinguish between southeast and northwest. Is it Nakamori Ayako? Who are you? I am Kaito's friend, Taiki Yashida. Kaito and I were drinking on the side of the road, and he was drunk. He said he wanted his girlfriend to take care of him. Female, girlfriend, I'm not. You have to come quickly, I'll be back soon. Do. Hanging up the phone casually, just like Xylan, they are a group of duplicitous women. No, don't come here if you can. Looking at Kurobakaito sleeping on the ground next to him, what am I going to do looking for goods today? Taei rubbed his head vigorously. Although the wine was very good, its stamina was really strong. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. It won't be a big deal if I can't remember it anyway. Chapter 21 Taei was let go. Yesterday, Taiki and Kaito were drinking together on the roadside. When you drink, the sky is dark and the earth is dark, and the sun and moon have no light. Taei was a little better, because he only drank a few sips when he had nothing to do, so he could barely stay awake until the end. Kaito couldn't do it anymore and slept on the roadside. I remember that I called Kingza and asked Kingza to take him home. Taei looked around and saw something familiar, including light pink sheets and slightly fragrant quilts. This seems to be a woman's room. Could it be? Hey! Taei let out an unknown smile. Taei, why are you laughing in bed? Get up quickly, the meal is ready. Turning his stiff neck hard, Taei saw the honest beauty wearing a cartoon apron at the door. I'm so stupid, really. Taei was walking along the roadside, kicking the stones at his feet casually. The whole person is surrounded by a decadent temperament. It's time to find a girlfriend to end it all. That shameless little goblin seduces me every day. When I get angry, I will turn you into a real beauty. Dingling bell. Moses. Naoko Take-san? Shopping. I have time, okay, see you there at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Wahaha. Taei just received a call from his female classmate Naoko Take. Make an appointment to meet him at the department store at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This is my first time being dated by a girl. Taei felt very excited and quickly returned home to wash away the smell of alcohol and change into a clean white suit. Before 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I sat in the cafe opposite the department store and waited. Awaken! Masked Superman! Send Masked Superman to hell! Hi! A group of people in black jumpsuits, surrounding a masked Superman dressed like Ultraman, swarmed forward, but were knocked to the ground with 3 punches and 2 kicks. For peace on Earth. For the world not to be destroyed. I, the masked Superman, will protect you. Taei looked at the door of the department store speechlessly. A grand masked Superman reality show was being held opposite. A group of lower-grade children were surrounded by an airtight crowd, and the screams and shouts from the crowd never stopped. In contrast, the cafe seemed peaceful. When the time slowly passed 4 o'clock, Taei went from looking at his watch from time to time to lying on the table in despair. Am I being tricked by a girl? Coming out of the cafe, Taei stood at the door of the department store speechless. Looking at the department store in front of me, under the reflection of the setting sun, the noisy people coming and going gradually calmed down, and the orange light made people feel a bit desolate. I'm so stupid, really. Tae-ai felt that his state of mind was like the department store in front of him. Is this really life? Unai-chan. Tae-ai turned around in surprise. Why are you here? Conan-san and I are here to watch Masked Superman's performance. Ayami held Taeki's little hand, her little face was very happy, and she kept chattering, we still have to go to Masked Superman's show. Autographed. Looking at the 4 little carrot heads in front of him, Tae-ai still felt very happy. After all, even though the person you were waiting for didn't arrive, you didn't leave empty-handed. As long as you work hard, there will always be gains. Masked Superman. Masked Superman. Masked Superman of Justice. On the way home, Taeki saw Ayami and Mitsuhiko walking in front. Genta and the others shouted the slogan of Masked Superman in unison. Kudo, I didn't expect you to like Masked Superman so much. You can't tell it from your appearance. Who likes such childish things? If I hadn't been dragged here by them, I wouldn't have come. By the way, Conan turned to Taeki gossiping, how are things going between you and Matsumoto-sensei? Hey, talking about this matter, Taeki remembered that today, he was unexpectedly let go by Naoko Take, and he waited stupidly all afternoon. Sayuri said I am a good person. Pfft. Conan burst out laughing immediately, well, you are indeed a good person. Looking at Conan in front of him, he smiled with a mean look on his face. I feel unhappy all of a sudden, and based on the principle that as long as you are unhappy, then I will be happy. Quietly said to Conan, well, I seem to have revealed some news about Kudo to Xylan a few days ago. You bastard, what on earth did you say? It doesn't seem to be anything, I just told Xylan to let him trust his intuition. Tae-ai glanced at Conan who was jumping up and down, so, you know. Tae-ai is a bastard. Conan walked in front, thinking silently with his hands on his head. No wonder Xylan has been looking at me a little strangely these past 2 days. It turns out the problem lies here. Ah! No more, the signature of Masked Superman is missing. Genta was so anxious that he kept looking through his pockets and school bag, but couldn't find it. Did you lose it? Did you forget it somewhere? Looking at Yuanta in front of him. Sitting on the ground howling and crying, Tae-ai felt that his head was going to explode. These naughty kids are really annoying. Is it worth it just for an autographed photo? I originally wanted to be a treasure for the rest of my life. Oh my god! How come it's gone? It's really hard to do anything. Conan narrowed his eyes, I remember that at that time, Genta did say that he was hungry. Whoosh! Apparently Genta also remembered. I was hungry at that time, so I ran to buy hot dogs, so I put my signature on that stall. I'm going to get it back. Do you want to go or not? He looked at Yuanta, who was full of energy, speechlessly. What time is it now? Department stores are closing. Forget it today. Really, it has nothing to do with you anyway, I can just go there by myself. Genta, wait. Tae-ai and Conan stared at each other with big eyes. You looked at me, I looked at you, and sighed at the same time. Alas! Please hurry up, there are still 10 minutes left. The security system is about to start. The one at the door is wearing a blue uniform. The security guard kept announcing the closing time with a walkie-talkie. I won't go in, as you heard, there are still 10 minutes left, so hurry up. Humph! I can get it in just 10 minutes. Yuanta ran along the corner towards the mall without looking back. Now, wait for me. Tae-ai watched as they all slipped in without the security guard paying attention. These brats are really messing around. Unexpectedly, 10 minutes have passed. The door of the department store has been automatically closed by the system, and all the lights in the entire building have been turned off. Hey? They haven't come out yet. Tae touched his nose speechlessly. Why are they so slow? If they are discovered soon, they will definitely be kicked out by the security guards. SOS Tae, who was bored waiting, inadvertently looked up and saw the distress signal written on the window on the 7th floor of the department store. The people standing by the window who kept waving their hands were none other than Conan. Have they encountered another incident? As expected of the legendary Conan, he will cause trouble for you wherever he goes. To a group of stupid robbers who don't even have guns. Tae was too lazy to do anything himself. He just showed his white ivory, fired several shots at the ceiling, and everyone squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands. So you are the department store bandit group? Tae looked at the group of people tied up like rice dumplings in front of him. Something feels wrong. Conan, did you notice anything wrong? Ignoring Genta and Ayami, who were looking for snacks because they were hungry, they directly dragged Conan away. Although we caught them, I still feel something is wrong. Something wrong? The men who were tied up in front of them were dressed in costumes and were dressed like coolies. A hard worker. I know, there is a missing person between them, or a spy in the department store. So. Conan and Tae looked at the shopping guide lady who had just been rescued. The leader of the bandit group, the shopping guide, was arrested by Officer Magyar because of the pistol hidden in her bag. The next day, the young detective team was publicly praised by Officer Magyar for their role in arresting the gang of robbers. As for what Genta and the others ate in the mall because they were hungry, they said that they will not be held accountable. As for Taeki's date. Chapter 22 Another person was kidnapped. Naoko Take was kidnapped yesterday. Because she only called Yoshida-kun yesterday. So I'm here to ask you if you know anything. What? Take Naoko-san was kidnapped. Officer Magyar looked at Taeki with an excited face across from him, obviously not knowing why he was so happy. Is it really related to Taeki? I said she couldn't have let me go. Taeki hurriedly grabbed Officer Magyar. Come on, hurry up and take me to the transaction location requested by the kidnappers. I want to see who is so bold and dared to kidnap my classmate yesterday. Tae had his first date with a girl yesterday, and the first time was ruined by this damn kidnapper. Thinking of the scene where he waited until the sun went down yesterday, Tae even had thoughts of murder. This is a bit against the rules. This fat guy, Mumu, talks too much nonsense. Tae stared at Mumu 13 with his murderous eyes. You tell me the rules? I'm your boss. Taeki saw the sweat dripping from his ears as he watched Megami. Or do you want to be a patrol officer or a traffic policeman? Is there any difference? It makes no difference to you. We are all standing on the road working. Well, this time the kidnappers asked for handover at the pier. Let's leave as soon as possible. Ah! Taeki didn't expect Memu to have such a cute side. The kidnapper requested a handover location at a secluded intersection at the Riverside Pier. The surrounding roads are complicated and empty at a glance. This would not be a good place for the police to hide. How come I see you little devil wherever something goes wrong? Ahaha! Conan quickly grabbed Uncle Maori beside him. I came here with Uncle Maori. Tae simply ignored Conan and smiled like an idiot. Xiolan-san, are you here too? Xiolan looked very depressed. After all, we are classmates in the same class, but now we have been kidnapped. So I came with my father. The scheduled time is coming soon. Everyone spread out and hide, and pay attention to your concealment. Taeki and Magyar were hiding behind a container, leaving Naoko Take's father alone in the car, holding the ransom money. By the way, the father and daughter look really different. One has a brutalist style, and the other has a delicate style. Tae quietly underestimated, hey, I don't know if they are biological. Attention all units, the time is almost up. Don't be brave, remember the safety of the hostages first. Dingling bell dingling bell. Did you bring the money? Hey, I brought it, please let Naoko go. Don't worry, I'll show you first. I heard the sound coming from the bug and secretly looked ahead. When I went there, I saw a boxcar with the curtains drawn. Through a gap, I could barely see the blindfolded Naoko sitting in the car. It's Naoko. I'll take the money and go there now. Wait a minute, are the police nearby? This transaction is cancelled. As soon as I heard the kidnapper say, I found the police nearby, he knew something was wrong. I don't know which fool showed his weakness. He immediately started the police car parked nearby and gave chase. Apparently, the kidnappers were familiar with the area. The squirming Tai never caught up, so he had to hang far behind the car. Conan, why are you here too? Seeing Conan sitting in the back, Tai seemed very speechless. You can really see this kid everywhere. Hurry up, Taiki, don't let them run away. You still need to tell me? Hurry up. Tai stepped on the accelerator again. In just a moment, the manpower deployed nearby by Mew Mew also rushed over. From all directions, sirens gradually sounded. Kidnappers clearly have a tendency to be surrounded. You guys in front can't escape anymore. Tai grabbed the intercom in the car and said, release the hostages immediately, get out of the car and surrender, and strive for leniency. The van in front heard Tai's shouting, and not only did it not stop, but it also ran faster. Everyone was surrounded by police officers. Tai looked at the intersection ahead and saw it was blocked by 3 police cars. I'll see where you go this time. Tai stepped on the accelerator again and hit the car in front of him. The kidnapper's car did not move forward, but turned left and crashed through the guardrail by the river, plunging into the river. When Tai saw this scene, his eyes turned red. Tai! You are crazy! What do you want to do? Conan saw Tai, stepped on the accelerator again, and hurriedly pulled the seat belt tightly. What are you doing? Tai grinned, looking particularly ferocious. Does he think that this way labor and management will not dare to pursue him? I saw this police car with blue and white stripes drawing a beautiful arc in the sky. Following the car in front, it also fell into the river. Don't be dumbfounded, hurry up and save people. Tai, who had fallen into the river, could barely hear Memu's anxious shouts by the river. You said you would leave everything to you. But what about the result? How did it turn out? Magyar was directly collared by Naoko's brutalist father. Give it back to me, give it back to me, give me back my Naoko me. At this time, Tai, who was all wet, swam out of the river with little Conan in his arms, and threw Conan into Xiaolan's arms. Don't sound so miserable, you are the only real father who can use newspapers as ransom. Tai directly took a towel and wiped the water stains. The kidnapper must have escaped from the water. You should quickly pull up the net and search the area. Hi! The answering voice was particularly neat. Apparently these young police officers were stunned by Tai's heroic demeanor in tracking down the kidnapper regardless of his own safety. Are you sure you weren't scared? You saw it too, right? Conan. Tai squatted by the river, watching the boats coming and going in search of things. Only one person escaped from the car. Yet. Conan nodded. Besides, we didn't find any trace of Take Naoko in the car. This kidnapping case is not as simple as it seems. The wet clothes clung to her body, making Tai feel uncomfortable. I'll go back and change my clothes. We'll meet up at Changshi's place later. Sister Xiaolan, what are you looking at? Xiaolan came back to her senses and squatted in front of Conan. Conan, you said Take-san will be fine, right? Conan felt that the expectant look in Xiaolan's eyes when she looked at him was exactly the same as when she looked at Kudo Shinichi. It's all Taiki's fault. Xiaolan couldn't have guessed something, right? Chinchi Clinic. I got the information from the Magyar police. Taiki took out a photo and put it on the table. This person is Ms. Hannah. She is President Takei's secretary. According to her, the kidnapper called her yesterday and informed her to demand a ransom from President Takei. Yesterday, Naoko Takei called me and agreed to meet at the door of the department store at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. As a result, I waited until dark and no one came. You all know it later. So yesterday Taiki, you left me and went on a date alone. Cheng Yongyang looked at the scum in his eyes, staring straight at Tai, with an expression of dissatisfaction on his face. Tai was sweating profusely at the sight. Don't talk about these irrelevant things, let's discuss the case. Ahem, ignoring Cheng Shi's resentful look, when Conan and I were tracking the kidnapper, we clearly saw that there was only one person in the car, and he escaped with a diving device. As for Naoko Takei in the car, I didn't see it. President Takei is in the M&A business. People who forcefully acquire other people's companies can be said to have enemies everywhere, so there are no useful clues in this regard. These are all the useful clues. As for finding Naoko Takei, I'll leave it to Officer Meguer. I have mobilized intelligence personnel to search for all information on people related to this case. Come true. Tai looking at him seriously, I would like to ask you to sort out the information collected. If it is useful, report it in time. As for Conan, you mainly detect the kidnappers. I always feel that this kidnapping incident is not just a kidnapping. I'm driving to check out the kidnapper's escape route. Maybe I can find something. Put away the communicator sent to you carefully, and listen carefully if there are any clues. Kidnappings happen every 3 days. I want to see what these kidnappers are going to do. Chapter 23 Tai is lovelorn again. Did you find anything near here? Tai casually leaned against the car window and looked at the river in front of him. The person who escaped yesterday was tall and thin, and finally escaped directly through the river and underwater. Who is that person? Where is Naoko Takei? There was only one person in the car. Where was she hidden? Yesterday. Why did Naoko Takei not come to the department store, but was kidnapped in an unknown place? Tai felt like his head was going to explode. To play this kind of reasoning thing, it's better to fight with real swords and guns. Sir, with the help of the search team and nearby fishermen, we still found no trace of the kidnappers and hostages. Is this all gone? No, no more. The little police officer was sweating profusely when Tai saw him, and he obviously didn't know what the mistake was in his report. He waved his hand casually and asked him to leave. I can't even find any important clues. No wonder there have been so many kidnappings, murders, and robberies recently. Taiki thought of Officer Meguer again and grinned. Why don't I have many useful talents under my command? Hey? Officer Meguer, you said Naoko Takei is already at the police station. Okay, I'll be right over. What on earth is going on? Tai started the car and drove towards the police station speechlessly. I just said that fat-eyed Mew is useless, but they immediately found the hostages. Who am I? I was taken away by Ms. Hannah voluntarily. Naoko Takei, who was sitting on the chair, spoke slowly. I accidentally learned that Ms. Hannah was acquired by her father when the company was acquired, which led to the suicide of the president and his family, leaving her alone. This time, Ms. Hannah initiated the kidnapping case to test whether in my father's heart, who is more important, me or money. I didn't expect that my father would exchange the money into newspapers as a ransom. It was originally agreed that if my father really cares about me, then Miss Huajin would be willing to let go of her hatred. I didn't expect my father. So I can only come to the police station and want to stop Ms. Hannah's behavior through you. After all, he is still my father. Naoko Takei, who kept talking, had already burst into tears. Obviously, being caught between her father and her best friend filled her with pain. So that day, Takei-san came to me to create a false impression. The girl opposite was obviously blushing. I don't know many other people, and Yoshida-san is so gentle in the class, so. Looking at the little head on the opposite side that is almost lowered to the chest. Tei could only sigh frequently, what else can I do? In the end, Miss Hana was successfully arrested and brought to justice through Naoko Takei's information. However, if the kidnapping is not established and the murder is attempted, the sentence will not be long, and this little girl will be released to cause harm to others again. Taiki looked at Naoko Takei crying in Miss Hana's arms, and the more she looked at her, the more something felt wrong, as if there was a pure lily blooming in front of her eyes. You are such a talented person. You just kidnapped someone else's daughter. Why don't you take revenge on me? They are almost like a family. Have you fallen in love again? Tei looked at the lewd expression on Conan's face next to him. He, I should say, you haven't started yet, but you have fallen out of love again. Someone. Shinichi, you are so great. Tei looked at Xiaolan speechlessly, standing behind Conan with a black line on his face. Even simple Xiaolan can play tricks on her. What's going on in this world? That's, when. Tei ignored Conan's look for help. Who asked you to mock me? Just wish yourself well. I hope Xiaolan's beloved Iron Fist can leave you a whole body. As for how Conan explained it to Xiaolan, Tei said, it's none of my business. Tei opened the panel casually, and the system displayed, Pet, Taiki Yoshida. Age, 16. Height, 176 cm. Attributes, Physique, 63. Spirit, 52. Skills, Judo, Master, Pastry, Proficient, Ventriloquism, Proficient, Backpack, Lollipop, 110, Belly Band, Drowning Girl's Fountain, 1 portion, Red Wolf's Pan, Platycodon Flower Pendant, Wine Gourd, Double Guns, Ebony, White Ivory. Mission, Main Mission, 6. If your physical fitness exceeds 70 points, you will be rewarded with a special lottery draw. Tei took out the pendant he drew last time from his backpack, which was a blue-purple platycodon flower. The flowers on the pendant have not yet fully bloomed. Remember that there are 2 kinds of flower languages? Of platycodon flowers, 1. Eternal love. 2. Hopeless love. What was she thinking when she left? Tei silently hung the pendant around his neck, and the childhood scene came to mind again. Tei, I'm afraid. Don't be afraid, I am very powerful and I will always protect you. Let's make a promise. Taiki will protect Shiho forever. Yes, it's agreed. Silently, she clenched the pendant in her hand. One day, I will ask her to find out. Dingling bell, dingling bell. Moses, Moses. It's Mom. What's the matter? I'm really not good at growing up. Okay, I'll be there in a minute. What? Why does Mom want me to discuss her business? It's really troublesome. Yoshida Emi asked Tei to represent her company and discuss a computer software business in the evening. Let's take a look, the president of Jamu Enterprises. Tisk, I actually have to deal with such a trivial matter personally. What a bargain. Whenever Tei thinks about himself, the leader of the Black Sakura team, negotiating a small business like this with the other party, he feels like the price has dropped. Ginza Sushi Restaurant. Tei looked at the young president speechlessly. Who kept flattering him? He simply said nothing and left all negotiations and other matters to the beautiful Lady Cheng Shi. Although Tei feels that he is a bit humbled by coming here. But he will still do what Yoshida's mother tells him seriously. He spent the whole afternoon using the intelligence system at hand to search for information about Jamu Enterprises, and brought Cheng Shi along to help him. It would be a shame if the boat capsized in the gutter. Speaking of which, President Jamu, where do you know me from? Although my company is a small shrimp in the circle, I still know about Master Yoshida's notification to the Takasuji Zaibatsu. I feel deeply honored to have met Master Yoshida today. Looking at the face across from him that looked like an old chrysanthemum, Tae felt like vomiting and silently gave Chinchi a wink. This old guy doesn't know what pain is until he loses 2 pieces of flesh. Tae walked out of the sushi restaurant and thought silently, this President Jammu seems to have a heart disease, right? He takes the medicine like jelly beans. He won't burp when he goes back at night. Taeki-san, what a coincidence. You are here too. Tae turned around and saw Xiaolan, Conan, and that perverted Uncle Maori slowly walking around the corner. I have an ominous premonition. Tae cried silently in his heart. Chapter 24 I'm going to make money. When Taeki returned home, he was really helpless when facing Yashida's mother. Although I feel very proud to be used as a backstage by my own mother, this is indeed a way of cheating my son. Tae could still recall the giant wood president, whose face was full of heartache, as if several pounds of flesh had been cut off, making Tae feel like a bad guy. During the whole meal, Tae kept his aloof attitude, while the young president lowered his bottom line again and again. He was so weak that he ate the medicine like jelly beans, and the energy of taking jujube pills was so frightening that he was so stunned that he was too embarrassed to kill him. Today's dinner was cooked by Yashida's mother to celebrate Taeki's success in this business negotiation. Although Tae didn't feel that there was nothing to be proud of. However, you have to say that Yashida's mother's craftsmanship is really great. Ayami, did today's food not taste good? Tae looked at little Ayami sitting next to him and kept pounding the food in the bowl with chopsticks. Don't you usually like to eat these? I really have no appetite. He said with a long sigh. Just the thought of never seeing John again makes me sad. Taeki looked at Ayami, held her little face in her hands, and stared at him pitifully, with a look on her face that said please comfort me, please touch me. Cute Tae's face was full of blood. John? Is this your new friend you made recently? No, John is a big dog. Ayami said while making big gestures with her hands, it's a pity that he has to be sent away. After listening for a long time, Tae finally understood. In summary, the young detective team encountered a case where the dog owner used the dog to kill people. In this episode called Maori Detective, which was actually solved by Conan, the dog owner had to give the dog to someone else because he was going to jail. Taban wanted to adopt John, a dog, but felt that this dog was not very suitable for Ayami. A well-trained dog that has killed people. Although it is obeying orders, but then I will personally give Ayami a puppy tomorrow. As she spoke, Tai winked at Ayami and said, it's a newborn puppy. It needs to be raised by Ayami herself. Haha, Ayami threw herself into Tae's arms excitedly. Unai-chan is the best. On the way home, under the moonlight, the shadows of Conan and Xiaolan were stretched very, very long on the ground. Did you know? Shinichi and I have known John since we were children. Xiaolan's hands pressed hard on Conan's shoulders. Those big eyes stared at him without blinking. Whenever Shinichi passes by, he can always meet John waiting for him. Every time I see John and Shinichi playing, I am very happy. I'm going to die, it's all Tae, you bitch. Xiaolan is going to have a showdown with me. Conan couldn't stop sweating. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do now? Thank you for saving it, Shinichi. Sister Xiaolan, is brother Shinichi here? Why didn't I see it? Conan tried his best to look around, his little eyes darting around, but he didn't dare to look at Xiaolan. This is unscientific. How on earth was I discovered? Ignoring Conan's guilty look, he looked straight at him. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Drops of tears kept falling on the ground. Tears broke into pieces. I don't want to know the reason, I just want to hear the truth that Shinichi told me. I'm really worried. Lan. Looking at Xiaolan, whose eyes were already filled with tears. Conan lowered his head feebly, and those tears seemed to be dripping in his heart, making Shinichi unable to breathe in pain. Lan, I didn't expect this to happen. As soon as I woke up that day, I found that I had changed. Before she could say the word small, she saw Xiaolan looking excitedly at Kudo Shinichi, who was standing on the other side of the alley. Shinichi. Conan looked at the man who looked exactly like him, like a twin brother, especially with that cocky expression, and suddenly felt that his eyes were dim. He is Kudo Shinichi? Then who am I? No, I am Kudo Shinichi. He is a fake. But in Xiaolan's eyes, he is Shinichi. With his mouth wide open helplessly, Conan could only watch what was happening in front of him. I saw the fake Kudo bending down gracefully, like a gentleman, and handed Xiaolan a red rose. Then, he just shook the white cloak behind him vigorously. The whole person turned into the petals of a rose, fluttering and disappearing in the wind, and the coming and going was full of romance. Xiaolan's cheeks have turned bright red ever since she received the red rose, and she was obviously crazy looking at the petals still fluttering in the wind. Lan! Lan, I am! Conan suddenly became anxious, grabbing Xiaolan's clothes and kept talking. Ah! I'm sorry, Conan. My sister was thinking about something just now. You must be hungry. Let's go home and eat quickly. Xiaolan, who came back to her senses, held the red rose tightly in one hand and held the red rose tightly in the other. Pulling Conan along, he hurriedly ran home. Conan looked at the red rose speechlessly. Although the crisis has been resolved this time, why do I feel so unhappy? I'd better call my parents when I get home and ask, do I have a twin brother? Ding ding ding. Tai was walking home alone after school. Xiaolan looks very happy today. The happiness is almost overflowing. Shouldn't that Conan thing be discovered? Xiaolan, why are you still so happy? Could it be that Xiaolan has fallen in love with Xioxinyi and wants to play with her? Random thoughts kept flooding Tai's mind. It was like he was driving a train. Dirty 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 kept driving forward. Plop with a sound, an adult man knelt in front of Tai. He was so frightened that he quickly moved away. Are you trying to play porcelain? I've only heard of people falling down, but I've never heard of people coming up and kneeling down. Master Yoshida, please help me. Hey! Tai looked at the person in front of him. Are you the driver yesterday? Last night, after dinner with President Jimu, the person in front of me named Shiren was sprayed bloody by the old president. Otherwise Tai would really not be able to remember what he looked like. You changed jobs to start a company with your friends, but your president suppressed you so much that you couldn't continue. Your friend couldn't bear the blow and committed suicide. So, you want to take revenge. Tai listened to all this speechlessly. Then why did you come to me? They are using formal business methods. There is nothing I can do to help you. Yesterday, when I saw Master Yoshida, I knew that you were the only one who could help me. As he said that, Shiren took out a CD from his arms. This is a group of friends and I who developed it together. An operating system. As long as you enter this software market and rely on this system, you will become the leader in network software. Then my revenge will naturally be avenged. Just a third-party trading platform? Why do I think this operation sounds more and more like a certain treasure? Tai took the CD with gleaming eyes. If it's really what you said, then I wouldn't mind doing some small things. It seems that I am also a protagonist. People are giving money when I walk on the street. Tai kept thinking, it's the 1990s, should we use this software to take a walk in the internet market? It looks like you have a lot of fun, don't you think? Chapter 25 What a beauty! Maori Detective Agency. Only Mori Kogoro was seen, lying on the table and sleeping soundly. The TV set was still buzzing and ringing. The room was filled with empty wine bottles and cigarette butts were scattered everywhere. Apparently Uncle Maori stayed up all night watching horse racing again last night. Conan saw that Xiaolan got up very early today, but instead of cleaning, she dressed up and went out, obviously going out. Where are you going? Sister Xiaolan. Conan. You're not going to school today? Did you get up so early? Looking at Xiaolan, she looked like a child who was caught stealing candy. Conan suddenly became interested. Are you going to see a movie? Can you take me with you? SHH. No, I'm going on a date. Dating. It's a date with Shinichi. As she said this, Xiaolan secretly glanced at Uncle Maori, who was sleeping soundly in the room. If Dad knew that I went on a date with Shinichi, he would be angry. It turned out that I was going on a date with Shinichi. Conan's eyes narrowed with joy when he heard the news. Sister Xiaolan, please be careful on the road. Watching Xiaolan happily disappear at the intersection, Conan smiled brightly. Hey, Xiaolan, that guy dressed up so beautifully today. He looked so happy. It turns out he is going on a date with Kudo Shinichi. Hey? Wait a minute. Conan immediately remembered something important. Am I not Kudo Shinichi? Then who is Xiaolan going on a date with today? Who told her that Shinichi is going to go on a date with her today? Could it be? Conan remembered that night a few days ago again. He was wearing a white suit and a windbreaker draped sideways. He also handed Xiaolan a red rose, and the most unforgivable thing was that she held it against his. The face is close to that of Lan Tao. I want to see it. Conan gritted his teeth angrily. Who is that person? Really? Didn't I tell you that I was going on a date today? Xiaolan looked helplessly at the oil bottle next to her. Why did you come with me anyway? Conan. Because I haven't seen Shinichi and I for a long time. Conan looked at the cafe seriously. Shinichi and I's movements are so slow. I'm going to check out the boy who looks like me today. Conan felt like he was burning up, and his whole body was full of energy. Who the hell is he? Actually, the person who is coming here today is not Shinichi. Xiaolan touched her nose in embarrassment. Hey? Did I make a mistake? Conan felt a little embarrassed. Then, who is that? Why did you still lie when you met him? She is a very important person to me, Xiaolan said, obviously shy. Do you understand? Is it more important than brother Shinichi? You little fool, how can the two of them compare? Okay, it's almost done. Can you go home? But I don't want to go home yet. Conan said that before seeing this man, he would not go back even if he were killed. By the way, I remember Conan, you prefer cakes. Xiaolan walked out of the store with her bag. I'm going to buy you a piece of cake now. After you get the cake, you have to go home obediently. It's useless, Lan. Don't try to bribe me with a piece of cake. Conan said that his lenses were reflecting light now. I will use my observation and insight. Take a good look, I will go on a date with you this time. What kind of person is he? There is always only one truth. Welcome, is there only one person? Oh, I made an appointment to come with someone, and it looks like I got there first. Taiki. Why would he come here? Hey, little ghost head, are you there too? Are you the only one? As soon as Tai saw Conan, he seemed to smell an unknown premonition. This god of death is here today, and he is determined to kill people. To sum up, Conan, you acted like a stalker today. Tai listened to Conan's beeping talk for a long time. It took a lot of effort to understand what he meant, speaking of that person who looks like Shinichi. Could it be Kaido? Oh. Drinking will make things worse. Tai had the urge to die whenever he thought about the scene when he was drunk that day. Did you sleep with Changxi again? Did you? Welcome. Wow, what a beauty. Tai and Conan both opened their mouths in amazement. Wearing a lavender-fitted uniform and a neat single ponytail, she shows her heroic temperament. Especially the pair of gold-rimmed glasses, which slightly obscured his sharp gaze and highlighted his intellectual appearance. Is this Fei Yingli, Fei's lawyer? I'm Taiki Yashida. We made an appointment on the phone. Awesome. Conan looked at Tai speechlessly, it just slipped away in the blink of an eye. It was like teleporting. I also heard from a friend that lawyer concubine is famous in the legal world. Tai made a handsome pose. I didn't expect that the queen who is famous in the legal world is so beautiful. Excellent, these are just false reputations. Apparently the beauty opposite was very happy with Tai's compliments. Originally, before I came here, I wanted to inquire about the company's business issues. Now I have changed my mind. After speaking, Tai sat directly next to Fei Yingli. I hope that Ms. Fei Yingli can serve as my special lawyer. All legal issues related to the company will be decided by you. Looking at the handsome Tai in front of her, that kind of attitude that almost gives her heart to you, made Fei Yingli blush and her heart beat for a while. Sorry, I need to go to the bathroom. Tai looked at the shy figure of the great beauty. I think my heart is moved. Hey! Wake up! Conan grabbed Tai and kept shaking him. Although that person is very beautiful and has a good temperament, he is at least over 30, okay. Sayuri Matsumoto-sensei from last time, Naoko Take from last time, and the great beauty this time, what on earth are you thinking about? And didn't you see the wedding ring on her hand? You'dn't know. Love is about feeling. Tai glanced at Conan contemptuously. Has anyone heard of Conan growing up in the world of Conan? So in this world where there is no concept of time, the issue of age is not a problem. For love, you don't have to care about age. As for marriage, you can divorce after you get married. These are all small problems. It's obvious that you're getting mad, okay? Conan held his head speechlessly, obviously defeated by Taiki's shameless energy. By the way, Conan, have you found the person who is dating Xiaolan? Tai's face was full of gossip. Well, I have a goal. When this question was brought up, it was obvious that Conan's face suddenly darkened. That man is a playboy, and I must expose him in front of Xiaolan. Tai raised his eyebrows speechlessly. Other than an idiot like you, Xiaolan, who else could she date? People like this deserve to die. Tai gritted his teeth as he looked at Conan. I have the urge to just dig a hole and bury him. Yes, they all deserve to die. Obviously, Conan, a loser, didn't hear clearly the hidden meaning in Tai's words. Ah! A terrifying scream came from the toilet of the cafe. Tai and Conan quickly ran there. All I saw was blood flowing everywhere on the floor of the toilet stall. Chapter 26, Over the Shoulder. Just asking you if you are afraid. Immediately after calling the police, Officer Memu rushed to the scene. He was still wearing the same boring uniform, with a fat belly and a round, fat face trying hard to look dignified. Why do you feel like you can see Megure everywhere lately? Tai rubbed his chin and kept thinking, this must be the influence of Conan, the god of death. Nothing good will happen if he is here. As for the newly arrived police officer Megure, he expressed admiration for seeing Taiki and Conan at the crime scene. They are indeed the ace team in the police force. They will appear wherever there is an incident. Cough, cough. Tai put his hands behind his back and ordered the little police officers next to him in a cool manner. Hurry up, everyone, carefully survey the surrounding scene and don't miss any clues. Hi! Is this the police chief? He's so young. That one is very powerful and has solved several major cases. I've also heard that that man is the #1 big shot in the police community. Listening to the various mutterings coming from all directions, Tai couldn't help but give a thumbs up in his heart. You are indeed our good teammate. Lawyer Fei, I'm really sorry that something like this happened today. Looking at Fei Yingli's admiring eyes on him, Tai tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart and pretended to be calm. The investigation will be over in a while. Let's find a place to talk in detail. What do you think? Lawyer Concubine, I didn't expect you to be here too. I just happened to come here to discuss a business. Fei Yingli's elegant posture with her hands wrapped around her fully highlighted the mature temperament of a woman. Officer Magyar, I didn't expect you to be the police chief now. Looking at the familiar appearance of Officer Mu and Fei Yingli in front of him, Tai always felt that the scene in front of him was a bit familiar. I seem to have forgotten something. At this time, Fatty Mu handed Tai a photo. The victim looked like this photo. He fell down against the door. The photo clearly shows the appearance of the victim when he was killed. Blood was flowing all over the floor, and the murder weapon, women's backpack, cosmetics, etc. were all scattered on the floor. The woman who was killed was named Himeno Yayoi. She was 24 years old. She was stabbed to death in the heart. There seemed to be marks of strangulation on the victim's neck. Judging from the splatter of blood, it appears that the murderer strangled the victim's neck beforehand. After the victim died, he stabbed the knife into the heart, pulled it out and bled to death. Officer Memu grabbed the hat with one hand and held it behind his back with the other hand. Due to his fat belly, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't reach his back with his hand, so he had to hold it to his mouth and look serious. It makes people feel a little bit laughable. I guess the gangster originally wanted to steal the victim's money. But he only wanted to kill after he was seen. Looking out from the open window of the toilet. Outside is the road where no one passes. The murderer probably blocked the toilet door with the victim's body after killing the person. He fled in a panic through the back window. Only the murder weapon and the empty wallet were left behind. So, sir. Taiki shivered as he was stared at by Officer Magyar's affectionate eyes. As long as we search around the area, the bloodstains on the murderer's body will never escape. Yes, that's right. Tai turned his head away in embarrassment, then. Something's wrong. Conan pulled Tai with a serious look on his face. Look, if you go by what Officer Magyar said, the windowsill can't be that clean, so the murderer couldn't have escaped through the window. The murderer probably escaped through the gap above the toilet. Based on this reasoning, the murderer should still be in this store. At first glance, it was indeed as Conan said. Except for the pool of blood where the victim fell near the door, no blood could be seen in the rest of the toilet. Tai looked at the beady-eyed Officer Memu in front of him speechlessly. The words of Officer Akamegar and Uncle Mori, I really can't believe that if these two idiots intervene, they will definitely lead you to the ditch. Wait a minute, Mori? Mori Kogora? Fei Yingli? I remembered it. Tai looked at the beauty in front of him in surprise. I wonder why it looks so familiar. It turns out this is Xiaolan's mother. I remember that I separated from Uncle Maori very early, so the wedding ring on his hand doesn't count. Tai feels that the future is very bright. I really can't tell. A well-fitting OL uniform fully highlights the temperament of a workplace queen. The coexistence of maturity and intelligence, the combination of coldness and dominance in her clearly left Taiki stunned. Tai? Tai? Hey? It's Conan, what's the matter with pulling me? Tai turned around reluctantly. Well, it turns out we found the suspect. Looking at the three men with criminal suspicions in front of them, they are a baseball player who comes here to chat with someone to relieve his boredom, a college student who comes here to write a thesis, and the other is a playboy who has made an appointment with a female friend. Did they all go to the toilet when the victim was killed? Tai, you are missing one person. Conan saw that Tai was always absent-minded today. He was obviously confused by the beauty named Fei Yingli, and he no longer knew what he was going to do. That aunt also went to the toilet, okay? And with her figure, it is obvious that she can escape through the gap in the toilet. So she is also very suspicious. Ah. That's right. After all, I have been to the bathroom too. Fei Yingli kept tapping her lips with her little finger and winked mischievously at Conan. Little brother, you have a really good memory. When? A casual iron fist hit Conan's head into a big bag. Child, if you don't know the situation, don't talk nonsense. Tai laughed at Fei Yingli. Don't listen to his nonsense, I believe you. How could you be a suspect? You think so? Officer Magyar. Ha ha ha, yes, what the officer said is absolutely correct. Conan looked at Memu who was standing next to Tai, smiling like a fool. He felt that it was very irritating to his eyes, so he simply turned his head and ignored them. By the way, who is the murderer? Conan hid aside and thought quietly. Tai began to think about the whole case seriously. Because the murder happened within these few minutes, it is impossible for the murderer to arrange the entire scene perfectly. The victim's emptied wallet seems a bit like the murderer deliberately disguised it as a robbery case. The improvement of Tai's mental attributes has obviously improved his memory. He could clearly recall everything that happened in the cafe. Just comparing the suspect in his memory with the way he stood in front of Tai now, he clearly discovered something different. I know who the murderer is. This is the first time I have solved the case alone without Conan's reminder. Tai felt that this was all the motivation given to him by the great beauty. As expected, men and women are matched, so the work is not tiring. Under everyone's gaze, Tai folded his hands in his pockets and slowly told his reasoning. We are all confused by the murderer in this case. We don't need to think hard about how the murderer committed the crime. As long as we grasp the evidence, we can catch the murderer. If you look carefully at the crime scene, you will find that the knife that killed Himeno-san was abandoned at the crime scene. However, we did not find another murder weapon, which is what the murderer used to strangle Ms. Himeno's neck, causing her to die. Can you tell me the answer? Baseball player, Mr. Toyama. Tai said, pointing directly at Mr. Toyama's finger. You said your hand was injured because of the wedding ring. Then can you tell us why your finger, which was bandaged like a carrot, changed from a ring finger to a middle finger? Mr. Dian-shan was obviously very surprised. The kid in front of him didn't follow the routine at all. He didn't talk about his method of committing the crime or the reasoning process, but just talked about the result. There was even conclusive evidence. When did the police become so smart? Officer Mumu took the lead at this time. Obviously, for his superiors, his execution was really strong. That bandage was used to tie the victim's neck. The other murder weapon, right? Very good, bring this man back to the station. Conan looked at Mr. Toyama in front of him, looking panicked. Apparently he was right. When did Taiki become so powerful? This is unscientific. Tai received a lot of adoring looks from around him. She flipped up her hair quite confidently and said, I think the bandage on your hand is still stained with the victim's blood. You shouldn't be able to deny it. You murderer! You are so careless. Fei Yingli raised her eyebrows meaningfully and looked at the temple sarcastically. Such an important piece of evidence is still tied to your body. I believe that even if no matter how powerful I am, there is nothing I can do to defend you. I am destined to spend time in jail. I'll go. Obviously Tai didn't expect that Fei Yingli also had a sharp tongue. This is the first time I've seen the poisonous tongue skill. I didn't expect that in addition to the queen, there are also what a cute attribute. You bastard! Tai took one look at Mr. Toyama, who was as strong as a bear, and rushed towards Fei Yingli with anger on his face. This kind of desperate behavior obviously stimulated Tai's nerves. If you dare to touch her, I will never forgive you. As he spoke, Tai raised his leg and kicked her over, but because of the distance, it was obviously a little bit worse. Just as Fei Yingli was about to do so, she was hit in the face by Dianshan's punch. Tai didn't care much and directly pulled out the white ivory from his waist. Before he could grab it, he only saw the beauty in front of him dodge neatly. The handsome man grabbed the murderer's right elbow, raised his leg, turned around, bent down, and threw him over his shoulder in one fell swoop, just like a textbook, and threw him directly to the floor. With a loud bang, the man was directly pushed to the ground. If Tae hadn't looked at the man lying on the ground in front of him, his chest still rising and falling, he almost thought he had been thrown to death. Tae, who was holding a gun stupidly, was stunned by the scene in front of him. Should I say, I finally understand where Xiolan's karate talent comes from. Chapter 27 Conan, you must all be punished. Accompanied by the beauty Fei Yingli, that handsome over-the-shoulder throw. Mr. Dian Shan was successfully arrested by the swarming police. Next to them, Conan and Tae opened their mouths in surprise, looking at the scene that happened in front of them. They couldn't help but look at each other and swallowed hard. As expected of a mother-daughter relationship, this over-the-shoulder throw is really similar to Xiolan's. As for Fei Yingli, she patted the corner of her skirt coolly and neatly. With this look in my eyes, you are really a scumbag. He glanced disdainfully and ignored Mr. Dian Shan, who was left with only the air coming out and no air coming in. I just wanted to thank Mr. Yoshida for your concern. Where? I didn't expect that the concubine's skills are so strong and agile. Tae inserted the white ivory back into his waist with a little embarrassment. You see, this incident happened so suddenly. It's getting late. Why don't you find a place where I can serve as a host? Let's talk while eating. Tae blushed and touched his nose in embarrassment, and said to Fei Yingfa invite. I still have many things that I need to consult with the concubine's lawyer. Mom, so you are here. I have been looking for you for a long time. Xiolan, sweating profusely, hurried away from a distance. I heard that a murder just happened here. Are you okay? Tae finally summoned up the courage to send out the invitation. The moment he saw Xiolan, he quickly collapsed like a punctured football. Well, if you fall in love with your classmate's mother, make an appointment to have a meal and talk about life and ideals. Isn't this a little bad? Tae stood aside and thought a little awkwardly. Conan was so excited that he kept pulling Tae. I remembered, this is Aunt Fei Yingli, she is Xiolan's mother. Hey! Conan said while looking at Tae with speechless eyes, this is Xiolan's mother. But you! I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You little brat, what do you know? Tae said, getting angry and punching Conan on the head again. It hurts. Tae simply turned his head and ignored Conan, who was hiding in the corner and crying. Yoshida-san, are you here too? Do you know each other? Fei Yingli was obviously a little surprised. Well, Yoshida-san and I are in the same class. Xiolan pulled Fei Yingli and talked non-stop. Maybe it was because Xiolan hadn't been with her mother for a long time. It was chirping happily like a magpie. Tae stood aside and looked at him. Fei Yingli looked at his profound eyes, which made his scalp feel a little numb. This, the love of beauty, does everyone have it? This is a long-term affection of human beings. Besides, love has nothing to do with age. In this world, age is not a problem. As long as you are willing, these are not problems. Your intellectual temperament is more in line with what I think. Tae, who got excited when he was impulsive, said a bunch of words that were almost confessions, looking at Conan with his mouth wide open and Xiolan, who was obviously confused. Tae had the idea of getting into the cracks in the ground. I'll go find Officer Magyar and ask what's going on with the case. Tae hurriedly walked away from this place where there was obviously an awkward atmosphere. Fei Yingli was left, facing Xiolan's probing eyes, her face turned red with anger. Why does this bastard keep talking about all this nonsense? It's so annoying. The victim and Ms. Himeno were killed because she forced Mr. Toyama, who was already married, to divorce and be with her. The murderer did this impulsively because he was afraid that his wife would know about it. Of course. Tai kept staring at Fei Yingli. This kind of man is the most unreliable and has no responsibility at all, and I am not such a person. Yoshida-san. A furious Xiolan stopped directly in front of Taeki. Do you know what the hell you are doing? Tae scratched his head in embarrassment. Aren't you pursuing the lawyer? You have to believe that I am sincere. The problem is that she is my mother. I know. But age is really not a problem for me. I don't mind that. I have a father. We just need to call each other our own, that's not a problem. I want to say that my mother and my father have a very good relationship, but you are being immoral. You can't even hope to deceive me. Tae said triumphantly from the side. I know they're separated. So that's no longer an issue. You should give up on this idea anyway, I won't agree to it. Well, the main thing I like is your mother, not you. So in the end, if Yingli agrees, although I feel a little sorry for your attitude. But it's not a problem. This is called Shang Yingli. Conan walked at the end, facing this wonderful drama. Fully aware of the lower limit of Tae. That means there is no bottom line. Xiaolan was obviously defeated by Tae's shameless spirit, so she simply stopped talking to him and walked back to Fei Yingli. If you think about it, it seems like it's been a year since you left home. What are you talking about? Fei Yingli lowered her head sadly. We can't let those with ulterior motives plot evil. He said and glared at Tae fiercely. This kind of person is the most disgusting. Hey hello, Taeki was unhappy when he heard this. I'm not a bad person. And Yingli is so nice, but he doesn't care about her at all. If it were me, I wouldn't do that. Why bother with such a person who doesn't know how to cherish him? I'm very happy to hear you say that, but... Fei Yingli's smiling face was full of seriousness. Please call me Ms. Fei, or my full name. Tae faced Fei Yingli's domineering eyes and opened his mouth silently, but never said anything else. Conan held his little head with both hands, and the eyes of those listening nearby were reduced to slits with laughter. I call you shameless and bully a child. You will be punished for this. Listening to the meaningful rejection in Fei Yingli's words, Xiaolan felt very happy as if she had won a battle. I think it's been so long, Mom, you should go back and live. Look, look. Xiaolan said, pointing to the advertising TV on the roadside, where the video of Kogoro Mori solving the murder case was being shown. Dad, he is working very hard now. And he also hopes that you can come back, Mom. The TV kept going back and forth, showing the process of Mori Kogoro solving the murder case. Let us listen again to the key phone call that solved this case. My wife, don't care about her, we are separating. How about we have a passionate night? Seeing this scene, Tae immediately became excited. This perverted Uncle Maori deserves to be the best sixth man and the strongest teammate. Not far ahead, I remember there was a Chinese restaurant. Tae elegantly made an inviting gesture as he spoke. I wonder if I would be honored to invite this beautiful lady to have lunch with you. Oh? It just so happens that I'm a little hungry at this time. Fei Yingli stepped forward directly. It's not like this, it's not like this, there is a reason. Xiaolan stood there incoherently, defending towards Fei Yingli's back. Lan, let me give you one last piece of advice. Fei Yingli said without looking back, you must be careful with your childhood sweetheart, the detective, you know. How could this happen? Xiaolan stood speechlessly, watching Fei Yingli and Tae's figures walking further and further away. Anyway, I will absolutely. I will never agree. Conan continued to look at Uncle Maori on the TV with a smile. I told you to take the credit from me every time. You must be punished this time. Chapter 28 I have another unpleasant premonition. Several days have passed since that time in the cafe. Every time Xiaolan met Tae in school, she never gave him a good look. Those accusing eyes every moment seemed to say, you are a bad person. Yoshida-kun, what happened between you and Xiaolan? Miss Sonoko had a gossipy face. How did you make Xiaolan angry? Facing all this, Tae smiled a little awkwardly. Can I say that I have a crush on her mother, so she thinks I am the culprit who destroyed her family? I didn't see it. Suzuki Sonoko took a good look at Taeki, Xiaolan has such a good temper, you can make her angry. What happened between you two? That's not a big deal. Tai blushed and hesitated. Anyway, there is a bit of ideological discord between us. Ideological discord? Sonako was obviously aroused by Taiki's words. Well, I remember that my sister is holding a party tomorrow, and I'll call Xiaolan to attend. Since it's a misunderstanding, it's better to talk it over as soon as possible. What can't be discussed between friends? Tai looked at Adam's back speechlessly and wiped the cold sweat from his head. Is it really possible to talk about this kind of thing? After getting along with each other for the past few days, perhaps because of Uncle Maori's nonsense, Fei Yingli's attitude towards Tai has obviously improved, and she is no longer businesslike. And with the help of Fei Yingli, the internet empire that Tai imagined based on the memories of his previous life was getting ready to open. Online shopping, voice and video chat system, a third-party payment platform. Just think about the development prospects of these companies in previous lives. Tai said that he can wake up laughing when he sleeps. I can be considered a successful entrepreneur with superior vision. Tai said that he must be humble. Well, I stand on the shoulders of giants. Opening the panel casually, the system displayed, Pet, Taiki Yoshida. Age, 16. Height, 177 centimeters. Attributes, Physique, 65. Spirit, 52. Skills, Judo, Master, Pastry, Proficient, Ventriloquism, Proficient, Backpack, Lollipop, 233, Belly Band, Drowning Girl's Fountain, 1 copy, Red Wolf's Pan, Platycodon Flower Pendant, Wine Gourd, Double Guns, Ebony, White Ivory. Mission, Main Mission, 6. If your physical fitness exceeds 70 points, you will be rewarded with a special draw. This kind of physical training is really not easy. Tai felt discouraged when he thought that he had only gained 2 points after training so hard for so many days. Very early that day, Tai arrived at the villa introduced by Yuanzi. Outside the house were lush maple trees, but behind the house were cliffs. Only a single plank bridge not far away could reach the villa. Should I be called the eldest lady of the Suzuki group? In order to enjoy the maple leaves, I built a villa in this remote place. Yoshida-san, this is my sister Suzuki Reiko. Hello, I have heard Sonako talk about you. She has a sister who is studying for a master's degree. She admires her very much. Where? The people who were invited to the party this time were mainly Suzuki Reiko's classmates from college, including Oda Masaru, who is now a foreign car agent, dressed like a libertine. Hiroki Kakutani, editor of the film magazine. He looks tall and thick, like a big bear. Ryoichi Takahashi currently works in a food company. He has a big belly, as expected of a food worker, and he eats really fat. Film screenwriter Shikako Ikeda. She was dressed very beautifully and brightly, like a fashionable beauty. After saying hello one by one, Tai was arranged by Sonako in the last room in the corridor on the second floor. Yuanzi, hasn't Xiaolan arrived yet? Tai turned his head and looked out the window. It was already almost noon. She couldn't have gotten lost somewhere. Don't worry, there is only one road leading to the mountaintop villa, so you won't get lost. Yuanzi waved his hand and approached him with a mysterious look on his face. You care about her so much. By the way, you didn't want to poach Shinichi, so you made Xiaolan angry, right? If you really have this idea, I can provide you with exclusive information about Xiaolan. I have disliked that Kudo guy for a long time. Where is this going? Tai was speechless in his heart. It's not what you think. It's just a conflict of ideas with Xiaolan. If we work hard to communicate, maybe we can solve it. TCH, it's boring. Sonako looked at Tai's thoughtful face, waved his hands casually, and walked out the door. I'm going to help my sister with work now, and I don't have time to entertain you. Just do what you want. Looking at Sanako's casual attitude, Taiki broke out in a cold sweat. You don't hear interesting gossip anymore, so you just ignored me. Tai vaguely heard the sound coming from the door. It looks like Xiaolan is here. I'd better go and say hello to her. Ah! Tai, who had just gone out, saw Xiaolan wildly opening the door to each room and went in to take a look. It seems like all the people living here are boys. Xiaolan. Tai awkwardly pointed to an empty room. There's no one in this room. Humph. Xiaolan slammed the door hard, leaving Tai and Conan alone, looking at each other with big eyes and small eyes. Conan, you're here too. Well, Sister Xiaolan brought me here. Haha, that's right. Ha ha ha. Conan, why are you still dawdling at the door? Come in quickly. Hi. Conan said, leaving Tai with a self-seeking look. Tai faced the closed door and could only scratch his head. The revolution has not yet succeeded, comrades still need to work hard. Lunch was prepared by Suzuki Reiko and was very sumptuous. But Tai tasted the same as Chua, and Xiaolan looked angry while eating, as if she was eating his meat, which made Tai restless. Is this a quarrel between young lovers? Suzuki Reiko covered her yin-tao mouth and watched the interaction between Tai and Xiaolan with a smile. We don't have that kind of relationship anymore. It's just a misunderstanding with Mori-san. It's more than just a misunderstanding between us. Obviously Xiaolan is still very worried about what happened a few days ago. Hee. The relationship between them is indeed not a couple. Conan laughed wildly in his heart. They will soon become a cheap father and daughter. The relationship between you is so good. Getting together with everyone reminds me of our time in college. At that time, I remember that we were all members of the college film club. As she spoke, Suzuki Reiko's eyes looked a little sad, and Tunzi. If that incident hadn't happened, Tunzi would probably be here today. Tai felt that the air at this moment was condensed. I have another unpleasant feeling. Chapter 29 Shikako is getting her lunch. Can you please stop mentioning things? Shikako Ikeda slapped the table and stood up. I finally took some time out of my busy schedule to come here to relax. I don't want to talk about that person who died a year or two ago. I'm sorry. Suzuki Reiko apologized helplessly. At this time, Oda Katsu said lazily, when people become famous, their tone of voice changes. What do you want to say? Okay, you two, stop talking. Suzuki Reiko stood up directly. I think you guys go and have a rest, and leave dinner to me and Sanako. I'm going to go outside and repair the broken roof. It seems like it's going to rain soon. I'm so sorry. Suzuki Reiko said shyly, although someone will clean it on time, it has not been occupied for such a long time. It's just trouble for you, Takahashi. You have to be careful. It is true that only Takahashi, who is in charge of props, can do this kind of work. Then let the rest of us play poker. Hey! Where are you going? Shikako. Hiraki Kakutani chased Shikako Ikeda out of the house. Wait a minute Shikako, didn't Takahashi just say it would rain in the evening? I'm just taking a walk outside. Hey! Conan. Tai poked the little Conan next to him and whispered, how do you think your sister Xiaolan is feeling today? I'll tell you if it's appropriate. Before Tai finished speaking, he saw Conan's little face holding a bad smile, looking behind him. Taiki turned his head stiffly and saw Xiaolan, standing behind him with his hands on his hips. Yashida Taiki, let's go out together and enjoy the scenery. Well, look, it's raining outside now. Tai quickly pointed out the window and saw raindrops hitting the glass. There is no way to appreciate those beautiful maple leaves. Why not? Let's go tomorrow. As Xiaolan approached step by step, Tai leaned directly against the wall. A palm pressed directly against Tai's ear. I think it would be nice to take a walk in the rain. Xiaolan's whole body is exuding an evil aura. Let's go. Did I get banged against the wall? Tai burst into tears as he was pulled out of the room. This is completely different from what I imagined. It was drizzling in the sky, and the two of them held an umbrella together and walked in the maple leaf forest. The raindrops kept hitting the maple leaves, making a rustling sound. In such a poetic and picturesque scene, the atmosphere between them can be described as gunpowder. Yoshida-san, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Well, Lan, sometimes people can't control their feelings. When I met Yingli, her intelligence, maturity, wisdom, and seriousness in doing things were deeply imprinted in my heart. The problem is that she is my mother, and I already have a father. But Mori Kogora cannot give her happiness. Taiki pressed Xiaolan's shoulders firmly with both hands, his eyes full of seriousness. Mori Kogora, if you even need you to take care of yourself, you can't give Ida the life he wants, so. Boom. Before he finished speaking, there was an explosion above his head. The lightning in the sky was like a thunderbolt falling around him, making Tai tremble in fright. Xiaolan took the opportunity to break free. I don't believe what you said, anyway, I will never agree. Then she turned around and ran deep into the woods. Alas, looking at the figure disappearing in front of his eyes, Tai let out a long sigh. My beautiful lady, you just treat me as a normal friend now. You look like I want to be your stepfather. Are you a little anxious? Hey don't you see, Taiki? Sanako poked him with a blushing face. I didn't expect you to have such a hobby, come on. I'm optimistic about you. I'll go. This bastard actually eavesdropped on our conversation. Tai's head was covered with black lines. If this big mouth knows about it, the whole world will know about it and he is not allowed to publicize it. He simply ignored the gossiping Sanako next to him and said to Conan behind him, the rain is getting heavier and heavier. I don't know where Xiaolan has gone. Let's go look for it separately. Ah! Deep in the woods, a frightened scream could be heard directly. It's Xiaolan's voice. Tai, Conan, Sanako, and others hurriedly ran towards Xiaolan. Through the gap between the branches, they saw a strange man with bandages all over his body. He raised an axe and aimed at Xiaolan, who was lying on the ground. Hack away! Seeing that the situation was not good, Tai immediately took out the white ivory from his waist. The shot hit the axe. When the bandaged man saw someone coming, he didn't even pick up the axe on the ground. He ran straight into the woods and disappeared. Bandage freak! Yes, that's the Xiaolan it attacked in the woods. Returning to the garden inside the house, he gestured with his hands and feet about the attack he encountered. Ignoring the messy people discussing in the living room, Tai directly pulled Conan away. You also noticed, right? There is an unusual atmosphere among this group of people. I always feel that this incident against Xiaolan is not an accident. You have to stay close to Xiaolan and don't make any mistakes. Conan nodded thoughtfully, so, I also have something coming up. Feeling. The suspension bridge has been broken and the telephone lines have been cut. This villa is like a lonely desert island. Tai watched all of this coldly. As long as Xiaolan, Yuanzi, and the others are fine, he will not pay attention to these grievances. Tai only cares about the people he cares about. The life and death of other people is none of his business. Since you have already done something, you must have the awareness to take responsibility. Black Sakura is just a place to fight crime, using thunderous means to scare others. As for preventing crime, catching thieves, protecting witnesses, etc. Tai said, I'm too lazy to deal with these little characters. If anything happens, just go to the police. Dinner was cooked by Xiaolan and Suzuki Reiko. That eldest lady Yuanzi, it's good if you don't expect her to be of any help. At this time, everyone came to the restaurant one after another. Hiraki Kakutani held a camera next to him and kept filming back and forth. The whole day, Tai didn't see him put down the camera in his hand. Takahashi, now that the roof is repaired, come down quickly. The dishes are getting cold. Oh, I know. Before he finished speaking, he heard Takahashi Ryoichi's horrified voice, look at the window below, what is that person doing? I saw a figure running past the window at this moment. The figure was covered in a black cloak and was a strange man with bandages all over his body. However, Shikako was held in the arms of the man with a horrified look on her face and ran towards the distance. Shikako. Conan took the lead and rushed out of the window, followed closely by Oda Masaru, Kakutani Hiraki, and Takahashi Ryoichi. Taiki stood there, holding his hands with an expressionless face. This Shikako Ikeda, it looks like she is going to get a lunch. But, so what? Tai looked at Xiolan, who was sitting anxiously at the table. We are not familiar with each other. Who cares whether she is dead or not? At most, the murderer can be brought to justice, which can be regarded as revenge for her. Speaking of which, the time when I saw the murderer was a bit too coincidental. Tai thought silently. Chapter 30, Xiolan's Tsundere Incident. With the return of Conan and the others, they brought back a piece of sad news. Well, she was already killed when we arrived. What? I have already covered her body with my clothes first. Kakutani Hiraki looked sad. It was obvious that knowing that Keiko was dismembered by the murderer was a huge blow to him. Why, how could this happen? It's all my fault. It's all my fault for planning this class reunion. Suzuki Reiko covered her face in pain and kept sobbing, it's all my fault. Don't say that, Reiko. Kakutani Hiraki comforted her, it was the weird guy with the bandage who was wrong for taking Shikako away from our eyes. He is a murderer. What should we do? What will we do if he attacks again? Tai looked at the panicked people in the scene. Don't think about this mess, it's getting late, everyone should go back to their houses and close their doors and windows. Remember, when you are sleeping, don't open the door if anyone knocks on the door. We will go down the mountain at dawn tomorrow. Well, everyone, please check the doors and windows again. We will go down the mountain and notify the police tomorrow. Tai rubbed his nose awkwardly after listening to their words. He seemed to be from the police, and he was also the leader. When Tai took them to close the window, he quietly pulled Xiolan into his room. Xiolan, you keep this gun for self-defense. I always feel that the bandage weirdo didn't come in from the outside, but was someone who came to the party. Since the murderer in the woods chose to attack you, it is definitely not an accident. I won't let him hurt you. Looking at Tai's determined expression, Xiolan silently took the white ivory. Tai, you are a good person, if you weren't. Looking at Xiolan's back, Tai scratched the back of his head in distress. They say I'm a good person no matter what. I really don't want to be a good person anymore, otherwise I will be lonely all my life. Taiki, you've noticed it too. Conan sneaked into Taiki's house mysteriously. Look, this is the necklace that was found at the entrance and belongs to Shikako. A black round agate hung on a silver silk thread, this is really Shikako's necklace. And, Conan, who was obviously thinking, entered his detective mode. I found that on the balcony on the second floor of the villa, on the handrail just above the windowsill, there were two clearly visible marks. They obviously appeared not long ago. Through all this, I had a premonition that the murderer was among us. And he must have used some special method to kill Shikako. Ha-Tai yawned out of boredom, leaning lazily on the sofa, looking at Conan and the male dog in heat, obviously entering the excitement mode. Hey hello Tai interrupted Conan helplessly. I know everything you said. You know everything? Then how did you guess it? Conan was very surprised. He didn't expect Tai to come up with the answer one step ahead of him. Intuition. Tai spread his hands helplessly. Do you still need to guess for such a simple question? Conan. I always feel that it was not an accident that the murderer attacked Xiaolan. Tai became serious when he talked about this. When you and Xiaolan are in the same house at night, be more careful. My intuition told me that something was going to happen tonight. Conan thought seriously when he heard Tai say this. After all, I have been with Tai for so long, and I have learned about his beast-like intuition. Since he said something was going to happen tonight, he was inseparable. The rain outside was getting heavier and heavier, and the lights in each room were gradually turned off. Tai was not in his room. Instead, he chose a blind spot in the balcony corridor and hid there. Silently looking at Xiaolan's window, Tai knew that as long as the murderer came to attack Xiaolan at night, he would have no choice but to sneak in quietly through the balcony. In his previous life, Tai liked Xiaolan very much. Whether it was her pure and kind qualities or her infatuation that she was willing to wait for Shinichi forever, Taiki was deeply fascinated by her. When I knew that this was the world of Detective Conan, I didn't hesitate to pursue Xiaolan's idea. But when Tai saw Xiaolan for the first time, he knew that they were not suitable for each other. Tai remembered that Belmode once said this after meeting Xiaolan. She is an angel. After meeting Xiaolan, he truly understood this sentence. Although that kind of light is desirable, it will burn oneself. After all, for Tai who came to this world, he only cares about the people he values, even if it is wrong, but so what? Just protect the people around you. As for the life and death of others, what do I do? Time gradually came to 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. Tai played with the ebony wood in his hand boredly. At this moment, he saw a strange man with bandages all over his body, passing through the balcony and quietly touching the window of Xiaolan's house. After waiting for so long, I finally found this mouse. Tai was very excited. After all, the cold wind blowing in the middle of the night was just for this mouse. Through the starlight during the thunder, Tai saw that the bandaged man had used some unknown method to quietly dig a hole in the glass, and he was about to reach his hand into the window. Bang! With a loud bang, the bandaged man was hit from behind by Tai, and he fainted on the ground. Wrapped in bandages? Playing role-playing to scare people? After killing someone, he actually wanted to attack Xiaolan. Young man, you are very brave. I must have caught you with my own hands this time. The next day, Officer Memu arrived early. The murderer turned out to be someone no one expected, Ryoichi Takahashi, who works for a food company. According to what the fat man said, he was seeking revenge for his college classmate, Dunzi, who died a few years ago. Because Shikako Iketa's first debut script when she was in college, Blue Kingdom, was plagiarized from Tunzi's The Kingdom of the Colored Sky. Dunzi hanged herself because she couldn't bear the blow, and she knew the fact about Takahashi Ryoichi before she died. As for why he wanted to kill Xiaolan, it was because when Xiaolan first came here, she accidentally broke into the room and saw his true size. That fat belly was disguised by the bandages he wore when he played the bandage weirdo. It was just to create an illusion for everyone that the murderer's figure didn't look like his. This time the party ended with a bang amid the sound of sirens. When Xiaolan returned the white ivory to Tai, she felt very entangled in her heart. She knew that Tai was worried about her safety that night and silently guarded her outside the window all night. He is a careful and considerate person. He is indeed much better than Dad in this aspect. Xiaolan bit her lip and stood in front of Tai in confusion and said, "You are a good friend that I value. I won't interfere in your choice, but you can't make me agree with that." After saying that, he turned around and left gracefully. Tai could only see the bouncing ponytail behind him. Not interfering, not agreeing, that is, not opposing. This event is really not in vain. Tai touched his chin in excitement. By the way, Xiaolan's tone, is she arrogant? Chapter 31 Conan is worthy of being the god of death. Several days have passed since the Maple Leaf viewing event. Xiaolan's attitude towards Tai has obviously improved in the past few days. After all, she didn't look like she wanted to eat him as soon as she saw him. The eighth wife of Yuanzi finally agreed to Taeai's request and didn't gossip. But every time Taeai and Sonako meet, the pain on their faces shows what kind of price they have paid. In the past few days, Taeai has been fired from a company. I'm really worried about it. I don't know how difficult it is if I don't get involved in some things. Even with the help of Fei Yingli and Cheng Shi, a lot of workload has been reduced, but other trivial things are enough to keep Taeai busy until late every day. Taeki, how about we all go play football together after school? I'm really sorry. Taeai touched his nose awkwardly. Today I have to accompany my sister to the doctor to have her teeth extracted. I remember your sister's name is Ayami. Does she have cavities? There are no cavities, but one deciduous tooth, which has not fallen out yet. If it becomes a permanent tooth in the future, it will affect the image of our little beauty. Taeai spread his hands, so at this time, I, the older brother, have to accompany my younger sister. After school, when Taeai drove to the gate of Daiden Elementary School, he saw Gentai, Mitsuhiko, Conan, and Ayami all together. His high-spirited expression was as if he were on a battlefield. Obviously they also want to accompany Ayami. You must watch Masked Superman today. Genta said this with excitement on his face. I know, I know. Guanjun kept chattering, today the Green Star people will have a decisive battle with Batra today. Super exciting. The kid sitting in the back became completely excited when he talked about Masked Superman. When Taeki saw that Ayami's little face was full of displeasure because of these words, he couldn't help but feel a little funny. Don't worry, I remember Masked Superman only started airing at 7:30. If Ayami doesn't see it due to time constraints, my brother will record everything broadcast today. By the way, Conan, I have never heard that you like Masked Superman so much. Taeai saw through the rear-view mirror that Conan's round face was filled with colorful lights after hearing these words. Looking at Mitsuhiko and Genta next to them, their eyes were full of threats. At this time, Conan had no choice but to swallow the knocked-out teeth and quickly raised his little hand. Ah yes, I like it very much. Long live Masked Superman. The place where Ayami had her teeth extracted was at Sawaka Clinic next to Miwa Park. Honesty has been busy these past 2 days with Taeai opening a company without even touching the ground. Therefore, Taeai was embarrassed to instruct others on such a trivial matter as Ayami's tooth extraction. This doctor who extracted teeth was called Dr. Yezii by others. According to Taeai, she is a young and beautiful beauty. Ding dong ding dong. Welcome. Taeai and the others saw Dr. Yezii behind the door, his face full of doubts. Obviously he was a little unprepared for the visit of so many people. Hello, my name is Taeki Yoshida. My appointment with you today is that my sister needs to have her teeth extracted. Taeai turned around and introduced Ayume's friends. These children are Ayume's classmates. Because they are worried about her, they all want to come and see her. Hello, I've heard Ayumi talk about you before. Dr. Yezii bent down and said with a kind face, I heard that you formed a young detective team and solved many cases. Where? Taeai looked at the little devils around him and turned into a big red face at a speed visible to the naked eye. Obviously, they are all shy because of these compliments. That's awesome. You can all be considered detectives. There is no such thing. Dr. Yezii said to Taeai with an apologetic look, I'm sorry, Yoshida-kun. Because we are in a clinic, I really don't have a place here that can take care of these children. Can you please send these children back? Taeai looked at the person in front of him speechlessly. Brother, are you so unwilling to meet me? What about Ayumi? Don't worry, kids. Dr. Yezii comforted them, I will personally send Ayumi back after the meeting. It's getting late. Let Brother Yoshida take you home. After saying that, he turned around and took Ayumi from Taeki's hand. Come on, Ayumi, come in. Because of Dr. Yi's actions, the scene suddenly became silent. Conan and the others stared at each other, not knowing what to say. I didn't say a word at all. Tae looked at the awkward atmosphere and said, "At least you asked me for my opinion. Did you just kick us out?" "Conan, don't worry, I won't be afraid." Amy vigorously gestured with her little fist. "Let my brother help you all go home. Masked Superman will be broadcast soon. We must have a good discussion tomorrow." Tae, looking at the considerate Amy, had no choice but to suppress his inner unhappiness. "Okay, let's ask Dr. Yezii to help you get home." On the way home, Mitsuhiko and Genta looked at Tae's scary face and sat on their chairs with winks, saying nothing. Is it really that unsophisticated to run a clinic alone? Sitting in the car, Tae felt more and more awkward the more he thought about it. He casually punched Conan in the head. "I'm so nervous, Tae, what do you want to do? It wasn't because you, the god of death, were hanging around me, that I would encounter these messy things every day. Is this all my fault? Are you being reasonable?" Looking at Conan, who kept rubbing his head, Tae became more and more angry as he thought about it. No matter where he went, he would encounter an incident as long as Conan was around. There really is no peaceful day. After sending all these little devils home, Tae thought carefully about what happened today, and he always felt that there was always something wrong with Dr. Yezii. Tae, who always followed his feelings, drove directly to the clinic called Dr. Yezii again. After arriving there, everything was pitch black. After Taeki was sure that Amy was no longer here, he hurried back home. At home, I saw Amy sitting in front of the TV, watching the tape of Masked Superman. Who? At the moment when he saw Amy, Tae relaxed. Looks like my intuition was wrong. As long as Amy is fine. However, at around 10 o'clock in the evening, Officer Memuo went to Tae's home and brought some sad news. The owner of a Fudo company who lived on Edo Street was murdered at 7:30 this afternoon. I need to ask Amy about Dr. Yezi's alibi. Looking at the photo of the killed boss, Tae murmured to himself, Conan is indeed the god of death. Chapter 32 Conan's mother arrives. Did you know? Yesterday, someone was killed on Edo Street. I know the man who was killed was called Katsuhiko Nakamoto, and he died from a knife stabbed into his chest. Wow, it's so scary. Genta and Mitsuhiko opened their mouths in surprise. How do you know this, Amy? Conan had a look of confusion on his face. Obviously I only heard this news from Uncle Maori this morning during dinner. Because Officer Megure came to my house yesterday. I remember, last night. Amy-chan, where were you at 7:30 last night? Who were you with? Officer Megure in front of Amy was serious, holding a small book and asking these questions. Tae, on the other hand, stared at Fat Mumu with murderous eyes, obviously very dissatisfied with his actions. It's 7:30, let me think about it. Amy rubbed her little head with her little hands. At that time, I was with Dr. Yezii. Dr. Yezii was extracting my teeth, and then we went to see Masked Superman together. No, this shouldn't just be like this. While listening to Amy's story, Conan rubbed his chin and thought quietly. Amy, what did your brother Taeki say about this matter? Wow, Conan, you are so awesome. You have already guessed it before I even told you what happened. Where Conan was a little embarrassed, then what is the outcome of the matter? Yes, Amy, just hurry up and say it. Genta and Mitsuhiko were obviously also intrigued by Amy. Let me tell you, this case was finally solved by my brother. Speaking of this, Bulletin Mimi explained happily, obviously very proud of her brother. Dr. Yezii decorated his room exactly like the hospital room. It gave me an illusion of location. First, Dr. Ye used anesthesia to make me fall asleep, and then took me to her apartment. That room is really exactly the same as the rest room in the hospital. At this point, Amy's little face turned red and she gestured with joy, the TV, refrigerator, calendar, curtains, and even the pair of masked Superman playing cards on the coffee table are all exactly the same. Then Dr. Ye took advantage of me to watch Masked Superman and killed Mr. Morihiko Nakamoto, who lived in the same apartment. He tricked me into taking painkillers again, and then I fell asleep again. Dr. Yezi took the opportunity to take me back to the hospital. It's a pity that I didn't finish watching The Masked Superman at that time. Fortunately, my brother helped me record a new copy. By the way, the Masked Superman fight scene yesterday was really exciting. I really want to watch it again. As they spoke, Genta and Mitsuhiko looked at Ayami with longing eyes. Don't worry. Unai-chan helped me record all the previous TV shows about Masked Superman. You can all go to my house to watch them at night. Ayami patted her small breasts hard, indicating that these small problems were nothing to her. As for Conan, who was standing aside, he silently wiped the cold sweat on his head. Aren't we discussing the case? Why did he become a masked Superman again? This building is really crooked. Miwa Building, revolving restaurant. The cold sweat on Taei's face kept falling. Sitting in front of him were Fei Eri and Kudo Yukiko. This matter also starts with Fei Yingli's phone call to Taei. Taei received a text message from Fei Yingli in the afternoon, asking him to have dinner at the revolving restaurant in the Miwa Building tonight. Taei thought it was him. His recent efforts had paid off, so he had this date. Unexpectedly, there was an extra person. Yukiko Kudo covered her small mouth with one hand, her big eyes full of the look of watching a good show. Eri, are you going to decide to abandon Mori Kogora and fall into the arms of this handsome young man? Taei, who had just sat down, suddenly heard these words and saw that the face of Fei Yingli opposite him turned into a dark cloud. He quickly spoke up and said, "My fair lady, a gentleman is so shy." Besides, Yingli didn't agree. Yo, look at this tone. At this time, Kudo Yukiko was obviously more energetic. I haven't agreed yet, so I changed my name to Yingli. If I agree, I don't know what will happen. That's enough. Fei Yingli interrupted her directly, aren't you living in the United States with that guy Kudo Yusaku? Why are you back in Tokyo? It's not because they think you are old, so they don't want you anymore. I ran back in despair. Alas, Kudo Yukiko let out a long sigh. Old man, I can no longer compete with someone, because they can even swallow young grass. Before she finished speaking, Kudo Yukiko couldn't help but laugh. Obviously being able to mock Fei Yingli this time was something she felt very happy about. Taei looked at the verbal battle that took place in front of him, and the cold sweat on his forehead never stopped. The two people in front of me have been famous princesses Daiden since they were in school. Maybe it's because of each other's competitiveness, even though they have a good relationship. But after meeting each other, as long as it lasts no more than 3 sentences, they will definitely start fighting. Taei tried hard to think about the information in his mind. This time Kudo Yukiko returned to Japan from the United States, obviously not because of other things. Calculating the time, she should come back this time to see Conan. After all, Kudo Shinichi has been missing for such a long time. Although there is no danger to his life, he still needs to come in person to transform from an adult to an elementary school student. Find out the situation. According to this calculation, Kudo Yusaku should have returned to Japan together. Then what happened next should be what Taeki saw in his previous life when they pretended to be a black organization. These are all the documents you need to start a company. I have brought them to you. Fei Yingli said, taking out a thick stack of documents from her bag and stuffing them directly into Taei's hand. This is how our cooperation will be for now. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Accompanied by the footsteps of high-heeled shoes Taidata, Fei Yingli walked away without looking back. It was obvious that she didn't want to stay any longer. Taei awkwardly held the document in his arms. Just looking at Kudo Yukiko in front of me. Her laughter never stopped for a moment from the beginning to now. I hope you can smile so happily in a few days. After saying that, Tae turned around and left directly. Didn't we agree that we should all have a meal together? What happened to you and others made you angry? Kudo Yusaku quietly stood behind Yukiko and asked tenderly. Yusaku, tell me, is there anything going on between the two of them? I couldn't believe it when I received this news. Kudo Yukiko's eyes were full of gossip. Who can say anything about emotional issues? The cold rainwater splashed diagonally on the ground like needles. Tae hugged the documents and stood under the eaves of Miwa building, staring blankly at the dark rainy night. Those eyes are really similar. Chapter 33. Have you eaten? Ah! Tae's eyes were uncontrollable and kept secreting tears. His mouth was closed back and forth, and his whole person was mentally exhausted. Looking at the teacher's constantly patrolling gaze on the podium, Tae really wanted to lie down on the table and have a good sleep. I think of how busy I have been these days because of the murder case. There is an urge to die. Do I need to go to the temple to worship someday? Tae thought that the contradictory physique of the god of death might be contagious. After all, this is a two-dimensional world, and there will always be some unreasonable things. While thinking wildly, he opened the panel and the system displayed, Pet, Taeki Yoshida. Age, 16. Height, 177 cm. Attributes, Physique, 68. Spirit, 53. Skills, Judo, Master, Pastry, Proficient, Ventriloquism, Proficient, Backpack, Lollipop, 110, Belly Band, Drowning Girl's Fountain, 1 copy, Red Wolf's Pan, Platycodon Flower Pendant, Wine Gourd, Double Guns, Ebony, White Ivory. Mission, Main Mission, 6. If your physical fitness exceeds 70 points, you will be rewarded with a special draw. There is no improvement in mental points, and Tae is still 2 points short of 70 physical points before he has another chance to win a lottery. Just thinking about the various skills in the system will make people drool. Although it becomes harder and harder to improve as time goes by, it still seems to be very effective if you keep exercising every day. Yoshida-san, our school is going to have a baseball game with Shokeo Academy in the afternoon. Do you want to go and watch it together? Tae opened his hazy eyes wide and saw Miss Sonoko dressed in sportswear in front of her. Afternoon. Tae scratched his head in confusion. I haven't had a good rest in the past 2 days, how about? I remember someone seemed to promise me something. Is this a threat? Is this absolute threat? Tae was speechless when he saw Sonoko's expression that as long as you dare not go, I will reveal your secret to others. Okay then. But I promised in advance that it can only happen this time. I know, I know. Yuanzi waved his hand with an annoyed look. It's really verbose. Tae shed tears silently in his heart. This 8th wife is a chameleon, right? She can fall out so quickly. Come on, come on. Tadan High School must win. Eden High School must win. As soon as Tae arrived at the stadium, he felt a warm atmosphere rushing towards him. Students from both high schools were constantly cheering for their teams. Why are you here? I remember Conan, aren't you from Daiden Elementary School? This is Daiden High School. You're going the wrong way. Conan opened his dead eyes and didn't even look at Tae. It was obvious that he had nothing to say to him. I brought you Conan, why do you have any objections? No, absolutely not. Looking at Xiolan's expression as if she was looking for trouble, Tato was immediately frightened. Hey! Yuanzi covered her mouth and chuckled, this is really a bit of tofu, everything is reduced. By the way, Taeki. Sonoko the lady quietly came over and said in Tae's ear, let me tell you, what the hell happened to you and Xiolan? Did you? Popo. Hey, who are you talking about, you damn Tae? Come back here and tell me clearly. Tae turned around and left, completely ignoring Yuanzi's shouts. 22:0. Is Tadan High School's baseball team that useless? Tae-I asked Yuanzi with a puzzled face. I was hit so hard that I couldn't even lift my head. Xiao-Yi, you are so great. Come on. Traitor. That's someone else's general. Did you do it on purpose? What does it matter? You see, Xiao-Yi is so handsome and his skills are so good. Of course I have to cheer for him. It's really unbearable. Tae-I yawned boredly and walked back to the teaching building, ready to find a place to take a good rest. This kind of one-sided game is really nothing to watch. Tae-I had just closed his eyes and hadn't slept for a while. Then I heard a pop sound coming from upstairs. Is something going to happen again? Tae-I recalled Conan in the gymnasium and could only curl his lips helplessly and quietly walked upstairs. As soon as he reached the corner upstairs, Tae-I spotted a wretched figure squatting not far in front of him. He was no more than 170 centimeters tall, with a thin head of hair, a protruding belly, and a wretched face. He didn't know what he saw. This seems to be the principal of Xiaohao Academy. Tae-I rubbed his brows and thought, look at the knife in his hand, is he going to kill someone? The question is, can this kind of knife that can only cut paper really kill people? While Tae-I was wondering whether the person in front of him was the murderer, he saw a woman walking out of the lounge in front of him. But it wasn't until the woman disappeared from sight that the bald principal also quietly entered the lounge. Before Tae-I could get up, he found another person walking up the stairs. Isn't this Sanako's favorite Xiao-Yi? Why is he in the lounge too? After just waiting for a while, he saw Xiao-Yi taking the knife in the principal's hand and running out in a panic. The bald principal also left quickly after Xiao-Yi disappeared. Looking at everything happening in front of him, Tae-I was confused for a moment. Is there something extraordinary hidden in this lounge? Why didn't one or two of them forget to dig into it? Tae-I quietly opened the door to the lounge. All that came into view were desks, chairs, and some messy things. After taking a closer look, I discovered that the iconic flag of the repaired college, the vertical flag with the school emblem printed on it, had been cut into pieces with a knife. This must have been done by the principal. They are all defective people, and they behaved like murderers just for a flag. Tae-I felt that the scene just now was so stupid. He was still trying to analyze who was the murderer. Who are the victims? In the end, they just came to play house and it was gone. Have you been spending too much time with Conan lately? I'm a little nervous. Before he finished thinking, he heard a shout from the door of the lounge. Come on, someone, who did this? Our school's flag. Tae-I opened the door and saw the bald principal standing there stunned as if he had been pressed on pause. Both sides stood at the door with big eyes and small eyes. You look at me, I look at you. Neither of them knew what to say. Have you eaten yet? No, not at all. Haha, what a coincidence, I didn't eat it either. Haha, yes, really. Tae-I. Bald principal. Chapter 34 Explosion is Art. The cafe outside the stadium. The dean of Xiuhao College sat in front of Tai Yi with an embarrassed look on his face, twirling the coffee cup in his hand irritably and not knowing where to start. What is the purpose of this farce that you directed and acted? Tae-I's face was full of doubts. After all, no principal of any school would cut up his school's flag and play with it like it's a scrap of newspaper. This is a long story. The bald principal sitting opposite said with a sigh on his face, Xiuhao Academy is a key entrance high school. The admission rate every year is one of the best. Until the arrival of Obi-san, he was truly unparalleled in baseball. He alone made our school only one step away from winning the championship. But if this is the case, the students will no longer be interested in studying and will focus entirely on sports. So you destroyed the school's flag yourself to prevent them from participating in the baseball game. Hearing this, Tae-I finally understood. The bald principal in front of him is a speculator who only cares about his own interests and ignores the dreams of students. What can you tell me to do? There's nothing I can do about it. Cut. Tae's face was filled with displeasure, and he turned around and walked away. He felt like he was being polluted by staying with such a person for a second longer. It's such a waste of my time. What a mess. This happens even when you come to watch a baseball game. This is all Conan's fault. The night is already very deep, and the moon outside the window shines brightly earth. Tae hesitated and dialed the number hidden in his mind. Do. Moses, who are you looking for? I am Taeki Yoshida. Master. The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became louder. Master, are you going back to Osaka? I miss you so much. How have you been eating lately? Have you had a good rest? Is there any inconvenience? Okay. Tae quickly interrupted the other person's words, and he didn't know where he was going if he continued. I will send you a file now for you to take a look at. I will find 2 collaborators to contact me later. That's it, I'll hang up first. Tae quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Opposite him was the old housekeeper of the Yoshida family, who could also be said to be someone who had watched Tae grow up. This elder dares to say anything. Tae is really afraid of hearing some embarrassing news. If he hears about the dark history of his childhood again, he will even think about jumping off the building. After just a while, the old housekeeper sent Tae a text message. Hey? She is the eldest lady of the Four Wells group. She is going to hold a birthday party soon? There must be a lot of people from all walks of life coming. Tae murmured to himself, this is indeed a good opportunity. Time gradually came to midnight, and the moon was hidden in the dark clouds. In this pitch-black night, in an abandoned factory. In terms of organization, a big shot will come soon. Please be careful. The factory is filled with all kinds of glass equipment. Judging from the overall layout, it is obviously a drug manufacturing factory. Manager Mida, who is this person from above? Tell everyone so that everyone can have some confidence. A wretched man who looked like a monkey walked up to the fat supervisor with a bow and a bow. I'll scare you to death if I tell you. The one who came here is very famous. Mitsui. At some point, the door to the factory had been opened. A slender figure stood at the door, his shadow stretched long by the moonlight. That's Mitsui, the so-called wild wolf. He asked me to tell you that he has already taken the first step. You are Xiang Weun. The fat supervisor was very surprised. Didn't you betray the organization and you still dare to come back? Taedada in the dull space, only the footsteps of the man named Xiang Weun could be heard. Of course I want to come back. As he spoke, Xiang Weun took out a detonator from his pocket. Staring at everyone in the factory with bloodshot eyes. Yazi is very lonely underground. She wants me to find someone to accompany her. Do you want to go and have a look? Madman, you madman! The fat controller looked at the detonating device in his hand and felt an urge to regret it. This is the rhythm of dying together. Listen, Yazi is smiling again. Haha, we can't keep Yazi waiting any longer. Before he finished speaking, Xiang Weun pressed the detonator in his hand heavily. Time seems to be frozen. The frightened expressions of the people in front of him were clearly reflected in Xiang Weun's eyes. Only at this moment can Xiang Weun feel peaceful for a moment. Boom! After a long time passed, the abandoned factory gradually returned to calm. All I saw was that it had been blown into ruins. Only the dust that has not dissipated in the air shows what has happened just now. I saw the man named Xiang Weun quietly taking out his wallet from his pocket. Inside was a woman with a sweet smile. Xiang Weun kissed the photo gently and said softly, "Wait for me, Yazi. Don't let any of those people run away." Today, Yoshida's mother happened to be away from home because of something at work, and Amy went to play with Conan again, so Taiki had no choice but to go to Narumi's place to get some food. Every time I smell this fragrance, it makes me drool. Faced with Taei's compliment, Chinchi's face turned red as if he had applied rouge, and Taei drooled at the sight. You can only watch from a distance, but don't play with it. Taei sighed helplessly. It's a pity, it's a pity. By the way, Taiki. While eating, Cheng Shi reported the recent intelligence to Taiki. Recently, someone is like a mad dog, chasing a drug trafficking organization, which has caused many deaths and injuries. Taei's eyes narrowed as he ate the delicious food in front of him. Very satisfied with Chinchi's cooking skills. Do you have any specific information? It seems a little bit. Said, Narumi pulled out a folder. It seems that this person named Xiang Muun betrayed for some reason. Now turn around and hit this drug gang hard. This man is very proficient in explosions. The conflicts he had with the drug cartel were all caused by his homemade explosives. As for more detailed information, it will take time. It's cool. Taei burped with satisfaction. These two are not good things anyway, so there is no need to continue investigating. I also hope that there will be more dog-eat-dog incidents. In this way, we can still have some time left. Is it to save some time for you to pick up girls? Cheng Shi was helpless. Rolling his eyes, look at the bouquet of flowers you have today. Do you really want to be Xiaolan's father? Actually, I want to dress up properly so that I'm not inferior to that Fei Yingli. What do you think, Taiki? Taei's forehead was covered with sweat. Maybe I ate too much and I feel a little nauseous. Chapter 35. I feel the atmosphere of the case. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. The birthday party held this time was held at the Mitsui Group's villa, and the atmosphere in the venue was very lively. Amidst the congratulations to the guests, Mitsui Reka, the princess of the Four Wells Group, wearing a bright red floor-length dress and exquisite makeup, slowly blew out the candles in the birthday cake. Today is my daughter Lua's 24th birthday. The chairman of Sijing Group expressed his gratitude to the guests around him with a cheerful face. Today is my daughter's birthday, so I can invite everyone to come all the way to this villa to celebrate her birthday. I would like to express my great gratitude. I would like to ask for your continued support to Sijing Group in the future. Papa. As soon as he finished speaking, there was thunderous applause from all around. Then, before everyone talks freely, let me introduce you to a distinguished guest. At this point, Chairman Sijing happily invited a handsome young man to the stage. He is the eldest son of the Yoshida family, Mr. Taiki Yoshida. Following the indicator lights on the stage, Taiki walked slowly to the microphone. I am here today to attend Miss Mitsui's birthday party. I am also very happy. Why is he here? Xiaolan looked at Taei on the stage, moving his hands and feet like a noble prince. I have to admit that Taei on this stage fully explains what a noble is. Awu Awu Mori Kogora next to Xiaolan was like a starving ghost reincarnated. Holding a piece of steak and chewing hard, it's delicious, it's really delicious. It's not easy to eat such high-end stuff. Dad. Xiaolan was so angry that she stamped her feet when she saw the embarrassing look of Mori Kogora. Can you pay attention to your image? Stop blabbering, I said you should hurry up and eat. Mori Kogora said and picked up another glass of red wine on the counter. High-end wine is indeed different from the usual ones. I have been thinking about drinking this brand for a long time, and this time I want to drink it all in one sitting. Are you the legendary Mori Kogora? Taiki slowly walked up to Mori Kogora who was eating and drinking. Can you wrap this up for me? I want to take it home and continue eating. Mori Kogora obviously put all his energy into eating and drinking. After all, cherishing food is also a kind of beauty. Tai stood in front of Mao Li expressionlessly. It's exactly the same as in my memory. It hasn't changed at all. Uncle Mao Li. Taiki's words successfully aroused Mori Kogora's interest. Then what do I look like in your memory? Tai glanced at the narcissistic Maori. You are naughty, greedy, lustful, lazy, almost all of them. You have almost all the shortcomings of middle-aged and elderly men. I don't know if you really want to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, or if you are just a pig. But in the eyes of me, Taiki Yashida, it doesn't matter whether you are a real pig or a fake pig. Because the outcome has already been determined. After saying that, Tai took Xiaolan's hand and walked to the dance floor. Only Mori Kogora and Conan were left, staring at each other. This boy is so rude. Conan lowered his head speechlessly. Uncle, have you grasped the point? They are going to compete with you for your wife. You are still eating and drinking here leisurely. Why did you say that to my father just now? Tai couldn't help but chuckle when he saw Xiaolan's angry cheeks bulging, as cute as a little squirrel hiding food. Isn't the meeting between love rivals an invitation to a duel? Love rival. Xiaolan opened her mouth in surprise. You are still thinking about that? Tai was very amused by Xiaolan's sometimes shrewd and sometimes confused character. I never said I wanted to give up, did I? Hey! Looking at Xiaolan's angry back, Tai couldn't help but touch his nose. I'd better get down to business first. With the reputation of being the eldest son of the Yashida family, wherever Taiki goes, everyone caters to him and wants to have some relationship with the Yashida family. So Tai's matter was completed at a speed he didn't expect. The time was gradually approaching midnight, and the people who came to the banquet also left one after another. Only the group of subordinates from the Si Jing group were left, circling around the Si Jing Liwa, and they kept saying flattering words. The other eldest lady burst into laughter from time to time. Chairman, it's not good. A security guard ran in urgently at the door. Miss Liwa's car had a puncture by someone. Then what should I do? After hearing the news, Miss Liwa immediately covered her mouth in a pretentious manner. Okay, how about I use my Ferrari to send the eldest lady back? Before the little yellow-haired man finished speaking, the wretched man wearing glasses next to him rushed to speak. No, I think you'd better sit in mine. Porsche's better. The little fat man standing on the side also reacted at this time and immediately said, What do you think, miss, sitting in my Mercedes? But, three of you. The security guard said sheepishly, it seems that your cars also had flat tires. Haha. Tai looked at the three people in front of him who worked really hard to chase this eldest lady. At this time, the chairman of Si Jing Group said helplessly, in this case, we can only use the good cars to drive everyone down separately. I don't want to, today is my birthday. Yatsui Reka turned away in disgust, I don't want to squeeze into other people's cars going down the mountain. Hey Liwa! It's so late, so don't be willful. I said I don't want it. So I don't want it. Liwa walked back directly, I have decided that I will spend the night with Aunt Me in this villa tonight. I will ask the driver to pick me up tomorrow. Tai looked at the people who had not left during this last moment. Only Huang Mao, the wretched man, the fat man, a man with pigtails, and the one person left by Chairman Shi Jing, Mr. Rokuta. Hey, is the banquet about to end? At this time, the drunken Maori also stood up. Since everyone has gone back, let's go too. No way. Xiaolan quickly helped Mori Kogora to the chair. Let's wait until you sober up before we leave. Xiaolan. Why don't you let me drive you? Humph. Xiaolan ignored Tai at all. We're not in a hurry. It's okay to leave later. That's right, Conan. Yeah, Conan nodded quickly. Taiki touched his nose awkwardly, with Muri Kogora and Conan, the god of death, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave if I want to later. Chapter 36. What's wrong with Xiaolan? If you want to stay here, I won't accompany you. The young man with long braids put his hands in his pockets, after all, I don't want to be the son-in-law of the Four Wells group. You want to leave? When Miss Liwa heard this, she immediately became unhappy. I originally thought that you were also one of my candidates for my future husband. Let me tell you, the reason why I am here today is entirely for the chairman's sake and for the benefit of our company. As for the others, they are just a group of caged birds begging for food. So, I really don't want to be interested in you. If you want to go back, feel free to go back. But on the contrary, I will make my father never cooperate with your company again. After saying that, Luo never looked at him again, turned around and walked to the room to change. The clothes are gone. Damn it, the braided man was obviously threatened by Luo, and he could only helplessly stare at Luo's back as she walked upstairs. This is a princess disease, Tai murmured to himself. Based on my many years of experience in solving crimes, this kind of character will only get paid for one episode at most. Tai just thought about it for a while and then gave up. After all, it was none of his business, so why worry about it? In comparison, the overt and covered fights between the love rivals who wanted to be sons-in-law were much more interesting. Xiaolan and Aunt Mi, the housekeeper in the villa, went to make coffee for everyone. After all, they were all young people and couldn't sleep at this time. Let's play games and cards together to pass the time. More than an hour passed unknowingly while having fun, and Miss Luo hadn't come out of the room yet. At this time, Mr. Rokita, the assistant of the Saijing group, noticed something was wrong and asked Aunt Mi to go find the eldest lady in the room. Unexpectedly, the eldest lady disappeared in the room. The group of suitors suddenly panicked and almost turned the entire villa upside down. These people are really attentive. Tai sat on the sofa boredly and yawned. Look at this group of busy people and rabbits. Could it be that the eldest lady wanted to do something exciting, so she ran into the woods outside the villa and got lost? The wretched man wearing glasses said anxiously. How about we go to the woods and search separately? At this time, the braided man was obviously not happy. To hell with her. I don't want to face this young lady's temper again. Before he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the hall became obviously quiet at this moment, and everyone was secretly looking at each other. The braided man looked at the group of obviously agitated people in front of him and had no choice but to stand up and compromise. Really, this kind of young lady is the most annoying. Miss Luo? Where are you? Can you hear me? Miss? Everyone in the villa came out to look for someone. There were shouts and shouts in the woods, and at this moment, a drizzle began to fall in the sky. Taiki was not interested in finding someone like this. After all, he knew, with Conan and Mori, the two gods of death, it would be a dream to come back alive. Ah! As expected, it was just as Tai expected, but soon there was a scream from the woods. Apparently something unexpected happened again. But when Tai walked to the scene of the crime, he found that it was not the eldest lady of the Saijing group who died, but the little Huang Mao. From the body of the little yellow-haired man, it was obvious that he was attacked from behind and then drowned in the pond among the flowers. He is already dead. Looking at the situation before him, the murderer probably forced him into the pool. The murderer should be near this villa. Mao Li's reasoning is very pertinent. The only thing Tai doesn't agree with is one thing. The murderer is probably hiding among them. After all, Taiki has already been prepared for Conan to die wherever he goes. After all, he has experienced it many times. It's too scary. Looking at the dead Xiao Huang Mao lying on the ground, Xiao Lan tightly covered her eyes. Who did this? At this time, the man with braids said in a very aggressive tone, "We are all here now. The only one who is not here is Miss Luo. How could Miss Luo do such a thing? TCH, it's not like you don't know what happened 2 years ago. Maybe it was the young lady who did this on purpose." Tai looked at everyone's solemn expressions, and suddenly seemed to have grasped some key point. I just don't know what happened to them 2 years ago. Faced with the problem of dead people, they could only jointly tell what happened 2 years ago. One day 2 years ago, we all went out together to travel on a yacht. We finally anchored on an uninhabited island near here, and we scattered around the island to play. We didn't know the storm was coming. When the storm came, we all ran to the boat to take refuge. However, Miss Liwa and Erdongja, also known as Xiaohuang Mao, did not come back. That small island will be submerged every time the tide rises. One of our former companions went to rescue them in a rubber boat. In the end, only Miss Rika and Nidosuk came back, and the companion driving the rubber boat was found in the sea 3 days later. Then, who is that companion? Conan couldn't help but ask. It's my granddaughter, Yako. At this time, Aunt Mi walked in with coffee. Very depressed emotionally. It was my granddaughter who saved the eldest lady. Maybe the eldest lady's safe return is what she wishes in her heart. So generous. Tai looked at Aunt Mi in front of him with suspicious eyes. You know as soon as you hear the news that you were murdered. Do you really not want to take revenge? But Tai felt that something was wrong. The Aunt Mi in front of him was less than 1.5 meters tall and had a thin body. It was obvious at a glance that she would not be able to perform the action of drowning someone. Is this a gang crime? At this time, Conan and Mori Kogora brought everyone bad news. Every car that can run has a flat tire, and the phone lines in the villa have been cut. There is no signal in this villa, even mobile phone calls are not allowed. We have to wait until daybreak before we can go down the mountain and notify the police. It seems that this murderer still wants to do something. Tai thought slowly while holding the coffee. I wonder who his next target is. There is still no news about Miss Liwa. It is very likely that she has been killed by the murderer and hidden in a secret place. At this time, Mori Kogora spoke. In view of the current situation, the first thing we need to do is to search carefully in the villa. Maybe the murderer is still hiding somewhere. When we search, there will be at least 2 people, and we must be careful. The man with glasses agreed very much with what Maori said. If we work in pairs, it can not only play a surveillance role, but also ensure our safety. At this moment, it was obvious that Mori Kogora's reputation as a detective made everyone more convinced of him. And Mori Kogora was very arrogant. He looked around everyone, shook his thighs, and walked out of the living room at the lead. Tai pressed his brows speechlessly. You are really a wolf in the word system, and you will run wild when you succeed. I want to see if you can solve this case based on your skills. Sister Xiaolan, what's wrong with you? Chapter 37, If you are well, it will be sunny. Hearing Conan's anxious call behind him, Tai quickly looked there. I saw Xiaolan covering her forehead, her whole expression looking dying. I don't know what happened, my head suddenly felt dizzy. Xiaolan found that everyone was looking at her, and quickly waved her hands to explain. Don't worry about me, maybe it's because I didn't get a good rest yesterday. Really, I don't know what I'm thinking. Mori Kogora kept talking. Apparently he was complaining about Xiaolan for disturbing his cool look. Why don't Miss Maori sleep on the sofa for a while? At this time, Aunt Mi suggested. I think so many things happened at night, which made you tired. I will watch from the side. Come on. Tai watched Xiaolan yawning and fell asleep as soon as her head hit the sofa. The remaining people also went out one after another. Obviously in their hearts, Miss Liwa was more important. Especially when the 2 gods of death, Mori and Conan, merge. When encountering a murder case, it was like taking a shot of chicken blood. With such serious energy, it seemed that he was determined to search the entire villa. Mr. Yoshida, aren't you going with them? At this time, Aunt Mi saw that Tai was still stunned, and she couldn't help but wonder. I'm a little tired too. Just rest here for a while. Tai pretended to have a headache and rubbed it vigorously. Xiaolan has always been in good health, and with her character, she would never do such a rude thing. In addition, Tai originally suspected that there was something wrong with Aunt Mi. Now Xiaolan is left alone with her, and just thinking about it makes people think that some problems may occur. Taeai's intuition was frantically warning something when he saw Xiaolan, and Taeai couldn't help but deal with everything carefully. After all, even traveling across the world, this kind of thing has happened. Is there anything else that is impossible? As for Uncle Maori's provocation to Taeai before leaving the house, my heart is very small, and it really can't hold much. Taeai looked at Xiaolan's quiet look while sleeping, and murmured to himself, even if they are all dead, what does it have to do with me? Bang! The lights in the entire villa suddenly went out for some reason. At this moment, everyone's shouts could be faintly heard in the corridor of the villa. Don't let him run away. Let's catch up quickly. With the faint light coming from the window, Taeai saw Aunt Mi, who was sitting on the chair guarding Xiaolan, also running out. As quiet as a virgin, as active as a mad rabbit. Taeai looked at Aunt Mi, who was like a gust of wind, and really couldn't figure out how she could have such skills at her age. It seems that my intuition has worked again. Taeai silently took out the ebony and white ivory from his backpack, and sat quietly next to Xiaolan. This time I want to take a closer look and see who is so bold as to have the idea to target Xiaolan. The air at this time seemed to be stagnant, and only the clock on the wall kept ticking. Taeai was so quiet that he held his breath, heightened his vigilance, and stared at the door quietly. There was a faint sound of footsteps in the corridor outside the door. If Taeai's facial features hadn't been systematically improved, he would never have been able to hear it. Squeak! Along with the bright light of lightning outside the window, Taeai saw clearly at this moment that the person who pushed the door in was the wretched man wearing glasses. In fact, this man with glasses is wearing a well-fitting suit and tie. He looks polite and polite. But this man with glasses was holding a hemp rope in his hand, and with a ferocious expression on his face, he took cat steps and carefully touched the sofa where Xiaolan was sleeping. Bang! Taeai pointed directly at the man's eyebrows and pulled the trigger. Along with a puff of green smoke from the muzzle of the white ivory gun, the man with eyes slowly fell to the ground. Those eyes were wide open, staring at Taeai. His face was full of shock before he died, and he obviously couldn't figure out why he died here. Villains always die because they talk too much, so I will never give others a chance to make a comeback in the future. Taeai felt that this moment was particularly peaceful. He felt that he was separated from time and space, as if he was standing outside the world and observing everything. No fear, no excitement, just full of peace. Taeai felt that it was because of this shot that he truly integrated into this world. Integrating into this bloody world, but also filled with warmth and happiness, Taeai will use his own gun to protect everything he values. For a man, starting from taking responsibility means that he has matured. Taeai was fully prepared at this moment. The death of the man with glasses did not cause any waves in Taeai's world. Conan was right in naming him a famous detective, which fully proved that the man with glasses was the murderer of Miss Luo and Xiao Huangmao. Now that there is even evidence, Taeai feels more confident. After all, such a trivial matter is even more troublesome to the Yashida family. As for the man with the eyes, it was because he liked Yaeko, and after Yaeko died due to the waves, the investigation revealed the truth about Yaeko's murder. Because there were only 2 life jackets, Xiao Huangmao and Miss Luo teamed up to kill Yaeko. So the man with glasses planned this incident, and he wanted to murder Xiaolan in order to confuse the public and prove that he was not the murderer. Although this incident ended directly with Taeai's shot, the reputation spread outside is somehow becoming more and more outrageous, and many media outlets write about it as sensationally as possible. Master Yashida is crazy about love. A rage for beauty, Yashida Taeai bravely fights the murderer. Yashida Taeai, don't even think about hurting my lover. Even Yashida's mother asked Taeai if he had fallen in love with that Giliang named Xiaolan. Otherwise, why would he be so excited and just draw a gun? It seems that even Xiaolan is a little doubtful whether Taeai said that he likes Fei Yingli just to get along with her more. After all, age is the issue. Taei. Taei's network portfolio company, Sakura Group, quickly spread across Japan with the support of technology and funds. If you want money and people, Sakura Group is like a sharp knife, forcefully inserting itself into people's lives overnight. The technology in Conan's world is also like having wings. In a gesture that Ethernet couldn't understand, in just 2 or 3 days, the technology of the 1990s has reached the Internet age of 2000. You give me a fulcrum, and I can tilt the earth. Taei stood in his company and looked out the window sadly. Outside. If I set up a protective umbrella in the United States, will there be a biological crisis? Taei, what are you mumbling over there? Cheng Shi, the secretary, was almost going crazy because of company matters. Hurry up and sign this pile of documents for me. Looking at the document that was as tall as a person in front of him, Taei swallowed hard. I remember there was something going on at school today, I'm leaving first. Before he finished speaking, Taei picked up a black cat next to him and ran away. Isn't it a day off today? Cheng Shi held her little fist hard. This bastard is lazy again. Chapter 38, Conan is both a cheat on his father and his mother. The sky outside has begun to flutter, with snowflakes as big as goose feathers. It was obviously not summer yet a few days ago, but now the weather has turned into winter. Time in the world of Conan goes back and forth, which is so unreasonable. In recent days, in order to avoid those annoying tasks, Taei simply hid in his home and took care of the black cat. That black cat was taken out of the system by Taei a few days ago. She is a lucky cat. It can seek good luck and avoid bad luck, and bring good luck to people. Especially if marked in Taei's system, she can also improve people's luck a lot. When Taei knew what this cat was doing, his eyes were shining. This is completely a moving halo of the protagonist. When I think of those people who can pick up magic weapons when they go out, I feel envious. Ha ha ha. Taeki was sitting on the sofa, looking at the latest intelligence information he had collected from Black Sakura, and scratching the black cat's flesh. And the black cat Wenwen rested on Taei's lap, snoring comfortably. That lazy look, the half-open and half-closed cat eyes, the soft purring sound, and the adorable Amy next to her, her eyes almost turned into little stars. It's just that the black cat Wenwen obviously disdains the little lowly next to him, and brings out his arrogant cat personality to the fullest. Only Taei can hug her. Beep beep beep. Taei picked up the mobile phone and as soon as he turned on the receiver, he heard Conan's anxious voice coming from inside. Taei, I was discovered by the Black Organization, and they want to kidnap me back. Wait a minute, Taeki interrupted Conan, you were discovered? Where are you now? They disguised themselves as a woman named Edogawa Fumiyo, pretended to be my mother, and tricked me out of Xiolan's house. Perhaps it's because I helped Uncle Maori solve the case a few times before, so I exposed something. They already know that I, who was supposed to be killed by the medicine, am still alive. Now, I have escaped, and I also overheard their conversation. They are going to conduct a transaction at the Rice Krispies restaurant at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Taei, let's meet at the Rice Krispies restaurant this time. I must catch them this time. Listening to Conan's energetic words on the other end of the phone, a big bead of sweat hung on Taei's forehead. When did the Black Organization discover Kudo Shinichi? Conan's information has obviously been covered up by me. It can't be discovered. Taeki murmured to himself. Could it be? Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed across Taei's mind, and he remembered the Kudo Yukiko he met when he and Fei Yingli were having dinner a few days ago. It's true that good and evil will be rewarded in the end, and the way of heaven is reincarnation. If you don't believe it, look up and see who God will spare. Taei walked back and forth very excitedly. What kind of profound lesson should I give to that fox-like woman? In front of the counter of the Rice Krispies restaurant, Taei looked at himself wrapped in black clothes and Conan with his face covered, and suddenly felt a little bit dumbfounded. Why do you make it look like you're connecting with a bad guy? I'm a little too cautious. It's obviously just a prank. At this time, Conan obviously still didn't realize that the pair of people calling themselves the Black Organization were actually just Kudo Yusaku and Kudo Yukiko. I deduced the location of their transaction from the clues they left behind: rice, flowers, rice, shop, 30. The number 30 does not represent room 30, nor counter 30. In this hotel, the only thing related to the number 30 is the parking space number 30. Conan excitedly stated his reasoning while dancing in front of Tae. I've investigated, and someone drew a small number 1 behind parking space no 30. 301. Tae murmured to himself, does that mean the location of their transaction is in room 301? Conan pulled Taeki's sleeve excitedly. Tae, have you thought about how to arrest the people in those two organizations? Don't worry about this. Tae patted his chest with great confidence. Now that I know which room they are in, I don't have to worry about them escaping from my hands. Tae took out 2 smoke bombs from his pocket and said, this is the gas I found specially. I will guard the door of 301 later. Conan, just throw these 2 in and let us catch the turtle in the jar. Kudo Yukiko, you would never have thought that your own son had tricked you. Ha ha ha. I'll see how you look like you next time we meet. The villain in Tae's heart was laughing crazily. Thinking about the love and death between mother and son is very touching. Tae just flashed his police ID to the security guard at the Rice Flower restaurant. It was easy to get the surveillance video of the 301 entrance. From the video, you can see that there were 3 people entering and exiting 301. One is an adult man wearing a mask. One is a burly fat man, and the other is a middle-aged aunt. This is Kudo Yusaku, Kudo Yukiko, and Dr. Agaza. Tae groped his chin and said to Conan, I'll disguise myself as a waiter and block their door later. Just see the opportunity and throw it in. After we catch them, we will take them back to the base and interrogate them slowly. Maybe we can even find the whereabouts of your antidote. Taeki's words obviously spoke into Conan's psychology. Kudo Shinichi had long wanted to resume his status as a high school student. When Taeki was disguising himself as a waiter to distract Kudo Yukiko, Conan took advantage of the moment they opened the door and threw the 2 smoke bombs in. As expected, I added some ingredients, the taste is really strong. Tae looked at room 301, as if there was a fire. The billowing smoke was so thick that he couldn't even see his fingers. This kind of smoke bomb mixed with chili powder, pepper noodles, and laughing gas, the taste is really sour. Dad. Mom. When Conan saw Yukiko Kudo and Yusaku Kudo with red eyes, moving out of the room little by little, and laughing, he was instantly stunned. Facing all of this, Tae was obviously very satisfied. He put his hands on his hips and said, how about it, are you satisfied with this gift from me? Looking at Tae, who obviously knew all this, Conan opened his mouth in surprise. You already knew that they were not a black organization. Cough cough. A trembling hand stretched out from the door. Help me. Dr. Agaza. By the time everyone carried Dr. Ali out in a hurry, he was already foaming at the mouth. Chapter 39. Conan was spanked. Rice Krispies Hotel, in another room. Kudo Yusaku and Kudo Yukiko's eyes were red, and they were sitting on the sofa. Even after washing up, they could still see how embarrassed they were just now. Dr. Ali, on the other hand, looked helpless and lying on the ground. The continuous laughter and coughing drained every ounce of energy from his body. What on earth is going on? Conan obviously found it difficult to accept the result in front of him. He enthusiastically went to catch the man in black, but ended up catching his own parents. Ha ha ha. Tae's laughter has not stopped since Conan threw the smoke bomb in. This drama of falling in love and killing each other, planned by Tae himself, delighted Tae's heart. It seems that Wen Miao is really my lucky star. As soon as she came here, she helped me get back the face I had lost before. Aunt Yukiko. Taiki approached Kudo Yukiko humbly. That smoke bomb was thrown in by Conan. Conan, who was a little angry just now stared speechlessly and looked directly at Tai. Is there anyone who deceives his teammates like this? Kudo Yukiko's attention was directly transferred to Conan by Taiki's words. You brat, are you rebelling? You dare to trick your mother, let's see if I don't beat you to death today. Kudo Yukiko picked up the feather duster on the coffee table and was about to slap Conan's butt. Hey, you have to be reasonable. Conan was chased around the house by his mother. I didn't know that you two were pretending to be the people from the black organization. Do you still blame me? How dare you talk back? Kudo Yukiko's anger was directly ignited by Conan. You don't know, how did Yashida Taiki know? You ask me, who am I asking? Conan said that the baby was also feeling miserable and wanted to cry. Tai watched Conan being pushed down on his legs by his mother and being whipped hard on the butt. The crackling sound and the taste were so sour. Cough cough, stop it, Yukiko. At this time, Kudo Yusaku said, Shinichi probably really doesn't know. Facing Yukiko's doubtful gaze, Kudo Yusaku smiled fondly. I think Mr. Yashida should have known all this. When we met Mr. Yashida a few days ago, he should have kept us in mind. So our actions cannot be hidden from him. In addition, Japan is originally the home base of Black Sakura, but we disguised ourselves as a black organization to kidnap Conan. It is reasonable for them to easily find out. Papa. Taiki clapped with admiration, as expected of Kudo Yusaku. Your reasoning is really wonderful. As for what Tai was thinking in his heart, it was completely different. I haven't read all the information about Kuro Sakura these days, so I've just been playing with Kuro Miao. As for how I guessed it, Kudo Shinichi's parents teamed up to tease him. You haven't seen such a classic episode. Don't tell me that you have watched Conan. You can't afford to embarrass that person. A life with a hang-up is so tough. That is to say, when you went home, you didn't find me. Conan crossed his arms and looked a little hurt, very angry. So after hearing the news about me, Dr. Ali devised such a hateful prank. We just tested your detective ability. Kudo Yusaku's mouth curved slightly. As for Shinichi, you followed the clues we left and found this place. Of course, before you threw the smoke bomb, it was all within our expectations. Yusaku Kudo scratched his head in embarrassment. I didn't expect that Mr. Yashida found out. Conan raised his head in disbelief when he heard his father's words. Then when you caught me, I hid in the storage box in the kitchen. Did you also know that? Kudo Yusaku's you are still young and you can't escape the palm of my hand expression, he said triumphantly. Of course, you want to be a detective, you have to work harder. Besides, it's your own fault for not paying attention. Dad just published a new novel recently. I just played the role of the Dark Baron in it. You bastards, when I was caught, I thought I was going to be killed by you, but in the end you only played a prank on me. So that's the reason. Kudo Yusaku said and winked at Kudo Yukiko. Then you'd better leave such a dangerous country as soon as possible. How about living abroad with your parents? Hey! Hearing this, Tai felt a little uncomfortable. Does this couple want to? Yes, Shinichi, just listen to your father. Kudo Yukiko directly hugged Conan in her arms. When this matter is investigated, it is because we don't know your current situation that we arranged it like this. At this time, Kudo Yusaku stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back, and an elegant aura came to him. I have a friend in the United Nations Police. As long as we ask him, we can ask his organization to help us investigate. I believe that the antidote to that medicine will be available soon, and Shinichi, your body will be able to return to normal. So, this dangerous detective game ends here. Taiki was not happy when he heard Kudo Yusaku's words, United Nations Police? That kind of small organization that is worse than a third-rate organization, you want them to go head-to-head with a winery. Besides, this is a special case for Conan, who has regained his youth. Tae leaned directly on the sofa and stretched out comfortably. Do you want Conan to be dragged away for autopsy? I believe many people will go crazy and ignore him after hearing this news. After all, other people don't have the friendship that Kudo Shinichi and I have. Taeki's words obviously troubled Kudo Yusaku. It's just that they don't know what Tae is thinking at this moment. Stupid humans, as long as Conan is still an elementary school student, it will be difficult for you to die of old age. So those people who want to live forever and come out to cause trouble are completely idle. Dad-Mom Conan had a determined expression on his face after hearing Tae's words. I have joined Black Sakura, so you don't have to worry about my safety. Besides, I am living very well here and I don't want to leave here and live abroad at all. Everyone seemed to understand something after watching Conan's round face turn crimson. Shinichi Kudo Yukiko looked at Conan pitifully, as if she couldn't help herself. She looked at Taeki and felt a burst of laughter in her heart. Kudo Yusaku shook his head helplessly. Forget it, let's just follow his wishes for the time being. Dad. But, listen carefully. You have to ensure your own safety. Kudo Yusaku walked up to Conan and winked at him, and in my opinion, there are other reasons why Shinchan refuses to leave. Chapter 40, Magnificent, My Big Meow. A few days have passed since the incident where Conan cheated his parents. In the subsequent plot, Taeki learned from the conversation between Xiolan and Sonoko what happened when Conan returned with Kudo Yukiko. What? Your son still wants to be kept here? Mori Kogoro looked surprised and helpless. Obviously she doesn't understand this aunt very much. Does she regard her son as a commodity or something else? Yes, my kid won't leave here no matter what. The Edogawa Fumiyo disguised as Kudo Yukiko is very lifelike. That chubby face and plump figure completely made it impossible for anyone to think that she was the gorgeous Kudo Yukiko. But madam, this Mori Kogoro was very reluctant. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Conan as if he was looking at garbage. He obviously disliked Conan, a freeloader. Oh, by the way. Kudo Yukiko said, taking out a bank book from her wallet, take it, there is a little money in it, and it will be used as my son's upbringing fee. When needed, just pull it out from inside and use it. The aura of a domineering president came to his face. Mori Kogoro looked at the casual attitude of the aunt across from him, and couldn't help but secretly muttered in his heart, you want to bribe me, Mori Kogoro, with just a small amount of money? That's too despising. 10 million. When Kogoro Mori opened the bank book, even his mouth was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. Really, what a wealthy person. Mori Kogoro quickly held Conan in his arms and rubbed Conan's head vigorously. Madam, your son she is so cute and we all like her too. Ha ha ha. That's great, then, Xiolan. Saying that, Kudo Yukiko pushed Conan into Xiolan's arms. Then I'll trouble you about my child. Looking at Conan hugging Xiolan's thigh, his face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Kudo Yukiko couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. I see, Conan, this kid seems to like you very much. Really, Conan? Looking at Xiolan's hopeful smile, Conan scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Damn it, why does mom say everything to others? It makes people so embarrassed. Since the last time Tae was so lucky and extracted Lucky Cat from the system, he has to open the system and observe it several times every day. Tae opened the panel, and the system displayed, Pet, Taeki Yoshida. Age, 16. Height, 177 cm. Attributes, Physique, 69. Spirit, 55. Skills, Judo, Master, Pastry, Proficient, Ventriloquism, Proficient, Backpack, Lollipop, 120, Belly Band, Drowning Girl's Fountain, 1 copy, Red Wolf's Pan, Platycodon Flower Pendant, Wine Gourd, Double Guns, ebony, white ivory, lucky cat, seeking good luck and avoiding bad luck, adding luck. Mission, main mission, 6. If your physical fitness exceeds 70 points, you will be rewarded with a special draw. Since the last time the physique reached 69 points. No matter how hard Taiki practices judo, he can't see any movement in his attributes. Obviously, it will be a major difficulty before the attribute points exceed 70. After each practice, Tai could only vaguely feel that his body's coordination was getting better and better. Compared with the previous leaps and bounds of improvement in attributes, Tai always felt that this small improvement was an illusion. If it weren't for the special lottery that tempted Tai would have given up easily. As for Lucky Meow Ween Wen, after extracting it, there are only 8 words in the system to explain it: seek good luck, avoid bad luck, and increase luck. Tai, who didn't quite understand it at first, realized how ferocious this cat was after walking around the mall with Ween Wen in his arms. Congratulations, guest, you are the 100th user to enter our restaurant today. As long as you spend less than 10,000 yen in our restaurant, you can dine for free. Tai, who was happily enjoying a free lunch, heard an anxious call in his ear before he had even taken 2 steps. Big brother, big brother. Hey! Tai looked at a little loli hugging his calf. She was only as tall as her thighs, with a twin ponytail on her head and a pink bow tied on top of her head. As the little loli spoke, the bow trembled, as if it was about to fly away, which was really cute. Brother, can you help me get that doll? Tai saw that there were all kinds of rabbit dolls in the claw machine, naughty, cute, very eye-catching. As Tai walked towards the claw machines, it was said that there was such a terrifying legend circulating in the department store that day. There was a high school student with a black cat on his head who actually emptied all the claw machines in the mall. He can catch the doll every time, no matter how difficult or unreasonable it is, he can catch it. Until the sun set, the knight, like a knight returning from the battle, gave all the honors he had received, cute dolls, to a cute Lolita with twin ponytails. The little princess who was blessed with glory was said to be covered by a dazzling golden light, and drowned by all kinds of cute dolls. Everyone who was blinded by the flash did not see clearly the lovely face of the happy princess from the beginning to the end. I have to say, that was really a pity in life. Congratulations to this guy for winning the Dream Park invitation ticket. Congratulations to this gentleman, you have won a 2-day trip for a couple. And it also comes with free food and accommodation. The latest set of household appliances was obtained by this lucky friend in front of me. Congratulations to this person for getting. Congratulations to this gentleman, you have won. Congratulations to this lucky viewer, you have been selected as. When Tai returned home, he suddenly felt a sense of relief. Only Ween Wen Miao was lying on his shoulder, lazily yawning. This time when Tai went out, he obviously felt like he had the halo of the protagonist. This is a state where you can even pick up treasures while walking. It's really exciting, isn't it? Observing Ween Wen Miao's Tai carefully, we found that the lucky blessing was obviously not without consumption. Whenever Tai wins something because of luck, Ween Wen Miao's spirit will be a little worse. Generally speaking, this gift given to Tai by the system is Lucky Meow. Tai attaches great importance to it. Lucky. What a noble term. Tonight, as soon as Tai came home, Ween Wen Miao rushed over and jumped into Tai's arms. Facing this Miao, which had always looked lazy, it was so enthusiastic for the first time, which obviously made Tai very happy. But before Tai had been intimate with Ween Wen Miao for a few minutes, Officer Mew Mew came to Tai's home and took him with him. Here comes some bad news. Well, sir. Officer Magyar said softly, sweating profusely, someone has accused your cat of being involved in a murder. Chapter 41. The show-off mode is on. When Ween Wen Miao went out to play at night, she accidentally got involved in a murder case. The victim is Ms. Kojima, the president of a stock exchange company. The place where he was killed was also near the Tai family's villa. When Officer Memu led Taeki to the scene of the crime, all the young police officers at the scene were busy collecting evidence and acted very actively. Officer Megure, it seems that the investigation section of the Tokyo Police Headquarters is being led very well by you. Faced with the praise from Taeki, the final boss, Officer Megure's face showed great excitement. Wherever, this is all the credit of the leader, and it is the leader's good guidance. Oh, I'll go. Taei was very impressed by Mumu's performance. I didn't expect that Mumu would flatter me now. Taeki narrowed his eyes, obviously very happy with Officer Megure's flattery. Follow me and you will have a bright future. That's. Facing the two people in front of them, shamelessly complimenting each other, Wenwen Miao, who was lying on Taei's shoulder, looked at everything with contempt. What a pair of stupid humans. The victim, Ms. Kojima, was strangled to death in her living room. The appearance before death is extremely terrifying. The victim's face was covered with a white mask, his mouth was wide open, and his eyes were full of fear. Ms. Kojima was lying on the ground wearing blue pajamas. There were bags, cosmetics and other women's items piled messily on the ground. Taei looked at the corpse in front of him and couldn't help but shudder. This mask makes me look like a female ghost. It's really scary. The security of the villas in this area is very good, because Yoshida's mother also bought a house nearby because of this consideration. Through the nearby surveillance cameras, everyone can clearly see that 3 people entered and exited the villa. The first person who came to this villa was a young man wearing glasses. He is an employee of Ms. Kojima and belongs to Mr. Takeo Izumi, who works at the Securities Exchange. It was exactly 8 o'clock when Mr. Takeo Izumi arrived, and it was exactly 8:40 in the evening when he left. After Mr. Takeo Izumi left, that is, at 8:53, the daughter of the deceased also arrived here. Officer Memu held a small black leather notebook, with a shy belly, and reported to Taei seriously. It can be confirmed that the victim was still alive at that time. And after 9 o'clock, people from the security company also came here and confirmed once. People from the security company. Taeki said he couldn't understand what Officer Megure said. Why do they come here too? That's because, sir, your cat ran into the deceased's house and accidentally touched the alarm bell and activated the alarm device. After Officer Memu mentioned Wenwen Miao, Taeki realized that the cat lying in his arms had shrunk into a ball. Wenwen Miao didn't even dare to look at the victim who fell on the ground. He just curled up and shivered. No wonder, you little thing was so enthusiastic when I came home. It turns out that our little Miao is frightened. Come and purr for you, we are not afraid. Taei held Wenwen Miao in front of him and kept comforting the Miao. Officer Megure was sweating profusely as he looked at his stupid boss, Taeki Yoshida. I was hesitant and didn't know whether I should persuade him or not. In the end, Fat Imu turned around quietly and decided to pretend he didn't see him. After all, he still had to work in the police force. Who dares to risk his own life and provoke his boss? Where is Yoshida Taeki? Mr. Takeo Izumi met the victim before his death, so I invited him here. Hey! The man with glasses quickly bowed and saluted. Although Taei had been playing with the cat and seemed a bit distracted, Taei clearly saw it when he turned his head inadvertently. When Officer Megure recounted the case again, a treacherous smile flashed across Takeo Izumi's face. That smile passed by in an instant. If Taei hadn't been confident in his eyes, he almost thought it was an illusion. I always feel that this person has some problems. What is he laughing at? Taei groped for Miao unconsciously and fell into thinking. As for the last person to arrive, Mr. Jigang. He came to the villa at 9:20 and reported the case to the police station at 9:31. As Officer Memu finished introducing the case and closed his small black notebook, Fatty Mew stepped aside with a wink, leaving everything to Taei to handle. Taei looked back and forth at the 3 suspects in front of him. One is a man with glasses who occasionally smiles crookedly. The other one was Ms. Kojima's biological daughter, but what Taiki could see from her face was that she was not bored, but there was no trace of sadness. There was also a fat middle-aged man, Mr. Ji Gang, who informed the police. Except for Takeo Izumi who wears glasses, Taiki I feel that this daughter has no trace of sadness on her face, and there is obviously some kind of problem. Ms. Chihiro Kojima, when you go back, is your mother really still alive? Taei stared straight at Miss Kyungsoon's face, trying to find any trace of disharmony. Do you need to say this? What do you mean? She was obviously unhappy when she heard Taei's question. Do you mean to say that I will kill my biological mother? Taiki was directly asked. Although his intuition told him that something was wrong, this Miss Kyungsoon really didn't look like a murderer. If what this Miss Chihiro said is true, then the victim should have died between 9:10 and 9:20. So, judging from the time of the crime, Mr. Takeo Izumi has a sufficient alibi. Before Officer Megure finished speaking, Taiki, who was stroking the meow and thinking, clearly saw the trace of a sinister smile reflected on Takeo Izumi's face. Is he proud of it? Taei thought casually, what exactly is he proud of? Unexpectedly, the look on her face just now showed no trace of nervousness on Miss Kyungsoon. When he heard Officer Megure's words, he immediately pointed at the man with glasses. I know, he had the motive to kill my mother. Is this going to be a dog-eat-dog scene? Upon hearing this identification, Tato became excited and almost moved a small bench to watch. Because my mother is planning to sue this man recently. Because this man engaged in stock trading without authorization, my mother lost nearly 300 million yuan. This. Upon hearing Miss Chihiro's identification, Takeo Izumi silently clenched the fist on his lap. I know who the murderer is. Chapter 42 You are the murderer. Taei looked at the excited fat-eyed Mew in front of him speechlessly, he was too lazy to say a word. Megure and Mori are two good friends. It's entirely up to them to solve the case. As for whether it succeeds or not, it all depends on God's will. I don't know how many thousands of years it takes to guess it right once. Takeo Izumi must be the murderer. Officer Megure was obviously in a state of confusion at this time, and did not even notice that Taiki next to him looked at him with a speechless expression. He should have pretended that he had gone back at 8:40. Then he sneaked in when the door opened and killed Ms. Kojima. Takeo Izumi spoke at this time, if we go by Officer Megure's calculations, then the time of my murder should be between 9:10 and 20. Then I don't have time to come here to kill people. Because I ate at the Bakakiao restaurant at 9:40, the waiters there can vouch for me. Hey! Upon hearing Takeo Izumi's self-defense, Officer Megure's eyes instantly turned into beady eyes. In that case, it will take at least 40 minutes for Mr. Takeo Izumi to arrive at the scene. Then he will no longer be a suspect. Haha! Looking at the confused look of Officer Megure next to him, Taita chuckled. This case is really interesting. But maybe he used some other method. What Kojima-san said is absolutely correct. At this time, Mr. Yoshitake was also hurriedly looking for a sense of presence and making his voice heard. After all, among the three people, if the man with glasses can be cleared of suspicion, the suspicion between Miss Island and himself would become much greater. But, then again, Mr. Ji Gang crossed his hands and lay back on the sofa. Ms. Kojima, don't you have a motive for killing yourself? You really want the president to die? Do you know what you are talking about? Here, is there some inside story that we don't know about? Taiki, Mew Mew, and the surrounding police officers all opened their eyes wide, wanting to hear what explosive stuff this person was going to reveal next. She has long since severed ties with President Kojima because of her marriage partner. Moreover, her husband is still serving in prison. Jai Gang. I don't need you to interfere with my own affairs. And even if I don't get along with my mother, there is no need to kill her. The last time you borrowed money from the dormitory leader, you were severely rejected by her. I've heard all these things. Aren't you mother and daughter still very unhappy because of this? Kojima Chihiro's face instantly turned ugly. What about yourself? You go against my mother every time in business. You also said that you would kill her one day, didn't you? When Mr. Ji Gang heard this, his face darkened instantly. What the hell are you talking about? Please stop arguing now. Seeing that a full-scale martial arts situation was about to take place in an instant, Officer Magyar quickly stepped forward to stop them. Tae, on the other hand, was very interested. He squatted aside and scratched Ween Wen Miao. As for what would happen to the two suspects? Tae acted as if he didn't hear anything at all, concentrating on combing the black cat's hair. Ween Wen Miao followed Tae's movements. Purring from time to time. The sound on little Mia Miao's face showed that she felt very comfortable and almost fell asleep. All in all, judging from the current situation, the murderer is one of you two. After Officer Magyar finished speaking, he walked towards the projector. To be cautious, let's look at the tape captured by the monitor again. If you remember anything or have any questions, just ask. Here we go again. Tae was squatting on the ground, playing with Meow Meow. From that angle of Tae, you can clearly see it. Takeo Izumi, who was sitting on the sofa, had that treacherous smile on his lips again. That look made Tae feel uncomfortable. As the videotape fast-forwards, it can be clearly seen that the case process explained by Officer Magyar is just a little more vivid. Wait a minute. Tae looked at the content of the videotape and discovered a discordant place. Mr. Ji Gang, can you explain why you walked outside the villa again? Of course I was going to report the crime to the police at that time. Then you can explain it to me. Tae said, pointing with his right hand to the picture projected on the projector. Not only did you stay at the crime scene for 10 minutes, but what on earth was you holding in your hand when you went out? Can you explain it to us in detail? Mr. Yoshioka. Facing the picture projected on the projector, Mr. Ji Gang had no choice but to admit what happened. I just took the report from Ms. Kojima because I was afraid that the government would find out that I had used public funds. But I really didn't kill the president. Because when I arrived, the president was already dead. If you have anything to say, you'd better come with us to the police station and talk to us. At this time, Officer Magyar looked very high-spirited. This time you show your face like this in front of your boss, Mu Mushizen, you are going to get a promotion and a salary increase this time. It was really not me. She was really dead at that time. You have to believe me. I really didn't kill anyone. Wait a minute. Tae stopped the police officer next to him. Ms. Chihiro Kojima, are you sure that your mother was really still alive when you arrived? This, of course I am sure of this. Taeki didn't even look at him. Miss Kojima, who had turned pale, quietly walked to the victim's side. With a stab sound, Tae took off the victim's mask. What greeted everyone was a distorted face. The muscles of the entire face were twisted together, making him look particularly ferocious. I always feel that there is something wrong with the appearance of the dead. Tae said proudly, putting his face in front of Ween Wen Miao. Before he could even boast a word, Ween Wen Miao slapped Tae on the face with his paw. Obviously, the victim's frightened look scared Miao. When Tae saw it, even her tail stood straight up as if it had exploded. Tae smiled bitterly, rubbed his face vigorously, and quickly comforted the frightened Ween Wen Miao in his arms. We can see from the victim's face that the murderer put a mask on the victim's face after killing her. So, Miss Chihiro Kojima, your mother should have been dead when you came. My Miao also broke into this villa by mistake at that time. Because Ween Wen Miao was frightened and when she ran back to her home, she triggered the alarm. So the person who puts on a mask, pretends to be your mother, and answers the guard's questions is you, Ms. Chihiro Shima. Faced with Taei's reasoning, everyone present looked confused. Obviously, no one thought that this case was so complicated. So, Taei hugged Meow Meow with one hand and pointed at the criminal with one hand. You are the murderer. Chapter 43, Too Old. The cat can talk. You are the murderer. Following Taei's testimony, everyone opened their mouths in surprise. Obviously he didn't expect that he was the murderer. Surprisingly, it's Takeo Izumi. How could the murderer be me? At this moment, Mr. Takeo Izumi explained in a panic. Chihiro Kojima, this woman, has indeed done some cover-up work. But this doesn't explain her motive for murder at all. Taei's eyes were full of joy at this moment, highlighting the light of wisdom. The sense of accomplishment of having the pearl of wisdom in hand made Taei very obsessed with this feeling at this time. And we only need to move Officer Megur's estimated time of death forward. Could it be? Everyone's eyes moved to Takeo Izumi. If the case happened before 9 o'clock, then Takeo Izumi who arrived first would be the murderer. Stop talking nonsense. At this time, the man with glasses, holding his neck and shouting at Taei, these are all your own reasoning, and you have no evidence. How can you prove that I am the murderer? Ha ha ha, evidence. Taei looked at the bespectacled man in front of him like a clown performing a one-man show. I, Taiki Yoshida, handle cases. When do I need to pay attention to evidence? At this time, Officer Megur, who was standing next to him, rushed to Taiki with sweating profusely. Sir, there are still outsiders here. We need to pay more attention to the impact. After all, we can't tarnish your image, can we? Facing this police officer Memu who was acting like a bitch in front of him, his plump face was full of smiles and he kept trying to persuade him. Taei immediately corrected his color. After all, I can't embarrass myself in front of my subordinates. Who said I have no evidence? Taei's eyes slowly swept across everyone's faces, his hands held Meow Meow who was already asleep, and he smiled coldly at the man with glasses. Can you take out that bulging thing in your arms? Along with the murder weapon in the bespectacled man's arms, the long rope lock was found. The man with glasses also explained the reason for his crime in a straightforward manner. I chose to do that because the president wanted to sue me. Actually, I made the investment based on what the president told me. But I didn't expect that when the investment was wrong, she would put all the responsibility on me. I knelt on the ground and begged her hard not to sue me, and asked her to give me a few years, and I would definitely pay back the money. I didn't expect that she would. At this point, Takeo Izumi stood up with excitement and yelled at the dead Ms. Kojima. But she didn't know where she found out that my parents owned a piece of land, and threatened my parents to sell the land to her to pay off the debt. Unforgivable. Completely unforgivable. Who asked her to involve my parents, so she deserves to die. Nearly a year has passed since Taei came to this world without knowing it. In this world, Taiki witnessed with his own eyes the transformation from high school student Kudo Shinichi to elementary school student Edogawa Conan. Taei was not used to the murder case from the beginning, and gradually became accustomed to it now. Think back to what you have experienced during this period. Taei had a dreamlike feeling. Relying on the system, Taei gradually enriched his trump card and became stronger step by step. Maybe it's the passion in a man's bones? Maybe it's the desire aroused by the system? Maybe Taei wants to be free in this world, no longer bound by rules and regulations? In this world, Taei shouted his slogan for the first time. I will sit on the sky. Pa. I'll go. Taei covered his face and looked helplessly at Wen Miao, who was lying on his chest, and retracted her claws as if nothing had happened. He opened his cat eyes wide and looked at Taei with a confused expression, as if to say, is there something wrong with you looking at me so directly? How dare you pretend to be stupid to me? Who told you to smile like a bitch? I just want to help you wake up. You're dead. Tai looked awkwardly at Hamao, who turned over again as if nothing had happened, changed his position, and lay down comfortably. Cat actually spoke. Didn't it say that after the founding of the People's Republic of China, sperm will not be allowed? You're really ignorant, he said and rolled his eyes at Tai. Also, this is not a celestial dynasty, so why don't you become a spirit? That's right. Tai murmured to himself, even time travel can happen. What else can't happen? At this time, the black cat cleared his throat and said, as a noble cat, the tribute you offered before was completely unqualified. So I want you to prepare a new tribute for me, water. I want to drink the mountain spring water freshly drawn from the spring. I won't drink it for more than 12 hours. As for those fresh fruits that have just ripened, I need to prepare them, not those out of season, not those left overnight, and 3 meals a day. Wait a minute. Tai was sweating profusely. Are you a lucky cat or a lucky cat? This kind of life is too particular. Black cat pressed her paw against Tai's nose. Be honest and listen to me. Where did I say it? Tai was covering his nose, which had turned into a red nose. He was a little angry at first, but facing Wen Miao, who was acting cute towards him, he really couldn't get angry. You said it yourself, how you should act cute to please me and live a happy cat life. Tai said to Wen Miao angrily. Well, yes. How should I be cute? Wen Miao didn't even think about it. After repeating Tai's words completely, she realized that something was wrong. How dare you play tricks on me? When Tai saw that, Wen Miao, who was already furious, suddenly felt that he was seeking death just now. And Tai's premonition soon came true. The black cat pounced directly on Tai's face, hitting it with a combination of punches. Tai's eyes and nose turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Surrender, I admit defeat. Tai quickly held Wen Miao in his arms. At times like this, it's a cliffhanger and you have to give in. As you know, I extracted a pastry master from the system, and I can make dried fish for you, meow. Dried little fish. Wen Miao was obviously subject to Tai's conditions when tempted, even the meow's eyes almost turned into the shape of a fish. I want 5, no, 10 every day. Wen Miao cutely raised her 2 kitten paws. If I want 10 every day, I won't care about you. Tai felt that the cute meow in front of him was really cute. Isn't it just 10 per day? It's a joke. And I will change the taste for you every day, so that you will never get tired of it no matter how you eat it. It's so kind of you. Facing Wen Miao, who was bribed by a few small fishes, what else could Tai say? Chapter 44, The organization is recruiting new members. Time flies in the blink of an eye, and it goes from winter to summer again. Tai is still taking classes at Diden High School. And everyone around them is accustomed to this, and they don't think there is anything to make a fuss about. This is entirely the world's fault. Tai stood on the rooftop upstairs and murmured to himself. Wow! That guy is so handsome. Look, he's smiling at me. Tai heard it from a distance and heard a noise coming from downstairs. He stretched his head and looked down, and found a group of girls surrounding a student who was not from this school. Why does this person look more and more familiar the more I look at him? Tai saw from a distance that this man wearing a white shirt and a purple tie gave Tai a vague feeling of familiarity. And after the man discovered Tai, he walked straight in the direction of Tai. Tai carefully looked at the man who walked beside him. The upper body is a crisp white shirt, and the lower body is black suit pants. But the purple-red tie tied at an angle just gave off the feeling of a libertine. Coquettish little leaf. Tai compared his memory and asked uncertainly. The person in front of me came up and gave Tai a bear hug. I didn't expect that after all these years, little crow, you would still remember me. It's really you. Why did you come to Tokyo? Taiki was also very excited. The person in front of him had been Taiki's friend since childhood. Didn't you go to study abroad with your mother when you were 10 years old? I haven't heard from you for a long time. How did you think of returning to China to see me this time? The person who came to find Tai was called Senbon Fujifeng, and he could be said to be Tai's friend since childhood. I just didn't expect that when Tai was 10 years old, he just left a letter to Tai and then disappeared without a trace. Taiki later only vaguely learned about it from his father. Because of the problems at Senbon Fujikaed's family, he followed his mother to study abroad. My experience, it's a long story. Senbon Fujikaed confided to Taiki with a sad expression on her face. I left in a hurry back then, so I could only leave you a letter. After I arrived abroad, before I could settle down, my mother took me to Hanhai Mobos to become my teacher. Are you talking about the world-famous manufacturing master? Well, Professor Morbus is indeed very powerful. I did learn a lot of new and interesting things from following him. Then how did you find me when you returned to China this time? Tai was a little puzzled. He didn't know where Teng Feng learned about Tai. I came to Tokyo from Osaka with Hattori Heiji. Heiji's black charcoal head is here too. Taiki was very surprised. I'm going, what are you going to do? Is this a big gathering of the Shinigami? That's right. Senbonduka-ed's dazzling eyes raised slightly. That arrogant boy didn't admit that he came to see you Taiki, but he insisted that he wanted to see how powerful Kyoto Shinichi was. Tai expressed that he didn't know what to say. Hattori Heiji, Mori Kogora, Kudo Shinichi, by the way, now we should say Edogawa Conan. At the gathering of these big guys, Tai's premonition is already brewing. Someone's Death Star is shining brightly. If two people don't die, we won't be able to hold this grand gathering. Tai directly pulled Teng Feng to his home. It's still early outside, and Yashida's mother and Ayami haven't come back yet. In the past few days, Wenwen Miao has successfully transformed into a big foodie. She swept away everything in the house. Even Bumi's snacks were tricked into her hands by her coquettish show, and every last one went into Wenwen Miao's belly. I don't have anything to entertain you. Just sit down and let me show you my skills today. Tai put on an apron and walked to the kitchen. Okay, it's just that I haven't seen you in a few years, and you can even work part-time as a chef. It's just that I just sat down for a while. The sound of Tai clinking and chopping vegetables came from the kitchen, as if he was singing a symphony. Senbon Fujikaed sniffed hard and saw the fragrance in the air. Okay, Tai, where did you learn it? This skill is not bad. Feeling the call of this food, even Wenwen Miao climbed down from the soft sofa, followed the scent, and trotted to Tai. With those squinting little eyes, the little nose that kept twitching, and the slightly open little mouth, Tai was so cute that Wenwen Miao couldn't laugh or cry. Looking at the greedy look of the little Miao, Tai didn't angrily. He separated out a part first and put it in Meow Meow's exclusive dining bowl. Come on, Fuji Feng, you must be very tired from running around all this time. Tai quickly asked Qianbon Fujifeng to sit down. These are Chinese recipes that I specially learned. Well, it looks delicious, and my index finger is ready to move. I'll start first. Before he finished speaking, Teng Feng couldn't wait and picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. It's delicious. I didn't expect that. Tai, your cooking skills have become so good after not seeing each other for such a long time. Of course, my training these past few years has not been in vain. Tai seemed very happy to be praised. Although cooking skills are skills extracted from the system. But as long as you can do it, who cares how it comes about? By the way, Teng Feng. There is a question that is always circling in Tai's mind. This time, do you and Hattori Heiji come to me for something important? How should I put it? Senbon Fujikaed quickly swallowed the food in her mouth. Didn't I hear that something happened to you and your uncle? There are only 3 or 2 crooked melons and cracked dates left in your black cherry blossoms. So Hattori and I are planning to come and help you first. As he spoke, Fuji Feng patted his chest vigorously. We are all brothers, that's absolutely interesting. If anything happens, you can handle it. Tai involuntarily gave a thumbs up. These are the same friends we have played with since childhood. It's interesting. By the way, Taiki. Senbon Fujika-ed asked very puzzledly, I don't know what's going on in Japan recently. Murders are happening frequently. Is it because those hidden organizations saw the decline of Black Sakura and became rampant? Tai wiped the sweat from his forehead speechlessly. Can I say that this is all because of Conan, the god of death? Ding-a-ling ring, ding-a-ling ring. Moses. Hey? The diplomat was killed? Are Kogoro Mori and Heiji Hattori there? Okay, I understand. I'll rush over right away. After Tai hung up the phone, he hurriedly picked up Senbon Fujika-ed. Hurry up and follow me. That guy Hattori Heiji has been murdered again. Wait a minute, I haven't finished eating yet. Let's go'll treat you to a supper later. Chapter 45 Conan is going to evolve into Sailor Moon. When Tai pulled Senbon Fujika-ed and rushed to the scene of the crime. From a distance, I could hear Hattori Heiji, a black-haired man, explaining his reasoning in a high-spirited manner. Poison. Hattori Heiji put his hands in his pockets and wore his baseball cap at an angle. This deceased person was poisoned and killed by someone. Look, except for a small red dot on the edge of his hair and heel. Next to the body, an iron needle suspected to be a murder weapon also fell. Although the deceased was killed by pinching his face with his hands, in my opinion, he was probably killed by someone with a poisonous needle and then deliberately assumed this posture. However, this may also be a suicide case. Mori Kogoro was obviously unwilling to accept his own reasoning, and lost to a young boy, and quickly refuted Hattori Heiji. Don't you understand yet? Hattori Heiji looked at Mori Kogoro with contempt. Look at this corpse. The lips and tips of the hands and feet of the deceased have begun to turn purple, and there are some dots on the eyelashes. These are evidence of suffocation. Taiki, what on earth are you doing? When Taiki arrived, everyone looked at Hattori Heiji with their mouths wide open in surprise. She quietly walked around behind him and knocked Heiji to the ground with an elbow. This is just a gift for our reunion after we met. Tai gently lifted the bangs in front of his eyes. Who told someone not to look for me when they first came to Tokyo? You are such a bitch. Tai stared at the ceiling, as if he didn't know what you were talking about. Mori Kogoro, who was standing next to him, laughed so loudly that he even shed tears when he saw the black tan head shriveled up. You brat is so awesome, keep going, let's get wild, let's fight together, don't be a coward. Sir, this dead diplomat belongs to the Ito family. Megure secretly said in Taiki's ear. Ito family? No wonder you sent a message and called me here. Taito immediately understood why Officer Megure called him this time. In this world of Japan, it can be said that the aristocracy and conglomerates control everything. And standing at the top of this ranking are the 3 major families in Japan, namely the Yashida family, the Tokugawa family and the Ito family. Everyone knows that the Yashida family controls all the resources of the police. Especially Black Sakura, who independently belongs to the Yashida family, is a famous violent organization in the world. As for the Tokugawa family, when they hear the surname Tokugawa, everyone can understand that this is a long-established noble family. Not only in the military world, he is the leader who is unparalleled. In the past, he could even have a hand in everything in Japan. However, since Japan was defeated and its armaments were taken over by the United States, the Tokugawa family has declined. It was given to the Yashida and Ito families the opportunity to rise to the top. As for the last one, the Ito family that needs to be mentioned, I have to explain the family's behavior. In politics, they extremely advocate marriage, unite with other snobbery, and gradually cannibalize their own alliances. Moreover, their behavior is despicable and their methods are extremely ruthless. They will not hesitate to attack the other party at all costs. It can be said to be a very difficult opponent. So, this diplomat named Isao Tatsumura is the seed that the Ito family focuses on cultivating. Taiki leaned against the wall with a lazy expression. Don't say that this little diplomat died, even if the head of the Ito family, Mr. Ito, died, so what? We in the Yoshida family have never been afraid of anyone until now. Facing Tei, in this public place, he made a domineering declaration. Everyone present was stunned. Is this a declaration of war? A young police officer next to him said in surprise. Where are you from? Do you still want to be a policeman? His accomplice quickly pulled him back. Upon hearing this companion's words, everyone was silent and did not dare to say anything more. After all, the county magistrate is not as good as taking charge now. Sir, would you like to help solve this case first? Officer Memu said carefully with a smile on his side. Memu, you just don't have much motivation. Tei shook his head helplessly. By the way, Heiji, your father, Uncle Hattori Hizo, how are you doing? Tch, that old man is busy all the time and doesn't stay at home, how do I know if he's okay or not? What a resentful tone. Tei covered his mouth and smiled secretly. Taiki, come here. Hattori Heiji quietly pulled Taiki to the corner. Have you seen that Mori Kogoro really knows nothing about solving crimes? He has not grasped the fundamentals of this case at all. Taiki looked at Kogoro Mori, who was having a heated discussion with Officer Mumu. A drop of cold sweat instantly ran across my forehead. These two idiots get together. I really don't know how far they will go on the wrong path. So I know. The reasoning published in newspapers these days is not his stuff at all. All cases were probably solved by Kudo Shinichi. This fatuous uncle must have secretly contacted Kudo Shinichi and sought his help. It shouldn't be much different this time. That's good. Who will solve this secret room murder case first? Kudo Shinichi from Kanto and Hattori Heiji from Kansai. Let me prove that I, Hattori Heiji, am the most powerful detective. Kudo Shinichi. Taiki couldn't help but look for Conan in the room. Conan, what's going on? Tei saw that Conan was sweating profusely, his cheeks were red, and he even walked unsteadily. I'm so sad. Now my ears are ringing. What did that bastard give me to drink? Why is my cold getting worse? Tei looked at the feverish Conan in front of him, and a sense of drama and familiarity came to his face. Conan has a fever? First meeting? What did Hattori Heiji give Kudo Shinichi to drink? Whoosh! I remembered it. A piece of information flashed across Tei's mind. Isn't this the first time the two good friends I saw in my previous life met? According to this, Conan is going to get bigger soon. Tei groped his chin with excitement. This is a memorable one. Tei thought about it and came up with a good idea. Fujika-ed, if you are bored, stop wandering around and help Hattori Heiji solve this case first. And I saw that this kid had such a severe fever, so I took him to a doctor first. After all, you can easily solve this case. Before he finished speaking, Tei carried Conan on his shoulders and hurriedly ran outside. How could it be more satisfying to solve a case than to see Kudo Shinichi's transformation? This is the first transformation, and it is very memorable. As for Xiolan's shouts behind her, and the exclamation of her eyes, they were all ignored by Tei. Isn't that brat the illegitimate son of Taiki? Senbon Fujika-ed said to Hattori Heiji with a look of helplessness on his face. Is Taiki so nervous about that brat? Chapter 46 Kudo Shinichi's Forbidden Temptation. Conan, you have to hold on. Taiki, who originally had other thoughts, was frightened when he saw Conan's whole body seemed to be dehydrated. In an instant, even his clothes were soaked. Cough, cough, cough. Conan kept coughing, as if his throat was stuck. The whole person shrank completely into a ball. From Tae's perspective, all he could see was that Conan's chest was rising and falling continuously. Hey, Conan, you have to cheer up, Conan. Okay, it feels so uncomfortable. My heart seems to be about to burst. Ah. Taeki looked at Conan's painful expression, as if he was dead, and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Isn't it a mistake? Come on, the person hasn't changed back and Conan is dead, so that would be funny. Should I send Conan to the hospital now? When Tae was thinking wildly, he suddenly saw Conan in front of him and immediately, like blowing up a balloon, it quickly grew bigger. I'm going. Looking at the magic-like scene in front of him, Tae was stunned for a moment. This is a great transformation. Hey, I actually changed back. Kudo Shinichi looked at his hands in disbelief with a face full of disbelief. He definitely didn't expect that he would change back to his original appearance just because of a cold. Kudo. Taeki turned his head and looked outside a little embarrassed. He interrupted Kudo Shinichi, who was stroking his naked body while raising and lowering his hands. Although I know you are very excited now, can you put your clothes on first? After Kudo Shinichi heard Taeki's words, he lowered his head blankly and saw that Conan's clothes had turned into strips of cloth and hung on his body. At this time, a breeze suddenly blew through the window, and Kudo Shinichi obviously felt a coolness in his lower body. But his face turned red at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Taeki saw Kudo Shinichi from the corner of his eye. He quickly pulled the sheets, wrapped them around his body, and huddled in the corner, like a little daughter-in-law who was being bullied. Haha, Taeki laughed unscrupulously while taking several close-up photos of Kudo. These are all important clues in the future. Tae thought beautifully. Let's go, Taeki. Solve that case first. Standing outside the door, Taeki saw Kudo, who was already dressed in a blue suit. I had to give him a thumbs up in my heart. Should I say that I am worthy of being the protagonist? This appearance and temperament, just a little bit of dressing up, are really not bad. Kudo, are you sure you want to show up in public like this? Taeki asked Kudo Shinichi seriously. After all, you know what will happen if you are exposed. I saw Kudo Shin walking straight forward without even the slightest hesitation. I have long wanted to bring those rat-like people to justice. Besides, even if I'm discovered, I still have you to carry me. Ha ha ha. Taeki was very happy at Kudo Shinichi's trusting words. In other places, I dare not say. As for Japan, those mice-like things, if I tell them to lie down, they must lie down. At this moment, Tae's heart was filled with infinite passion. Isn't it just a winery? Whether you can resist or not, you can only know if you have done it. If I don't even have the courage to face it, how can I start to achieve my goals? In this case, there is this old gentleman who came here around 2 o'clock and has been watching TV next door to the study. You are the murderer. Before they even entered the living room, Taeki and Kudo Shinichi heard Hattori Heiji's wonderful reasoning. As for the evidence, it's the line I just found in the trash can in your house. This kind of fishing line is the most powerful evidence. How's it going, right? Old sir. Taeki, who heard Hattori Heiji's arrogant words, poked Kudo hard. Hey, it's your turn this time. I usually see Hattori Heiji acting so arrogant, so I want to slap him twice. It's not easy to see him looking deflated this time. Yes, it's me. After hesitating for a short while, the old gentleman actually confessed that he was the murderer. It is indeed me, I am the one who killed the person. No, you didn't kill the person at all. At this time, Kudo was holding the door frame with one hand, his hair was slightly disheveled, and he looked very carefree and unruly. You are simply lying. Everyone present was stunned by the sudden appearance of Kudo. Kudo. It's Kudo Shinichi who's here. Is he Kudo Shinichi? Is he here too? Shinichi, Shinichi. When Xiaolan saw Kudo coming, she just stared at Kudo stupidly. It's true, it's really Shinichi. Taiki, who was standing behind everyone, could clearly see Xiaolan crying and throwing herself into Kudo's arms. Shinichi, where have you been? I thought you were gone, but you suddenly appeared again. Do you know how worried I am about you? Good boy, stop crying. Kudo Shinichi gently wiped away the tears from Xiaolan's eyes in his arms. When I finish solving this case, I have something important to tell you. So much sweat. At this time, Xiaolan noticed something was wrong with Shinichi, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. Don't worry, it will be over soon. Shinichi smiled softly. Shinichi, Xiaolan shouted, looking at Kudo Shinichi dreamily. You should tell me where my reasoning is wrong. At this time, Hattori Heiji obviously could not accept Kudo's rejection of his reasoning. The techniques you just mentioned are just on paper. If they were used in real life, they would be impossible to do. What did you say? Hattori was furious after hearing this obvious sarcasm. Hey, brother Kudo. I want to interrupt here. Officer Megure, realizing that something was wrong, came up quickly and interrupted their conversation. Hattori Heiji, his reasoning about the secret room method just now was very perfect, and he also did an experiment on my pants just now. We first used a fishing line with an iron needle tied to it, and the end without the iron needle was fixed on the deceased's keyring with tape. Let the end of the fishing line tied with the iron needle pass through the inside of my trousers pocket. Then hold the two ends together and walk out of the study. After locking the door with the key, and then pulling out the iron needle with force, the key will go into the pocket by itself. At this time, I pulled hard again, and the line fell out and was pulled out from the tape. As he said this, Fat Mew Mew also made a strong pulling movement. Taiki felt that before him, Officer Megure's movements were very eye-catching. With his fat body, making such capable movements was really indescribably vulgar. Officer Megure, you really need to lose weight. Chapter 47. I want to tell you personally. Ahem. Officer Megure heard Taiki's words, stood up straight, coughed slightly, and continued. We have done experiments, and the evidence has completely disappeared, so the secret room technique has been completed. Excuse me, did that key really go into your pocket? Officer Megure. Everyone was facing Kudo Shinichi, who was holding Xiaolan, and they were a little confused. Isn't that key in your pocket? It sounds like the key did go into the double pocket inside the victim's pants. Kudo said as he reached for Officer Megure's pocket. Clang! Kudo took out the key and dropped it to the ground. Why, how could it be possible? Hattori Heiji obviously couldn't accept what he saw. I clearly let the fishing line pass through this double-layered pocket just now. That's because when the key was put in, Officer Megure was sitting down. What? Hattori opened his mouth in surprise after hearing Kudo's words. Because as long as you sit down, the pocket will be wrinkled. It will block the passage of the key into the pocket. Before the key actually goes into the double pocket, the cord will be pulled out of the tape. And the victim is fatter than Officer Megure, which makes this situation even more obvious. This is very possible just in case. Hattori Heiji argued with sweating profusely. There will be at least one coincidence out of 10. If you do it a few more times, it will still be the same. Think about it for yourself. When the key was in the victim's double pocket, in what direction was it headed? Looking at the shocked expression on Hattori Heiji's face, Taiki walked forward silently and patted him on the shoulder. Okay, if you lose once, it doesn't count as a loss. At most, you can win back the next time you fight. Hattori Heiji was still a little hard to accept. Then tell me, who is the murderer? Have you forgotten that when the victim was discovered, opera music was playing in this study. And there was a pile of books piled in front of the victim. At this time, Kudo Shinichi slowly held Xiolan and leaned against the door frame. Even though he couldn't even stand still, he still couldn't bear to let go. Everything the murderer did was to sting like a poisonous needle and eliminate the victim's preparation for screaming. And that pile of books is to cover up the painful expression that the victim may have. Ha 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 ha, Tori said with full mockery after hearing Kudo's words. Then do you think the murderer is trying so hard to cover? Whose eyes and ears are he trying to cover? The murderer did this for this reason. Kudo's sharp gaze was directed at Hattori Heiji at this moment. Just for you, Hattori Heiji. What did you say? This answer was unacceptable to Pingji. Because as Kudo Shinichi said, he helped the real murderer without knowing it and covered up the traces of the crime. Kudo was not watching at this time. Everyone in the audience just slowly leaned their heads on Xiolan's body and said slowly, "Of course it's not just you. But the people who entered the study room with you at that time were Xiolan and Mr. Maori. If you notice his movements, it will ruin his plan." Could it be? Hattori Heiji opened his mouth in surprise. Yes, the murderer is the one closest to the victim and the first to enter the room. The diplomat's wife readily admitted that she was the murderer when Kudo identified her as the murderer and pointed out the incriminating evidence hidden in her key. After a drunken meeting in Dachun, I accidentally asked about my ex-husband. He went on and on about everything he had done to frame Yamashiro for dereliction of duty. That's when I learned that he framed my husband and sent him to prison for me, and he died there. It's over now. I've avenged Shanchin's revenge. He will definitely rest in peace. The diplomat's wife just put the victim into a deep sleep at first. Then while pretending to call the victim, he inserted the poisonous needle. So the diplomat was poisoned to death without moving. The operas and books prepared by the diplomat's wife were just a precaution. The murderer deliberately found the detective here. Taking advantage of their blind belief that the murderer would not kill in front of him to perform a psychological locked room killing. In the final period, Hattori Heiji finally understood where he had been misled. Kudo Shinichi, you really have a way. Your reasoning level is indeed a little higher than mine. I'll count you as the winner this time. Come on, there is no winning or losing in reasoning. Or up and down, this is because. Kudo Shinban leaned on Xiolan and walked out of the door. In this world, there is always only one truth. That's right. Taiki stepped forward and stopped Hattori Heiji, who was about to say something else. Okay, Hattori, if you lose this time, don't bother me anymore. After all, I don't know when Conan will become Kudo Shinichi next time. Taiki thought quietly as he looked at Kudo and Xiolan. Cough cough cough. After just taking 2 steps, Kudo Shinichi felt as if he was soaked through. He pressed his chest hard with his right hand, feeling like something was about to jump out of his chest. Shinichi, did you know the situation of the case when you first came here? Xiolan looked at Kudo Shinichi a little confused and asked. Well, before I came Taiki told me that a boy from Osaka came to Tokyo to challenge me, and a big case happened here. That's why I came here. Liar, Hattori Heiji just told me that you didn't ask me if I was okay on the phone. It's really weird. Are you really nearby? I dare say you must be nearby. As she spoke, Xiolan's eyes were filled with tears. Did you secretly laugh at me when you saw me worrying about you, right? Orchid. Why are you doing this to me? You know how? At this time, Kudo Shinichi gently wiped away Xiolan's tears with his hands. What a little fool. Don't forget, I am a detective. You can tell whether you are good or not just by listening to your voice. Before Kudo Shinichi finished speaking, he felt a huge pain emerging from his body. Shinichi, wait a moment, wait for me, I'll call the doctor now. When Xiolan saw Kudo Shinichi's collapsed form, she suddenly panicked, spoke incoherently, and wanted to go find a doctor. Wait a moment. From nowhere, Kudo Shinichi suddenly had the courage to hold Xiaolan's hand hard. I have something I want to tell you. I. Peng Kudo Shinichi felt darkness in front of his eyes, and he fainted directly on the ground. I haven't said it to her personally yet, using my voice to say it to her, even just one sentence. Shinichi. Xiaolan quickly turned around and rushed outside to find the doctor. Xinyi, you must wait for me. Chapter 48 My Lao Baigan. When Kudo Shinichi opened his eyes in a daze, it was already 3 days later. Did I change back again? Conan thought hard, how could I suddenly turn back into a high school student at that time? Wait a minute. I remember that time, this guy Black Carbon Head came. Then, I drank the bottle of wine he brought. Thinking of this, Conan suddenly became excited. That's it, you can't go wrong. It was because of that bottle of wine that I changed back. Conan, you are alone, what are you talking to yourself about? Tae looked at Conan, who had just woken up, and was a little confused as to why Conan was so energetic. Tae-ki, I know how to become a high school student again. You know. Tae's head was full of doubts. I don't know how you can change enough to come back. How did you know? You didn't just dream about it, did you? No way. Do you still remember my transformation a few days ago? I know why I changed back that day. It's because of the bottle of wine that Hei Tonto gave me to drink. I knew it would be like this. Tae was still confused at first, but now he completely understands it. The bottle that Hattori Heiji brought, Lao Baigan, is still at my place. When you get better, just come to my place to get it. Just think about it. If Conan Man found that he had not changed after drinking most of the bottle of Lao Baigan, would he cry to death in the toilet? Tae sat aside and thought unscrupulously, this is another very good subject. By the way, Tae-ki. Conan lowered his head and asked in a low voice. How did what happened that day end? What the hell? Tae held his cheek with one hand, I'm the boss there. If you just say a few words, they won't dare to reveal your identity. Even if the people at the brewery find out, so what? You know, in Japan, we Black Sakura have never been afraid of anyone. Conan's face turned red with anger at Taeki's words. You know that's not what I asked, that's not what I asked. Oh, it's not this one. Tae said with a narrow smile, how do I know which one this is if you don't tell me? That's right. How did Lan become after the transformation? When Tae talked about this, he also became serious. Don't worry, I just said you encountered another emergency. I'm busy handling the case, so I'm leaving now. Then, did Lan say anything? Xiaolan, you must have been very angry at that time. Tae said with a recalling expression on his face. Oh, by the way. Tai said as he silently walked to the door, I'll tell you some good news to make you happy. I told Xiaolan that after you finish your work, you are going to propose to her. I have informed you about this matter, but you must not let it slip. Tae took advantage of Conan's daze and rushed out of the door. I did another good thing today, I'm so happy. As for what will happen in the future, Tae said, what does it have to do with me? I'm just a melon eater who doesn't know the truth. Senbon Fujika-ed and Hattori Heiji returned to Osaka yesterday. After all, Taeki wants to go back to the Yashida family in Osaka soon. Everyone agreed to handle the matters at hand. We made an appointment to meet in Osaka again. Taeki also needs to make some preparations. After all, Black Sakura cannot be careless in recruiting people. Hattori Heiji is still needed. His father Hattori Hizu nodded. Although they are all his subordinates, Tae must also give them the necessary respect. Besides, Hattori Hizo also belongs to Uncle Taeki's generation. And Senbon Fujika-ed also had to deal with the matters that had just returned to the country. After all, I just returned to Japan and there is still a lot of work that needs to be dealt with. Ayami, are you going to see Conan soon? Yes, Unai-chan. Ayami opened her cute eyes and looked at Taiki cutely. Then you can help bring this to Conan later. Taiki took out the gift Hattori gave him before leaving. A bottle of Lao Baigan. Conan has been arguing with me for a long time. Tai looked annoyed. When you give this gift to Conan later, remember to do it in front of Xiaolan. I got it, Unai-chan. The obedient Ayami, although she didn't know why, wanted to give it to Conan when Ran was around. But I'm a good girl. Of course I have to listen to Unai-chan. Conan, your friend is here to find you. Xiaolan said to Conan with a smile on her face. Okay, hurry up and change your clothes. Ever since Taiki faked Kudo's message last time, Xiaolan's face has always been filled with joy. And during this time, Xiaolan would blush from time to time, and I don't know what beautiful things she was thinking about. Conan. 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 Conan saw Genta, Ayami, and Mitsuhiko standing at the door, with helpless expressions on their faces. Why is it you again? Conan, we are so worried about you. Ayami's little face was full of concern. I didn't expect you would have a cold for 3 days as soon as you caught a cold. By the way, Sister Xiaolan. Ayami ran over cutely on her short legs. This is a gift that Unai-chan asked me to send. Oh. Xiaolan took it from Ayami's hand with a puzzled look. Then do you know what this is? I don't know either. Genta and Mitsuhiko looked at the gift in Xiaolan's hand curiously. I heard Unai-chan say that this is a gift that Conan has been begging for a long time before he agreed to give it to him. But I don't know why, Unai-chan asked me to hand this gift to Sister Xiaolan first. Xiaolan opened the box with doubts on her face. What was placed in the box was a simple glass bottle. Lao Baigan. After hearing Xiaolan read Lao Baigan, Conan was immediately stunned. Isn't this my bottle of antidote? Sister Xiaolan, give it to me. I asked Brother Tai for it. Xiaolan looked at Conan, who looked anxious and felt something was wrong, so she opened the bottle cap and took a whiff. Is this wine? It's over. Conan directly covered his face. Tai, you are such a bastard, can't you just give it to me? Really, Conan, you want to drink secretly at such a young age? Xiaolan angrily put the bottle in the high closet. I think it was definitely Dad who led you into trouble. Conan said that besides smiling, he really didn't know what else to do. Special chapter, just a statement. In the book review area, everyone can provide comments. Tai goes to visit regularly every day. If you have any questions, I can get back to you. If you want to replace some of the supporting characters, or if you have any ideas about Conan, you can come to Tai's group discussion. As long as your idea is good, Tai can add a character to you. After all, Conan has been a childhood dream of ours for so many years. The novel is just to entertain everyone. If you don't like it, just abandon the book. Don't post those curse words in the book review area. After all, we are all civilized people. As for that flawless young master, what you said, Tai felt that your last reply was wrong, so, we'll see you next week. Attack on Detective Conan. Chapter 49 Silly Dog. You're dead. While walking on the way to the library with Ayami, Genta, and Mitsuhiko, Conan looked unhappy. I must change back to Kudo Shinichi and never be an elementary school student again. By the way, why do we have to go to the library together? Because, you didn't go to school. Ayami explained cutely, tilting her head. He said, of all the people who haven't submitted their book reports, you are the only one, Conan. That's why we thought of helping you make a report. Baiwen waved his little hand angrily. Isn't that right? Right. Attendant number 1 Genta and attendant number 2 Mitsuhiko rushed to answer the question, but they were very proud of Ayami. Conan looked at the 3 people in front of him speechlessly. Forget it, let's make do with it. If I can become a high school student after drinking that kind of wine, the time I can spend with them might be the last time. Rice Flower Library. Ha ha ha. From time to time, the laughter of Ayami and Genta could be heard in the children's reading room. Hearing the bursts of laughter, Conan felt very unhappy. Really, every book here is boring to death. How can I write a book report after reading such a boring book? And how are these books arranged? It's such a mess. I can't stand it. Conan felt that the little sister opposite him, wearing a pink bow, kept looking at him, and occasionally poked her head out from behind the book. As soon as he met Conan's gaze, his face turned slightly red, and he shrank back like a frightened deer. Conan said that he was really helpless. Didn't he even do anything well? Is it really that scary? This is for you. I think this book is very suitable. Conan, you go write your reading notes. Conan looked at the little girl in front of him, with her trembling hands and her head lowered. Only the bow on the top of her head flashed, proving that what Conan heard just now was not an illusion. Conan wordlessly took the book from the little girl's hand. He felt that if he dared not to answer, they would really dare to cry to him every minute. Shijiko. At this time, Ayami noticed the little girl standing with Conan. You are also in the bookstore today, what a coincidence. Ayami ran to the side of this little girl named Shijiko with a happy face. Yet, when Shijiko saw Ayami, he quickly took a few steps into the distance. Every time I take a vacation, I come to the bookstore to read. Conan looked at this little girl Shijiko with an expression that said, I don't know you. Suddenly a row of sweat beads hung on his head. Ding dong ding dong ding dong. Come and see. At this time, Genta and Mitsuhiko, who were lying on the window, pointed out the window and said, there are patrol cars patrolling outside. What happened? Maybe something happened. This one below seems to be Officer Magyar. Hey. Conan looked at Officer Magyar downstairs and slowly walked towards the Miwa library. I'm going to leave first. With that, Conan ran towards the elevator. Something important must have happened here, otherwise Officer Magyar wouldn't have come in person. Wait a minute, Conan. ×3. Ayami, Genta, and Mitsuhiko followed Conan and ran outside. Even the little girl named Shijiko followed them and ran outside together. When the young detective team and Miss Shijiko entered the elevator one by one, an overweight alarm sounded inside the elevator. The number of people seems to be exceeded. Conan squinted at Genta. When everyone present heard what Conan said, they all looked at Yuanta, who was sweating profusely. Here, there are 7 people marked here. When we got up, there were only 7 people in the elevator. How can you blame me? Baga! Conan shouted angrily, are you counting people without adding your own? The Yoshida family. Tei was leisurely alone, watching TV, when Wen Miao pounced on Tei's belly. Hey Tei said angrily, Wen, can't you be gentler? Cannot. You are so rude. My Highness, there is no need to be polite to your servants. The arrogant Wen Miao ignored Tei's gaze and said slowly, His Royal Highness felt that the luck placed on the minister today was touched and inspired. After a few minutes, Tei understood what Wen Miao meant. Are you saying that Ayami may be in danger today? Because Ayami has a lot of snacks every day, in addition to those bought by Yoshida's mother, Taiki also prepares a lot for her, filling Ayami's small warehouse every day. And the delicious Wen Miao happened to see Bumi's small snack warehouse one day. She decided to make Bumi her minister in person, but she had to hand in offerings every day. Silly dog! Wen Miao rolled her eyes disdainfully, with His Highness's blessing on me, it is impossible to encounter danger. Stupid Miao, I feel like you've been eating a little too much lately. How about I take you to exercise and lose weight? Wen Miao turned the cat's head silently, ignoring Tei's annoyed eyes. It seems that today's minister may be in danger. And my blessing improved her luck, allowing her to successfully avoid danger. So this is what I mean, the skill of seeking good luck and avoiding evil. Tae finally understood at this moment. It turns out that this skill can also be used by others, so its effect is very great. It can be given to everyone. Does anyone have any blessings? Tae asked doubtfully. No, except for people close to you, Tae. Other people are not allowed, because they must be contaminated with your aura for my blessing to be successful. That's not bad. Tae can't hold too many things in his heart. As long as the people around him are fine, the life and death of others does not matter to him. And Wen Miao's blessing was not only successful, it also helped Tae to warn those close to him who would be in danger next. And the role of luck can also help them avoid crises, which gives Tae enough preparation time to prepare for rescue. Hey, Narumi. Can you help me check where Ayami is today? I understand. Tae hung up the phone silently. It turned out to be in the Miwa library. I wanted to see who the little brat was, and then I decided to target my sister. Hey, he put me down. Wen Miao kept squirming in Tae's arms. Miao wants to sleep at home and won't go out with you. Tae ignored him at all. Do you think you're a stupid dog that barks so easily? You'd better go out for a run with me and lose weight. Chapter 50, Falling on the Ground. Tae was walking on the road to Miwa Library, and the sky was already darkening. Only the neon lights on the street are flashing, emitting charming brilliance. Wen Miao, who was hiding on Tae's chest, poked out her curious little head from time to time. There are so many people, Nya. How about it? The scene at night is lively. Tae hugged the cat in his arms lovingly. When I have nothing to do, I will take you out for a walk. It would be boring to stay at home all day long. This is what you said. Your Highness did not admit anything. Haha, Tae chuckled. What a stupid little cat. Looking at the now closed Miwa library, Tae felt a little helpless. Where did these little devils go? Meow, can you feel the luck placed on Ayami? Let me try. Wen Miao jumped from Tae's arms to his shoulders. Number, *at. Pa. Wen Miao, who was speaking the language of the cat people, didn't pay attention and fell directly on Tae's shoulder. The sound echoed back and forth in the empty alley. Tae turned his head silently to prevent his smile from being seen by the Miao. What a stupid little Miao. This flat wrestling performance was very good. I give it full marks. Tae, you must have laughed just now. You definitely laughed. Facing the angry kitten, Tae shook his head vigorously. No, Miao, you are definitely wrong. I don't care, you are definitely smiling. As he said that, Wen Miao, who was lying on his shoulder, gave Tae a bite in his ear. Relax. Let go. It's going to fall. It's really going to fall. Tae gave in decisively at this time. Although the bite of Miao's little baby teeth didn't hurt very much, begging for mercy at this time was the right thing to do. Wait a minute, someone is coming. Tae, whose 5 senses were greatly enhanced by the system, vaguely noticed that someone was coming straight towards Miwa Library. Tae quickly put aside his thoughts of playing around, held Miao in his arms, hid around the corner and looked outside. In the distance, a middle-aged man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks cautiously came to the door of Miwa Library. Just looking around for a moment, he quickly took out the key, opened the door, and walked in. Ouch, it seems that this is the person who touched my sister's blessing. Tae murmured to himself. Quietly following the man with the sharp mouth and monkey cheeks in front of him, he arrived at the children's book section on the 4th floor of the library. What are these little devils looking at? As soon as Taeki came up the stairs, he saw Conan, Ayami, Mitsuhiko, Genta, and a child wearing a pink bow, lying on the transparent glass window, looking hard inside. Tae also quietly walked to Ayami and looked inside. In the dim library, he saw the middle-aged man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks, rummaging for something in a large cardboard box. Through the reflection of the moonlight outside the window, Tai saw the person clearly, and found packages of white noodles from unopened foreign English books. Drugs. Tai's words were conveyed clearly in the empty corridor. Who is it? Who is in the library? Tai. Unai-chan. Brother Yoshida. Tai ignored the surprised looks around him, just rubbed Ayami's head vigorously, and put Wen Miao in her arms. You must be Director Jinchuan from the Miwa Library. Tai said with certainty. You can think of packaging drugs in books. You are also a talent. Who are you? On the opposite side, Director Jinchuan was not surprised at all when his secret was exposed by Tai. His calm posture actually made Tai glance at him. I remember that Officer Magyar asked you for questions in the afternoon. A library employee named Tamada disappeared. He must have discovered your secret. If that fool Tamada hadn't discovered the secret in the book, of course he wouldn't have been killed. Really? You seem very proud of yourself. Tai said helplessly. It's because the police were stupid and sent the team back so quickly. Didn't they even think that Tamada is sleeping in this library now? Director Jinchuan's words were like a gust of cold wind, blowing past everyone present in an instant. What a pervert this person is. He actually hid the body in the library. Kid, since you know my secret, I won't let you stay. While everyone was attracted by his words, Jinchuan took out a piece of rope from somewhere and rushed towards Tai. Am I being underestimated? With a sliding step, Tai came directly behind Jinchuan like a ghost. With just one kick, Tai kicked him into the bookshelf, and he no longer had the energy to get up. I don't know who gave you the courage. After Taiki notified Officer Magyar again, he came to Conan and gave him an iron fist of love. It hurt so much Conan held his head and even shed tears. Tai, what are you doing? Call me Tai brother. Seeing Tai's gesture of wanting to hit him again, Conan decisively shut up and just kept mumbling in his heart. If you dare to hit me, I want you to look good after I change back. Who is this little sister? Unai-chan, this is our classmate from the next class. Her name is Shijiko. Shijiko. Taiki noticed that this little girl had been panicking since she called the police, as if she was running away from something. Am I too worried? When sending all the little devils home, Tai's bad taste broke out and he revealed a little bit about what happened today in front of all the parents. Tai believes that those children's butts will definitely bloom after they go home. It was just the parents of little girl Shijiko who made Tai feel a dangerous aura. The man Shijiko calls brother-in-law is definitely a person who should not be underestimated. When Taiki returned home, he collected information through Chinchi and learned that the man's name was Xiang Weun, who was the man who personally caused several bombings a few months ago. Are you good at explosions? Anyone who can lead a certain path to the end is a person who cannot be underestimated. As for the person named Xiang Weun, Tai could feel crises coming from him. Everyone knows that explosive devices are mostly remote-controlled or timed. However, it would be very scary for someone who can explode at will and use the power of the bomb to cover up his shortcomings in close combat. Because this person must have reached the pinnacle of explosives. Xiang Weun, you have successfully attracted my attention.